Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Red Plus. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry used the Philosopher's Stone to buy Gringotts and become the Goblin King. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Weight of Gold. The mirror showed him nothing but himself, and Harry Potter found that deeply suspicious. He'd been standing before it for nearly 10 minutes now, invisible cloak pulled around his ankles, watching his own reflection breathe. Just Harry. Skinny, bespectacled, unremarkable Harry in his too large pajamas and worn trainers. The mirror of Ariste was supposed to show your heart's deepest desire, and according to Dumbledore's gentle explanation weeks ago, Harry should be seeing his parents. His family. The love he'd never known. But the Harry in the mirror wasn't surrounded by ghostly Potters. He was alone. And he was smiling. "What do you want?" Harry whispered to his reflection. The mirror. Harry's smile widened. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone that pulsed with inner light. Harry's hand moved to his own pocket without conscious thought. His fingers closed around something warm and impossibly heavy for its size. He pulled out the Philosopher's Stone. For a long moment, Harry simply stared at it. The stone was smaller than he'd expected, barely the size of a walnut, but it thrummed against his palm like a second heartbeat. The crimson surface seemed to shift and flow, revealing depths that shouldn't exist in something so small. "That's not possible," he said, though clearly it was. The mirror had given him what he truly wanted. Not his parents, he'd never known them, not really, and you couldn't ache for something you'd never had. Not family, the Dursleys had cured him of that particular fantasy years ago. Freedom. The mirror had seen that Harry wanted freedom. And it had given him the key. Harry looked around the chamber, half expecting Dumbledore to materialize from the shadows with that knowing twinkle and a gentle lecture about returning borrowed items. But the room was empty. The traps he'd navigated to get here, the devil's snare, the flying keys, the chess set that had nearly brained Ron, all of it sat silent and waiting. Waiting for what? The thought crystallized slowly, like ice forming on a winter window. Dumbledore knew about the stone. Dumbledore had hidden it here, protected by puzzles that a group of first-years had managed to solve in a single night. Dumbledore had told Harry about the mirror, had practically handed him the cloak that made this midnight adventure possible. "It's a test," Harry realized. "He wanted me to find it." The certainty of it settled into his bones. Every piece of this year, the hints about Nicholas Flamel, the obvious clues, the convenient timing, it had all been choreographed. Harry was supposed to reach the stone, face whatever challenge awaited, and prove something. Prove his courage, his worthiness, his willingness to sacrifice. Prove that he was the proper sort of hero for whatever role Dumbledore had planned. Harry closed his fingers around the stone until its edges bit into his palm. He thought about Vernon's meaty hands and Petunia's pinched disapproval. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs and the years of being told he was worthless, freakish, unwanted. He thought about coming to Hogwarts and finding out he was famous, legendary, important, and still not being told why. No one had asked him if he wanted to be the boy who lived. No one had explained what that title actually meant, what expectations came with it, what dangers it invited. They just slotted him into place like a piece on a game board and assumed he'd play his part. The stone pulsed warm against his hand. Almost encouraging. "I'm done being a pawn," Harry said quietly. He pulled the invisibility cloak back over his shoulders, tucked the stone deep into his pocket, and walked out of the chamber. He didn't look back. Hogwarts at night was a different creature than its daylight self. Shadows pooled in corners that Harry could have sworn were well lit during classes. Suits of armor seemed to track his movement despite his invisibility. The portraits dozed and muttered, occasionally crying out in dreams that sounded like warnings. Harry moved through it all like smoke, his trainers silent on the ancient stones. Years of avoiding Uncle Vernon's notice had taught him how to be invisible long before he'd ever owned a cloak that made it literal. He knew how to breathe shallow, how to distribute his weight, how to become nothing in a way that had nothing to do with magic. The castle's main doors were locked, but Harry had spent months learning Hogwarts secrets. There was a window on the third floor that had a broken latch. The house elves kept meaning to fix it but somehow never did. There was a section of wall near the kitchens that was actually an illusion, a remnant of some long-ago renovation that had never been properly finished. And there was the passage behind the statue of Gregory the Smarmy, which led through twisting tunnels until it emerged on the edge of Hogsmeade. Harry took the passage. The tunnel was narrow and smelled of damp earth and something older, something that made the stone in his pocket pulse faster. Harry kept one hand on the rough wall and one hand pressed against his pocket, feeling that impossible warmth, letting it guide him through the darkness. When he emerged into the night air, the shock of cold made him gasp. Scotland in late spring still carried winter's memory, and Harry was dressed for a heated dormitory, not a midnight escape. He pulled the cloak tighter and looked around. Hogsmeade slept. The shops were dark, their windows reflecting starlight. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, and wind stirred the signs hanging above doorways, making them creak like old bones. Harry needed to get to London. To Gringotts. The stone was valuable beyond measure, it could create unlimited gold, extend life indefinitely, and there was only one institution in the magical world equipped to handle that kind of wealth. But how did an 11-year-old get from Scotland to London in the middle of the night? The thought had barely formed when something inside Harry reached, and the air split open with a thunderous bang. A triple-decker purple bus materialized out of nothing, screeching to a halt inches from Harry's nose. Gold letters on the windshield spelled out the night bus. A pimply young man in a purple uniform leaned out the door, squinting at the apparently empty patch of air that had summoned them. "Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch whore," he paused, frowning. "Oi, is someone there?" Harry pulled back his hood. "I need to get to London. Gringotts." The conductor, Stan, according to his badge, looked Harry up and down. An 11-year-old in pajamas, appearing out of nowhere at 3 in the morning, asking for transport to the Goblin Bank. "It's 11 sickles," Stan said, apparently deciding that weirdness was above his pay grade. 13 for OT chocolate, 15 for a water bottle and toothbrush. Harry had nothing but the clothes on his back and a stone worth more than the entire bus. "I don't have any money on me. But I'm Harry Potter, and I have a vault at Gringotts. I can pay you when we arrive." Stan's eyes went to Harry's forehead, searching for the scar. He found it, and his whole demeanor changed. "Blimey," he breathed. "Harry Potter. You hear that? We got Harry Potter on the bus." From the driver's seat, an elderly wizard peered back through thick glasses. "Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. Do you know another one?" Harry asked, and something in his tone, dry, controlled, not at all impressed with his own celebrity, made both men pause. "Right then," Stan said after a moment. "Gringotts it is. On the booze, Mr. Potter. Least we can do for a genuine arrow." Harry climbed aboard, past a collection of brass beds bolted haphazardly to the floor, and found a seat near the back. As the bus lurched into impossible motion, squeezing between buildings that couldn't possibly accommodate it, jumping across counties in single bounds, he pressed his hand against his pocket and felt the stone's steady pulse. He didn't feel like a hero. He felt like someone who'd finally decided to stop being carried by the current and start swimming. It was terrifying. It was exhilarating. It felt like waking up. Dawn was breaking over London when the night bus deposited Harry outside the Leaky Cauldron. The pub was closed at this hour, its windows dark, but that didn't matter. Harry wasn't going through the pub. He walked down the narrow alley beside the building, trailing his fingers along the brickwork until he felt it, a section of wall that was somehow more than the stones around it. He pressed his palm flat against it and felt the stone in his pocket flare hot. The wall melted away, revealing Diagon Alley in the pale grey light of early morning. Harry had visited once before, with Hagrid, and the memory of that trip was one of the brightest spots in his life. Color and chaos and magic, everywhere he looked. The wonder of discovering that he wasn't a freak, that there was a whole world where he belonged. But now, walking through the empty cobblestone streets alone, Harry saw things he'd missed before. The way certain shops had bars on their windows. The "closed to non-wizards" signs that hung discreetly in corners. The graffiti on a back wall that read, "Goblin lovers go home." The wizarding world wasn't perfect. It had its prejudices, its hierarchies, its hidden ugliness. Harry filed that knowledge away and kept walking. Gringotts rose at the end of the alley like a snow-white sentinel, its marble columns catching the first rays of sunlight. The building seemed to lean slightly toward him as he approached, as though it were taking his measure. The bronze doors were closed, but as Harry climbed the steps, they swung open silently. A single goblin waited inside, ancient and gnarled, dressed in a suit of such perfect cut that it made Harry conscious of his own pajamas. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said. It wasn't a greeting. It was a confirmation. "You arrive earlier than expected." Harry stopped at the threshold. "You knew I was coming. The stone sang to us the moment you claimed it." The goblin's dark eyes glittered in the lamplight. "Come. Director Ragnarok has been waiting 300 years for this conversation. A few more hours would not have mattered, but still. Come." Harry followed the goblin into Gringotts, and as the doors swung shut behind him, he felt something shift in the fabric of the world. A door closing. A chapter ending. A new story beginning. The goblin, who had not offered his name and seemed offended by the very concept of introduction, led Harry through corridors that shouldn't exist. The bank's entrance hall was magnificent enough, all marble and gold and towering columns, but the deeper they went, the more the architecture shifted from human impressive to something older. Rougher. The walls became natural stone, carved with geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly. The ceiling dropped until Harry had to duck, then soared up into darkness that swallowed the light of the goblin's lantern. They passed other goblins in the halls, some in suits like Harry's guide, others in leather armor that gleamed with embedded metals, still others in robes covered with mathematical notations that seemed to move and calculate of their own accord. All of them stopped to stare at Harry. All of them went silent as he passed. "Why are they looking at me?" Harry asked. His guide didn't slow. "Because they can smell it. The old blood. The stone's recognition. You carry the mark of something that should not exist." "What mark?" The goblin glanced back, and for the first time, something like uncertainty crossed his weathered face. "That is for Director Ragnarok to explain. Or not. As he chooses." They descended a staircase carved directly into living rock, then another, then a third so steep that Harry had to brace himself against the walls to keep from tumbling headfirst into darkness. The air grew warmer as they went down, and Harry caught the scent of smoke and metal. Finally, they emerged into a chamber that made Harry's breath catch. It was a cavern the size of a cathedral, lit by rivers of molten gold that flowed through channels carved into the floor. Goblins worked at forges along the walls, hammering metal that rang with each blow like bells. The ceiling was covered in crystals that reflected the firelight until the whole space seemed to glow from within. And at the center of it all, on a throne of black iron, sat the oldest goblin Harry had ever seen. Director Ragnarok was small, smaller than Harry, which was saying something, but he radiated a presence that made size irrelevant. His skin was the gray of old stone, weathered and cracked, and his eyes burned like the forges around him. When he saw Harry, he rose from his throne with a grace that belied his apparent age. "So," Ragnarok said. His voice was low and rough, like grinding rocks. "You have come to us with stolen fire in your pocket and questions in your eyes. Speak, boy. Ask what you will." Harry had planned a speech. Something dignified, about seeking asylum, about wanting to understand the stone's power, about needing protection from Dumbledore's machinations. But standing in this ancient hall, facing a being who had probably witnessed the rise and fall of nations, the words died in his throat. Instead, he asked the only question that mattered. Who am I? Ragnarok smiled. It was not a comforting expression. The wrong question, young one. The question is not who you are. The question is who you could be. He extended one gnarled hand. May I see it? The stone. Harry hesitated. Every instinct screamed at him to protect the stone, to keep it hidden, to trust no one. But something deeper, something that felt like it came from the stone itself, urged him forward. He placed the Philosopher's stone in Ragnarok's palm. The goblin's eyes widened. Around them, the chamber went silent, the hammering stopped, the conversations died, even the molten gold seemed to slow in its channels. Ragnarok lifted the stone to his face and inhaled deeply, then pressed it against his cheek, then held it up to catch the firelight. I had heard rumors, he murmured. Legends. I did not believe them. Believe what? Ragnarok looked at Harry, and his expression was something Harry couldn't read. Wonder, perhaps. Or fear. Or both. This stone was not created by Nicholas Flamel, Ragnarok said. Oh, Flamel studied it, used it, claimed credit for it, but he did not make it. No human could. This stone is goblin work, Mr. Potter. It was forged 3,000 years ago by Ragnarok I, the last true king of the Goblin nation. He turned the stone so that its facets caught the light. It has been lost for a millennium. Wars have been fought over its mere rumor. And now it comes to Gringotts in the pocket of an 11-year-old wizard. I didn't know, Harry said. I wanted to understand its value. What it could do. Its value. Ragnarok laughed, a sound like gravel in a tumbler. Child, this stone cannot be valued. It is beyond gold, beyond wealth, beyond any currency that exists. It is pure creation given form. It can transmute base metal to treasure, yes. But more than that, it can transmute potential into reality. In the hands of one who understands it, the stone can reshape the world. Harry's mouth went dry. Then why did the mirror give it to me? Because you claimed it honestly. Ragnarok pressed the stone back into Harry's hand, and the goblin's fingers lingered on Harry's skin. The stone chooses its bearer. It recognizes worthy intent, true desire, purity of purpose. Flamel used it, but he never claimed it, he was always a tenant, never an owner. Ragnarok's eyes bored into Harry's. But you, the stone has bonded with you. I can feel it in your blood, in your magic, in the way the world bends around you. You are its true master. I don't want to be anyone's master. Then you are already wiser than most who have sought this power. Ragnarok released Harry's hand and settled back on his throne. But wisdom does not protect you from what comes next. Already, I sense Dumbledore's attention turning toward Gringotts. Already, forces move against you that you cannot imagine. You have claimed a king's treasure, Mr. Potter. That comes with a king's enemies. Harry's hand tightened on the stone. Then I need allies. Protection. He paused, thinking. I need to understand what I'm dealing with. What the goblins are dealing with. I didn't come here to steal from you or use you. I came because Gringotts is the only place that might be safe. Safe. Ragnarok tilted his head. There is no safety, child. There is only power, and those who lack it. But you interest me. The stone bonds with a wizard, a thing I would have sworn impossible, and that wizard's first act is to seek knowledge rather than exploit power. That wizard treats goblins as equals rather than servants. His eyes narrowed. Why? Because I know what it's like to be treated as less than human, Harry said quietly. I know what it's like to have people decide your worth based on what you are rather than who you are. And I'd rather die than become the kind of person who does that to others." Silence stretched between them. Around the chamber, Harry became aware that every goblin had stopped pretending to work. They were all watching. Listening. Ragnarok, one of them said, a tall goblin in silver armor, his face scarred from old battles. The Bloodsingers confirmed it. "The boy carries the old lineage. Faint, almost theoretical, but present." "I know, Blood Axe." Ragnarok didn't look away from Harry. "I felt it the moment he entered the hall." "Old lineage?" Harry asked. "What does that mean?" Ragnarok rose from his throne and descended the steps until he stood directly before Harry. Even standing, he barely reached Harry's chest, but his presence was immense. "Your grandmother on your father's side," Ragnarok said. "Euphemia Potter, née Greengrass." But before she was a greengrass, her mother was something else entirely. A secret kept for generations. A union between wizard and goblin that should have been impossible. Harry's world tilted. "I'm part goblin. The blood is thin, for perhaps 5 generations removed. In most humans, it would mean nothing. A quirk of genealogy, forgotten and irrelevant." Ragnarok's eyes glittered. "But you carry the stone of Ragnarok, which amplifies bloodlines. You claimed it honestly, which requires compatible heritage. And you came to us seeking understanding rather than exploitation." He reached up and placed one gnarled hand on Harry's shoulder. "You are, by ancient law and older blood, a citizen of the Goblin Nation. And that means you have the right to participate in our politics, our economy, our destiny." "What kind of politics?" Harry asked, his voice steady despite the earthquake happening in his chest. "The kind that determines who sits on a throne that has been empty for 1,000 years. Ragnarok's smile showed teeth like tiny knives. "The kind that could reshape the magical world. The kind that has killed more beings than you can possibly imagine." He squeezed Harry's shoulder. "Are you certain you want to know more, Mr. Potter? Once this door opens, it cannot close." Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs. About the bars on his window at Privet Drive. About Dumbledore's gentle manipulation and Voldemort's murderous obsession and a life spent being controlled by forces he didn't understand. "Open the door," he said. Ragnarok's smile widened. "Then let us discuss the trials of Ragnarok." The deep places of Gringotts defied human understanding of architecture. Corridors twisted in ways that made Harry's eyes water. Stairs led up but somehow ended below where they'd begun. Doors opened onto chambers that couldn't fit within the building's walls, and yet here they were, vast and ancient and filled with treasures that made the dragon-guarded vaults above seem like petty cash boxes. Ragnarok led Harry through this labyrinth, past goblin guards who bowed to the director and stared at Harry with expressions ranging from curiosity to hostility to something that looked almost like hope. "The Goblin Nation was once great," Ragnarok said as they walked. "Greater than wizards know. Greater than we ourselves remember, sometimes. We built civilizations beneath the mountains while humans still wore animal skins. We forged metals that wizard smiths cannot replicate to this day. We mastered magics that wizards have never discovered. What happened? Wizards happened." There was no venom in Ragnarok's voice, just weariness. "They were newer, hungrier, more numerous. They wanted what we had, our gold, our skills, our secrets. When we refused, they took. The Goblin Wars, they call them now. 3 centuries of conflict that ended with our subjugation." He paused before a door carved with the image of a crowned goblin standing over broken chains. "We were not defeated. We were compromised. Our leaders made deals, traded sovereignty for survival. The Goblin Nation became Gringotts, a bank, a business, a servant to wizard commerce. That sounds like defeat to me." Ragnarok opened the door. Beyond it lay a chamber dominated by a single object, a throne of black iron, identical to the one in the forge hall, but this one was wrapped in chains of silver that glowed with embedded runes. That throne, Ragnarok said, belongs to the king of goblins. The true king, not the council of elders who govern us now. It has sat empty since Ragnarok the First was betrayed by wizard allies and struck down in battle. He turned to face Harry. The throne is enchanted. It can only be claimed by one who passes 3 trials and proves their worthiness. And for 1,000 years, none have succeeded. Harry studied the throne. The chains seemed to pulse, as if something waited within them, something patient and hungry. What happens to those who fail? Various things. Some die. Some go mad. Most simply find themselves unable to approach the throne at all, the magic rejects them before they can even begin. Ragnarok's eyes fixed on Harry's pocket, where the stone rested. But you carry the king's own treasure. The magic that protects the throne is the same magic that forged the stone. It will recognize you, one way or another. You want me to try for the throne? I want nothing, Mr. Potter. I am merely a director, a servant of the current order. What I observe is that you are here, carrying an artifact that has chosen you, bearing blood that connects you to our people, seeking purpose in a world that has denied you agency. Ragnarok folded his hands behind his back. What you do with those observations is entirely your choice. Harry walked closer to the throne. The silver chain seemed to writhe as he approached, and he felt the stone grow warm in his pocket, not warning him away, but greeting the magic that surrounded the seat of power. If I tried and failed, Harry said, what would happen to the stone? It would remain bonded to you until your death. After that. Ragnarok shrugged. Unknown. No bearer has ever died while carrying it. Flamel was always careful about that. And if I succeeded? Then you would be king of goblins. And every goblin alive would owe you allegiance by ancient law. Ragnarok's voice was carefully neutral. You would have the authority to restructure our relationship with the wizarding world. To demand the return of artifacts stolen from us. To lead armies that have been dormant for centuries. I'm 11 years old. Ragnarok the First was 12 when he forged the stone. Age is less relevant than you might think. Harry circled the throne, studying it from all angles. The craftsmanship was extraordinary, every link in the chains was a separate work of art, covered in symbols so small he could barely see them. The throne itself was carved with scenes of goblin history, battles, forges, crownings, betrayals. What are the 3 trials? He asked. The trial of worth, the trial of sacrifice, and the trial of creation. Ragnarok joined Harry before the throne. The first tests your competence. Can you navigate a challenge of cunning and courage without relying on magic or weapons? The second tests your character. Can you give up something precious for the sake of power? The third tests your purpose. Can you create something of lasting value that embodies your vision for the future? And you think I can pass them? I think, Ragnarok said slowly, that you are the first candidate in centuries who has any chance at all. The stone's recognition alone marks you as special. Your heritage, thin as it is, connects you to the throne's magic. And your attitude, your willingness to see goblins as people rather than servants, suggests a soul that might actually deserve the crown. Harry touched the nearest chain. It was cold, impossibly cold, and he felt something vast and ancient stir at the contact. Prove yourself, it seemed to say. Or fail. Either way, we have waited long enough. When can I start? Ragnarok's smile held genuine pleasure. Eager. Good. But first, there are practicalities to address. You are a student at Hogwarts, and your headmaster will not take kindly to losing you. You have resources in your family vault that should be assessed. And there are factions within the Goblin nation who will oppose your candidacy, violently, if necessary. Factions. Not all goblins want a king. Not all who want a king want a half-blood one. And there are those who have waited centuries for the prophecy to manifest, waited so they could kill the prophesied ruler and take the throne by conquest. Ragnar's expression darkened. Grimjaw Ironheart leads the Deep Delver clan. They reject surface commerce, reject cooperation with wizards, reject everything that has kept the Goblin nation alive since our subjugation. If Grimjaw learns of your candidacy, he will come for you. Then we'd better move fast. Harry turned from the throne and faced Ragnar directly. I want to start the trials as soon as possible. I want to understand my heritage, assess my resources, and prepare for whoever this Grimjaw is. Can you help me? I can advise. I can provide information. I can offer the protection of my office while you remain within Gringotts. Ragnar paused. But I cannot officially support your candidacy. The director of Gringotts must remain neutral in matters of Goblin politics. If I am seen to favor you, my position becomes untenable, and you lose whatever protection I can offer. Understood. Unofficial support only. You learn quickly. Ragnar gestured toward the door. Come. Let us return to the surface and arrange for your formal registration as a citizen of the Goblin nation. That much, at least, I can do openly. They left the throne room, and Harry didn't look back. But he felt the weight of that chained seat following him, pressing against his spine like a promise or a threat. The paperwork took 3 hours. Harry had expected magic to be, well, magical, dramatic spells and glowing effects and perhaps a bit of chanting. Instead, claiming Goblin citizenship involved forms. Endless forms, in triplicate, written in a script that shifted between English and something else depending on the clause. He signed his name 47 times, provided blood samples 3 different ways, and answered questions about his lineage that he couldn't possibly know the answers to. The stone in his pocket pulsed helpfully each time, and somehow the quill wrote appropriate responses on its own. By the time he finished, the sun was high over Diagon Alley, and Harry's stomach was reminding him that he hadn't eaten since dinner the previous night. There is food in the Citizens' Hall, said the Goblin who had been processing his paperwork, a young female with sharp eyes and ink-stained fingers. Her name was Silvervein, and she had said perhaps 12 words to Harry in 3 hours, all of them related to forms. Follow the corridor to the left, 3rd door, down 2 flights of stairs. Thank you. Silvervein paused in her organization of Harry's completed documents. She looked at him, really looked, for the first time since he'd entered her office. You are strange for a wizard, she said. I've been told. Most wizards do not thank goblins. Most wizards do not look us in the eye. Most wizards treat us as servants at best, enemies at worst. She tilted her head. Why are you different? Harry thought about the question. About the Dursleys and how they'd treated him. About the way house elves were discussed at Hogwarts, like furniture that could talk. About a world that seemed structured to keep certain beings on top and others below. Because I know what it feels like to be treated as less than human, he said. And I promised myself I'd never make anyone else feel that way. Silvervein studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded, just once, and returned to her paperwork. The food in the Citizens' Hall is adequate, she said. But if you want something better, there is a tavern on the 3rd sublevel called the Orvain. Tell them Silvervein sent you. They will not poison your food. Was that a joke? Perhaps. The ghost of a smile crossed her face. Perhaps not. Welcome to the Goblin Nation, Mr. Potter. Try not to die. Harry found himself grinning as he left her office. It wasn't much, a bureaucrat's dry humor and a restaurant recommendation, but it felt like a beginning. Like the first thread of a connection that might, eventually, become something stronger. He found the Citizens' Hall easily enough, a large chamber filled with long tables where goblins of all ages sat eating, talking, arguing over documents. A few looked up when Harry entered, most ignored him. He collected a plate of something that smelled like roasted meat and vegetables, though the vegetables were unfamiliar and slightly purple, and found an empty spot at the end of a table. The food was good. Better than Hogwarts, actually, with flavors that were richer and more complex than anything he'd tasted before. Harry ate quickly, barely pausing to chew, and was reaching for a second helping when someone sat down across from him. The goblin was young for a goblin, anyway, which probably meant he was still older than Dumbledore, with sharp features and clever eyes that catalogued everything about Harry in a single glance. He wore a suit that was slightly too expensive for his apparent station, and his nails were manicured to points. "You're Harry Potter," the goblin said. "The wizard who arrived with the king's treasure." Harry set down his fork. "Word travels fast. In Gringotts? Word travels at the speed of gold, Mr. Potter. And you are currently the most valuable commodity in the building." The goblin extended his hand. "Grip hook. Senior teller, junior acquisitions, and, as of this morning, your assigned liaison for all matters relating to your new citizenship." Harry shook his hand. Griphook's grip was firm, his skin cool and dry. "I didn't ask for a liaison. No. Director Ragnarok assigned me. He believes you need someone to navigate the complexities of Goblin society." "I believe he is correct." Griphook's smile didn't reach his eyes. "I also believe he is testing both of us. You, to see if you can handle our politics. Me, to see if I can be trusted with something this important." "Can you be trusted?" "That depends entirely on your definition of trust." Griphook leaned back in his chair. "I am ambitious, Mr. Potter. I want to rise in the Gringotts hierarchy. I want power, influence, the ability to shape my nation's future. If helping you advances those goals, then yes, you can trust me absolutely. If harming you would serve me better." He shrugged. "I would like to think I have certain principles. But I cannot guarantee what I might do in all circumstances." Harry considered this. It was, he realized, more honest than anything Dumbledore had ever told him. "I can work with that," he said. Griphook's eyebrows rose. Most wizards would demand assurances of loyalty. Oaths. Binding agreements. Would any of that actually stop you from betraying me if you decided to? No. I would simply be more careful about it. Then what's the point? I'd rather have someone I know is dangerous than someone pretending to be safe. Harry pushed his plate aside. "Tell me about Grimjaw Ironheart." The shift in conversation didn't seem to surprise Griphook. If anything, he looked pleased at Harry's directness. Grimjaw is the leader of the Deep Delver clan, the largest faction of goblins who rejected the treaty that ended the Goblin Wars. They retreated into the deep places beneath the mountains, where the stone's power is strongest, and they have been preparing for war ever since. Griphook's voice dropped. "He is 300 years old, has killed more enemies than I have teeth, and believes with absolute conviction that goblins should rule the magical world through force. He hates wizards. He hates goblins who cooperate with wizards. And when he learns that a half-blood wizard goblin has claimed the king's treasure and seeks the throne, he'll try to kill me. He will do far more than try." Griphook leaned forward. "Grimjaw is not a creature of half measures. He will send assassins, yes, but he will also work to undermine your political support, discredit your bloodline, turn potential allies against you. By the time he comes for your life, you will be isolated, weakened, and convinced that no one can help you. Then I need to move faster than he does." Harry met Griphook's eyes. "I want to start the trial of worth immediately. Today, if possible. That is, ambitious. I'm an ambitious person." Griphook studied Harry for a long moment. Something shifted in his expression, calculation, yes, but also something that might have been respect. "The trial of worth takes place in the deepest vaults of Gringotts," he said finally. "The ones even the tellers rarely see. You must navigate a labyrinth of cursed treasure, guardian creatures, and magical traps to retrieve a specific item. The trick is that you cannot use magic or weapons. Only your wit, your courage, and your understanding of goblin nature. How do I understand goblin nature? I've been part of your nation for about 4 hours. That is the test, Mr. Potter. Anyone can study goblins from books. The trial determines whether you can understand us, our values, our history, our way of thinking, under pressure, with your life on the line. Griphook stood. I will arrange for the trial to begin at sunset. That gives you approximately 7 hours to prepare. What should I do in those 7 hours? Eat. Rest. And if you are smart, spend some time in our museum. Griphook pointed toward a corridor leading off from the Citizens' Hall. The Gallery of Forgings. It contains our greatest treasures and our greatest shames. If you want to understand goblins, start there. He turned and walked away without waiting for a response. Harry watched him go, thinking about ambition and honesty and the strange feeling of being in a place where everyone's motives were exactly as dangerous as they claimed. Then he finished his second plate of food and went to find the Gallery of Forgings. The gallery was enormous, stretching through caverns that had been carved and shaped over millennia. Unlike the rest of Gringotts, which balanced goblin aesthetics with wizard expectations, this space was purely goblin: low ceilings that forced Harry to hunch, narrow passages that opened suddenly into vast halls, lighting that came from bioluminescent fungi rather than torches or magic. And everywhere, the artifacts. Swords that sang when Harry passed them, their edges still sharp after 1,000 years. Armor that shifted colors depending on the viewer's intent. Crowns and scepters and rings that pulsed with contained power. Each piece was labeled in both English and Goblin script, and Harry took his time reading every placard. The blade of Bogrod the Mighty, forged in 847 CE during the Second Goblin Uprising. Claimed by wizard forces in 851 CE. Considered lost until recovered by Gringotts agents in 1623. The Covenant Chains, created to seal the treaty between Goblin Nation and Wizarding Britain. Willingly offered by the Goblin Council as a symbol of peace. Source of ongoing debate regarding legitimacy. The Crown of Ragnarok, replica only. Original remains lost since the fall of the king. Prophecy states, when the stone returns to goblin hands, the true crown shall be found. Harry paused at that last placard. The replica crown was beautiful, dark metal worked with gold and gems, but even as a copy, it seemed to pull at something in his chest. He touched the stone in his pocket and felt it vibrate, almost eagerly. The prophecy is older than Gringotts itself. Harry turned. Ragnarok stood behind him, hands clasped, face unreadable. I wondered if you would find your way here, the director said. The stone calls to its brothers. The crown, even as a replica, holds echoes of the original magic. Brothers? Ragnarok forged 3 artifacts at the height of his power: the stone, the crown, and the blade. Each represents a different aspect of kingship, wealth, authority, and strength. The blade was destroyed when Ragnarok fell. The crown vanished, taken by his killers, never seen again. Only the stone survived, passing through wizard hands for centuries. Harry looked at the crown replica, then back at Ragnarok. If the original crown is found, would that change the trials? The trials would remain the same. But claiming the crown would give the true king power over all goblin-forged artifacts in the world. Every sword, every piece of armor, every treasure, they would all recognize the wearer's authority. Ragnarok moved to stand beside Harry. It is why the wizards took the crown when they killed Ragnarok. Not to wear it themselves, no wizard can, but to ensure no goblin ever could. Where did they take it? Unknown. Many have searched. All have failed. Ragnarok gestured at the gallery around them. These treasures are what we have recovered over centuries. Stolen back, purchased back, occasionally taken by force. Each one is a piece of our history reclaimed. But the crown remains beyond our reach. Harry studied the replica, letting the information sink in. A crown that controlled all goblin-forged artifacts. A stone that could transmute reality. And somewhere, presumably, the remains of a blade that had been destroyed 1,000 years ago. Grimjaw, Harry said. Does he have any of these artifacts? Several, including pieces we did not know still existed. His clan has hoarded power for centuries. Ragnar's expression darkened. If you claim the throne, you will have authority over those artifacts. They would be compelled to return to the crown. It is one reason Grimjaw will fight so hard to prevent your ascension. And if he kills me first? Then the stone's bond breaks, and the artifacts remain in his possession. He inherits your power by right of conquest. Ragnar turned to face Harry directly. You understand now why this is dangerous. Why I cannot openly support you. If Grimjaw wins, I must be able to work with him. The nation's survival depends on pragmatic leadership. Harry nodded slowly. I understand. But Ragnar, if I do succeed. If I pass the trials and claim the throne. Will you serve me? The question hung in the air between them. Ragnar's eyes searched Harry's face, looking for something, cunning, perhaps, or weakness. Whatever he found, it seemed to satisfy him. I have served the Goblin nation for 4 centuries, Ragnar said. I have watched kings rise and fall, institutions crumble and rebuild, enemies become allies and allies become enemies. I serve the nation, Mr. Potter. Not any individual. He paused. But if you become the king I believe you could be, a king who unites rather than divides, who builds rather than destroys, who treats all goblins as citizens rather than subjects, then yes. I would serve you gladly. Then let's make that happen. Harry extended his hand. Advisor and advisee. Unofficial, of course. Ragnar took his hand. The goblin's grip was surprisingly strong. Unofficial. Until it becomes official. They shook, and something passed between them, an understanding, a commitment, a promise that transcended words. Then Ragnar released Harry's hand and nodded toward the gallery's exit. You have 4 hours until the trial. I suggest you continue your education. The history section is particularly relevant. He smiled, a thin expression that almost looked proud. And Harry? Whatever happens in that vault, remember that goblin challenges always have more than one solution. The obvious path is rarely the correct one. He left without another word. Harry watched him go, then turned back to the gallery and continued his studies. 4 hours later, Harry stood before a door that hadn't existed that morning. The entrance to the Trial of Worth had been sealed for decades, according to Griphook. No challenger had come forward in living memory. But when Harry had registered his intent, the magic had awakened, reshaping the stone walls of Gringotts' deepest levels to reveal a passage that led down into darkness. The rules are simple, Griphook said. He stood to Harry's left, dressed in formal robes that marked him as an official witness. You must navigate the vault and retrieve the Heartstone, a gem that rests at the center of the labyrinth. You may not use magic of any kind. You may not carry weapons. You may not bring any resources except your own body and mind. What about the Philosopher's Stone? An interesting question. Griphook's expression was carefully neutral. The stone is not a weapon, and its power comes from within, not from external magic. It is, in essence, a part of you now, as natural as your blood or bones. The trial's parameters do not exclude it. Harry touched the stone through his pocket. It pulsed warm and reassuring. What kind of obstacles will I face? The trial changes for each challenger. It reads your fears, your weaknesses, your nature. What I face would be different from what you face. Griphook paused. But I can tell you that previous challengers have encountered guardian creatures, cursed treasures, illusions designed to drive challengers mad, and puzzles with no obvious solution. The average challenger lasts approximately 10 minutes before triggering a trap that kills or incapacitates them. Comforting. Reality rarely is. Griphook stepped back and gestured toward the dark passage. May fortune favor your feet, Harry Potter. May your mind be sharp, your will be strong, and your understanding be true. Harry took a deep breath. Then he stepped into the darkness. The passage closed behind him with a sound like grinding stone. Harry stood in absolute blackness, his hand pressed against the stone in his pocket, waiting for his eyes to adjust. They didn't. This wasn't ordinary darkness, it was magical, oppressive, hungry. Harry felt it pressing against his skin like something alive. Don't panic, he told himself. Think. What would a goblin do? Goblins lived in darkness. They thrived in it. Their entire civilization had been built in the deep places of the earth, far from sunlight. Darkness wasn't an enemy to them, it was home. Harry closed his eyes, pointless in this blackness, but the familiar gesture helped him focus, and extended his other senses. He felt the stone beneath his feet, rough, natural, covered in what might be moss or lichen. He smelled metal and damp earth and something older, something that reminded him of the forge hall where Ragnarok had first greeted him. He listened, and heard, water. Distant, echoing, flowing somewhere ahead. Water in the deeps. It would have been valuable, precious, worth more than gold to a civilization that lived beneath mountains. Harry started walking toward the sound. He moved slowly, testing each step before committing his weight. The floor was uneven, rising and falling, occasionally giving way to gaps that he had to step across. His hands trailed along the walls, feeling the carved patterns that covered every surface, patterns that seemed to pulse slightly under his fingers, warm despite the chill air. The stone in his pocket grew warmer as he went deeper. It wasn't guiding him, exactly, but it was, approving. As if he was doing something right. After what felt like hours, but might have been minutes, time was strange in this place, the darkness began to thin. Harry saw the first glimmers of light ahead, not torchlight or sunlight, but the cool green glow of the bioluminescent fungi from the gallery. The passage opened into a chamber. Harry stopped at the threshold and stared. The room was filled with treasure. Gold coins piled in drifts like snow. Gems scattered across the floor like fallen stars. Swords and crowns and artifacts of every description, heaped carelessly around a central pedestal where a single stone sat glowing. The Heartstone. It had to be. A gem the size of Harry's fist, pulsing with inner light, resting on a pillar of white marble. Between Harry and the Heartstone stood approximately 10,000 opportunities to die. He could see the traps now. The coins were cursed, he could feel the wrongness radiating from them. The swords would probably animate if touched. The gems were likely illusions hiding pitfalls. And the pedestal itself. Harry narrowed his eyes. The marble pillar stood on a section of floor that was slightly different from the rest. Smoother. Newer. As if it had been added after the chamber was constructed. A trap within a trap. Reach the pedestal, and the floor would collapse. Or worse. The obvious path is rarely the correct one. Harry didn't move toward the treasure. Instead, he turned and studied the walls. The carved patterns were more elaborate here, covering every surface in geometric designs that hurt to look at directly. But within the designs, Harry noticed something. Certain symbols repeated, forming chains that led from the entrance to a section of wall that looked exactly like every other section. No. Not exactly. This section had fewer carvings. As if space had been left deliberately blank. Harry pressed his hand against the blank space. Nothing happened. He pressed harder. Still nothing. Think. What makes this different? What am I missing? The stone pulsed against his chest. Harry touched it through his pocket, feeling its warmth, its recognition. Recognition. Harry took out the stone and pressed it against the blank wall. The stone moved. A section of wall the size of a door dissolved, revealing a second passage, this one lit with warm golden light and leading gently downward. And at the end of the passage, resting on a simple wooden table, sat a gem identical to the one on the pedestal. The real Heartstone. Harry walked through the hidden door. The treasure chamber behind him sealed itself with a grinding sound, and he heard the distant crash of traps triggering, the pedestal collapsing, the cursed coins awakening, the entire room consuming itself in magical violence. He didn't look back. The passage opened into a small chamber where the real Heartstone sat waiting. It was beautiful, deep red, shot through with veins of gold, pulsing with the same rhythm as the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket. When Harry picked it up, he felt the two stones resonate together, harmonizing like instruments in an orchestra. "You understood," a voice said. Harry spun. Ragnarok stood behind him, though there had been no sound of approach. "The trial was never about navigating traps," the director said. "It was about recognizing that goblin values are different from wizard values. A wizard would see that treasure room and try to cross it, try to conquer it. A goblin knows that true treasure is never obvious, never easy, never taken by force." He nodded at the Heartstone in Harry's hand. "You listened to the stone. You trusted your understanding rather than your assumptions. You passed. How long was I in there?" 47 minutes. The fastest trial completion in 3 centuries. Ragnarok smiled. "Word will spread. The factions who doubted your worthiness will have to reconsider." "And Grimjaw?" His smile faded. "Grimjaw will accelerate his plans. You have proven too competent to ignore." Harry tucked the Heartstone into his pocket alongside the Philosopher's Stone. The two gems nestled together as if they'd been made to fit. "Then I accelerate too," Harry said. "When's the next trial?" "The trial of sacrifice cannot be rushed. It requires contemplation, preparation, understanding of what you truly value." Ragnarok studied Harry's face. "I suggest you take time to consider what you are willing to give up for power. Not what you think you should sacrifice, what will actually cost you." "I'll think about it." "See that you do." Ragnarok turned toward a passage that definitely hadn't been there a moment ago. "Come. You have earned rest, food, and the congratulations of the nation. Tomorrow, we discuss your future, and the enemies who will try to ensure you don't have one." Harry followed him out of the trial chambers, the twin stones pulsing warm and steady against his heart. He had passed the first test. He had taken his first step toward the throne. But as they emerged into the main halls of Gringotts, Harry saw something that made him stop cold. Albus Dumbledore stood at the entrance, flanked by Aurors, his face grave and his eyes burning with barely contained anger. "Harry," the headmaster said. "We need to talk." The confrontation happened in a Gringotts conference room that had been hastily secured by goblin guards. Dumbledore had requested, demanded, a private audience, and Ragnarok had agreed on the condition that the meeting take place on Goblin sovereign territory with Goblin witnesses present. "You cannot keep him here," Dumbledore said. His voice was calm, his manner collected, but Harry could see the tension in his shoulders, the tightness around his eyes. Harry is a student at Hogwarts, a minor under wizarding law, and a ward of the British magical government. He belongs with his guardians. His guardians abused him, Harry said flatly. "And you knew. You left me there anyway." Dumbledore flinched. It was small, barely visible, but Harry caught it. The protections, were they worth it? Harry didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. Were they worth the cupboard under the stairs? Worth the years of being told I was worthless? Worth growing up thinking I was a freak, a mistake, something that should never have been born? "Harry, I never meant." "What did you mean, Professor?" Harry leaned forward. "What was the plan? Keep me weak and desperate so I'd be grateful when I got to Hogwarts. Make sure I had nothing to lose so I'd throw myself into whatever destiny you had planned?" The auras shifted uncomfortably. Even through their professional masks, Harry could see that his words were landing. "The stone," Dumbledore said, changing tactics. "You cannot keep it. It belongs to Nicholas Flamel, and it is far too dangerous for a child. The stone belongs to the Goblin nation." Ragnarok spoke for the first time since the meeting began. His voice was ice. It was forged by our king, stolen by your kind, and has finally returned to its rightful home. Neither you nor Flamel have any claim to it. Flamel created, Flamel found it. Ragnar's eyes glittered. We have records, Dumbledore. Detailed records of how a wizard, adventurer, stumbled into a sealed goblin tomb in the 14th century and emerged with a stone that granted eternal life. Flamel is a thief, and you are his fence. The room went very quiet. Dumbledore's mask slipped for just a moment, showing something beneath, frustration, perhaps, or fear. Then he reassembled his grandfatherly expression and turned back to Harry. Harry, you don't understand what you're involving yourself in. Goblin politics are complex and dangerous. There are forces at play, forces like Voldemort. Harry interrupted. The dark wizard who killed my parents, who apparently isn't as dead as everyone thinks, who you've been preparing me to fight since I was born. He shook his head. I've been watched, tested, and manipulated my entire life. At least the goblins are honest about their motivations. The goblins will use you, and you won't. Harry stood. Professor, I'm grateful for the education Hogwarts has provided. But I'm done being a piece on someone else's board. I'm claiming my birthright, my heritage, and my future. If you want to work with me, I'm willing to talk. But if you try to force me back into a role I never asked for. He let the threat hang unfinished. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. His eyes moved from Harry to Ragnar to the goblin guards to the sealed doors. He was calculating, Harry realized. Weighing options, assessing possibilities. Finally, he spoke. Very well. If this is your choice, I will not force the matter, today. But know this, Harry, the path you have chosen leads to war. War between goblins and wizards, war between ancient powers and modern institutions, war that could destroy everything we have built. He stood, his robes swirling around him. When that war comes, and it will come, remember that I tried to protect you from it. He left without another word. The Aurors followed, looking uncertain, and the conference room doors sealed behind them. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. That went well, he said. That went as expected. Ragnar moved to stand beside Harry. Dumbledore is a chess player. He does not abandon games, he adjusts strategy. He will return with new pieces, new moves, new attempts to reclaim control. Then we'd better be ready for him. We will be. Ragnar placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. But first, you need rest. Real rest, in a real bed, with guards at your door. The trials take more from you than you realize. Harry nodded. The adrenaline of the confrontation was fading, and exhaustion was crashing over him like a wave. He'd been awake for, how long? Nearly 24 hours. Longer. One more thing, he said as Ragnar guided him toward the door. When I claimed the Heartstone, I felt something. The two stones, the Philosopher's Stone and the Heartstone, they resonated together. Like they were meant to be connected. They are. Ragnar's expression was unreadable. The Heartstone is a piece of Ragnar's original forge fire, crystallized and preserved. It responds to the stone because they share the same source. And when you complete the final trial, when you forge your own artifact at Ragnar's forge, they will combine with whatever you create. Combine. The crown of the king is not forged from ordinary materials. It is created from the bearer's essence, amplified by the stone's power, and bound by the Heartstone's fire. The three become one, and the one becomes the symbol of the king's authority. Harry touched his pocket, feeling both stones pulse in harmony. What happens if I fail the final trial? The energies released would likely kill you. At minimum, they would destroy both stones and leave you magically crippled. Ragnar guided Harry through the halls toward a section of Gringotts he hadn't seen before. But that is a concern for another day. Tonight, you sleep. Tomorrow, we plan. And soon, very soon, you face the trial of sacrifice and learn what you are truly willing to give up for a crown. They reached a door carved with protective runes. Ragnar pressed his palm against it, and it swung open to reveal a small but comfortable chamber, a bed, a desk, a chair, and windows that looked out on an underground vista of glowing crystals and distant forge fires. "Rest," Ragnar said. "Recover." "And Harry?" He paused at the door. "Whatever happens next, know that you have already done what no one believed possible. You have claimed the stone, passed the trial of worth, and faced Albus Dumbledore without flinching. The Goblin nation is watching, and what they see, impresses them. Even Grimjaw. Especially Grimjaw." Ragnar's smile was thin and sharp. "Sleep well, Harry Potter. You have made powerful enemies today. But you have also made powerful friends." The door closed, and Harry was alone. He stood at the window for a long moment, looking out at the underground world that might soon be his kingdom. The crystals pulsed with soft light. The forge fires burned in the distance. And somewhere out there, in the deep places beneath the mountains, an army of goblins waited to see if he was worthy of their loyalty. Harry pulled the Philosopher's Stone and the Heartstone from his pocket. He held them in his palm, feeling their warmth, their weight, their potential. "I'm going to do this," he whispered to them. "I'm going to become your king. And then I'm going to build something worth having." The stones pulsed in response, and Harry smiled. He was done being a pawn. It was time to become a player. He set the stones on the desk, collapsed onto the bed without undressing, and was asleep within seconds. Tomorrow, the game would continue. Tomorrow, there would be politics and plots and enemies to face. But tonight, for the first time in his life, Harry Potter slept without nightmares. He was finally, impossibly, exactly where he belonged. In the deep places beneath the mountains, far from Gringotts' polished halls, Grimjaw Ironheart received news of the day's events. The messenger was young, barely a century old, and she trembled as she reported what she had learned. The wizard child. The stone's return. The trial of worth, completed in record time. The confrontation with Dumbledore. Grimjaw listened in silence, his scarred face betraying nothing. When the messenger finished, he dismissed her with a wave and sat alone in his throne of skulls and iron. For 300 years, he had waited. Waited for the prophecy to manifest, for the King of Two Bloods to appear, for his chance to claim the throne by right of conquest. He had built an army. He had forged alliances. He had prepared for every contingency. And now, the moment was here, and it was nothing like he had expected. A child. An 11-year-old wizard with thin blood and thinner experience. That was supposed to be his rival. His enemy. The prophesied king that he would destroy to claim absolute power. Grimjaw laughed, a sound like grinding rocks. Then he stopped laughing and began to think. The boy had passed the trial of worth in 47 minutes. The boy had faced Dumbledore and not broken. The boy had claimed the stone's recognition, which should have been impossible for anyone without pure goblin heritage. Perhaps this enemy was not so simple after all. Grimjaw rose from his throne and walked to a cabinet carved from a single piece of obsidian. Inside, wrapped in silk that had once been the robes of a goblin queen, rested a sword. The blade of Ragnarok. Supposedly destroyed. Actually hidden, preserved, waiting for the moment when it would be needed. Grimjaw lifted the sword and felt its weight, its power, its hunger. It had been forged to kill kings. It had ended Ragnarok's life 1,000 years ago. And it would end this pretender's life soon enough. "Send word to our allies on the surface," Grimjaw said. His voice echoed through the empty chamber. The Syndicate. The old families. Anyone who fears a unified goblin nation. Tell them the pretender has arrived, and offer them a chance to help us destroy him. He smiled, showing teeth filed to points. The King of Two Bloods will learn what it means to challenge Grimjaw Ironheart. And when I'm done with him, there won't be enough left to bury. He raised the sword, and its edge caught the light of distant forge fires, glinting like captured starlight. The war for the Goblin crown had begun. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Blood and Bronze. Harry woke to the sound of hammering. Not the distant, rhythmic hammering of the forge halls, this was closer, sharper, accompanied by voices raised in argument. He sat up in the unfamiliar bed, momentarily disoriented, then remembered where he was. Gringotts. The trial. Dumbledore's confrontation. The stones. His hand flew to the desk where he'd left them. Both were there, the Philosopher's stones deep crimson and the Heartstone's golden-veined red, pulsing gently in the dim light. Harry let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. The hammering continued. Harry swung his legs out of bed and realized he was still wearing yesterday's pajamas, now wrinkled and slightly damp from sleep. He needed clothes. He needed information. He needed to understand what was happening outside his door. As if summoned by the thought, a knock came. "Enter," Harry said, hoping that was the appropriate response. The door swung open to reveal Griphook, dressed in fresh robes and carrying a bundle of cloth. His expression was carefully neutral, but Harry caught something in his eyes, excitement, perhaps, or anticipation. "You're awake. Good." Griphook set the bundle on the desk. "Clothes suitable for a citizen of the Goblin nation. You'll need to look the part today." "What's happening?" "I heard arguing. News of your trial spread faster than expected. Several clan representatives arrived overnight to verify the reports." Griphook's lip curled slightly. "They are currently debating whether to accept the results or demand you repeat the trial under observation." "Can they do that?" "No. But they can argue about it loudly while the rest of us try to work." Griphook gestured at the clothes. "Dress quickly. Director Ragnarok wishes to speak with you before the formal presentation." "Formal presentation?" "You completed the trial of worth. That must be acknowledged publicly, witnessed by representatives of all major clans. It's tradition." Griphook moved toward the door. "Also politics. Ragnarok wants to establish your legitimacy before Grimjaw's faction can poison the narrative." Harry unfolded the clothes as Griphook left. The outfit was unlike anything he'd seen in either the wizard or muggle world, dark fabric that seemed to shift between black and deep green depending on the light, cut in a style that was functional rather than decorative. The shirt had no buttons, instead closing with clever metal clasps that clicked together magnetically. The trousers were fitted but flexible, and the boots were soft leather reinforced with thin metal plates at the toe and heel. There was also a belt with loops for tools and pouches, and a short jacket that fell to Harry's hips, covered in subtle geometric patterns that matched the carvings he'd seen throughout Gringotts. He dressed quickly, tucking both stones into an inner pocket of the jacket where they rested against his chest. The clothes fit perfectly, goblin craftsmanship, he supposed, and when he caught his reflection in the polished metal of the desk lamp, he barely recognized himself. He looked older. Sharper. Like someone who belonged in these underground halls rather than a lost child playing dress-up. Harry squared his shoulders and went to find Ragnarok. The director's office was carved from living rock, its walls covered in tapestries depicting goblin history. Ragnarok sat behind a desk of black iron, surrounded by scrolls and ledgers and a complex apparatus of lenses and mirrors that Harry couldn't identify. "Sit," Ragnarok said without looking up. "We have much to discuss and limited time." Harry took the chair across from him, sized for goblins, which meant it was slightly too small, forcing him to perch awkwardly on its edge. "The trial of worth has been verified," Ragnarok continued, finally meeting Harry's eyes. 3 independent witnesses confirmed your success, and the Heartstone's bond with you is unmistakable. You are officially recognized as a legitimate candidate for the throne. That's good, right? It is necessary. Whether it is good remains to be seen. Ragnarok set down his quill. The formal presentation will occur in 2 hours. Representatives from 14 clans are present, including 3 who are openly allied with Grimjaw. They will challenge you, not physically, not yet, but verbally. They will question your heritage, your motives, your worthiness. You must answer without showing weakness. What kind of questions? The obvious ones first. Why does a wizard want to rule goblins? What do you know of our history, our culture, our values? What gives you the right to claim a throne that has sat empty for 1,000 years? Ragnarok leaned back. Then the harder ones. How will you handle Grimjaw? What will you do about wizard-goblin relations? Do you intend to start a war? Harry considered. What are the right answers? There are no right answers. Only true ones. Ragnarok's eyes glittered. The clans will smell deception instantly. If you try to tell them what they want to hear, you will lose whatever respect you've earned. But if you speak honestly, even if your honesty displeases them, they will remember that you had the courage to be truthful. Even if the truth makes them hate me. Especially then. Ragnarok rose and moved to the tapestries, tracing a battle scene with one gnarled finger. Goblins have been lied to by wizards for centuries. Promises broken, treaties violated, treasures stolen. We have learned to value honesty above almost everything else. A goblin who lies is exiled. A wizard who lies is expected. I'm not like other wizards. Prove it. Ragnarok turned back to face him. When they ask why you want the throne, tell them the truth. When they ask about your heritage, don't pretend to be more goblin than you are. When they ask about your plans, admit what you don't know. He returned to his desk. The clans don't need a perfect king. They need a real one. Harry nodded slowly, absorbing this. What about the trial of sacrifice? Griphook mentioned it needs preparation. We will discuss it after the presentation. But you should begin thinking about what you truly value. Ragnarok's expression softened slightly. The trial will ask you to give up something precious. Not gold or possessions, those are meaningless. Something that costs you personally. Something that changes who you are. Like what? That is what you must discover. Ragnarok returned to his scrolls. Now go. Griphook will show you to the presentation hall. Remember, honesty, courage, and respect. Everything else is details. The presentation hall was magnificent in a way that had nothing to do with gold or gems. It was carved from black basalt, its walls rising to a vaulted ceiling covered in phosphorescent crystals that cast shifting patterns of light across the assembled crowd. The floor was polished to a mirror shine, reflecting the hundreds of goblins who stood in ranked groups, each cluster wearing colors and symbols that marked their clan allegiance. At the far end of the hall, on a raised platform, sat 3 empty thrones. The center throne was larger than the others, wrapped in the same silver chains Harry had seen in the sealed chamber. The throne of the king. Harry walked down the central aisle with Griphook at his side, acutely aware of every eye following his progress. The silence was oppressive, broken only by his footsteps on the stone floor. He climbed the steps to the platform and turned to face the assembly. For a long moment, no one moved. Then a goblin stepped forward from one of the front clusters, old, scarred, wearing armor that looked like it had seen actual battle. I am Blood Axe of the Iron Ridge clan, he announced. I witnessed the trial. The wizard boy completed it fairly, and the Heartstone accepted him. This I confirm. 2 more goblins stepped forward and gave similar confirmation. Harry recognized the formal ritual from his reading in the gallery, 3 witnesses, 3 confirmations, establishing undeniable truth. Then the questions began. Why do you seek our throne, wizard? This from a female goblin in purple robes, her voice sharp with suspicion. What do goblins have that you want? Harry remembered Ragnarok's advice. Honesty. Truth. No matter how uncomfortable. I want to belong somewhere, he said. I've spent my whole life being told I was worthless, then being told I was special, but never being asked what I wanted. The Dursleys treated me like a servant. Dumbledore treats me like a chess piece. But when I came to Gringotts, when I learned about my heritage, when I took the trial, I felt something I've never felt before." He paused, searching for the right words. "I felt like I might actually have a place in the world. Not because someone decided to put me there, but because I chose it myself." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Harry couldn't tell if they were approving or dismissive. "You speak of heritage," another goblin called out. "Yet your blood is thin, so thin it barely registers. How can you claim to be one of us when you are barely a fraction goblin?" "I can't change my blood," Harry said. "I can't make myself more goblin than I am. But the stone recognized me. The Heartstone bonded with me. The trial accepted me. Whatever I am, it's enough for the magic that governs your throne." He met the challenger's eyes. "If that's not enough for you, I understand. But I won't apologize for what I was born." More murmurs. A few goblins nodded. Others scowled. "What of Grimjaw?" This question came from a goblin who stood apart from the main clusters, wearing no clan colors. "He has claimed the right of conquest. He says he will kill any pretender who tries for the throne. What will you do when he comes for you?" Harry had thought about this. Had lain awake last night, in the moments before sleep claimed him, considering what it meant to have a 300-year-old warrior declaring his intention to end Harry's life. "I don't want to fight him," Harry said honestly. "I've read about the Deep Delver clan, about their history, about what Grimjaw believes. He's not evil, he's a patriot who thinks the only way to save the Goblin nation is through war and conquest. He's wrong, but I understand why he believes what he believes." Harry paused. "If I can find a way to work with him, to show him there's another path, I will. But if he forces a fight..." He let his hand rest on his chest, over the pocket where the stones lay. "I won't run. And I won't lose." Silence. The kind of silence that felt like held breath. Then, from the back of the hall, someone started to clap. It was slow at first, a single pair of hands, the sound echoing in the vast space. Then another joined. And another. Within moments, half the assembly was applauding, while the other half stood in stony silence. Harry had expected unanimous opposition or unanimous support. This divided response was somehow more frightening. "The presentation is complete," Ragnarok announced, stepping forward from where he'd been watching in the shadows. "Harry Potter has been formally recognized as a candidate for the throne of the Goblin nation. The trial of sacrifice will proceed when the candidate declares readiness." The assembly began to disperse, goblins clustering into small groups to argue and debate. Harry stepped down from the platform, his legs shaking slightly with released tension. Griphook appeared at his side. "That went better than expected." Half of them didn't clap. Half of them did. "After a single trial and a 5-minute speech, you've secured the tentative support of nearly half the major clans." Griphook guided Harry toward a side exit. Grimjaw himself couldn't have done better at his first presentation. "How do you know? Were you there?" "I read the histories." Griphook's expression flickered, something complicated, quickly suppressed. Grimjaw's first presentation was 3 centuries ago. He had been training for the trials since childhood, with the full support of the Deep Delver clan. He knew every tradition, every expectation, every political nuance. He glanced at Harry. "You walked in wearing pajamas and winging it. And you matched him." Harry didn't know what to say to that. He let Griphook lead him through corridors that were becoming familiar, processing the morning's events. "The trial of sacrifice," he said eventually. "What do I need to know?" "More than I can tell you in a hallway." Griphook stopped at a door Harry hadn't seen before, carved with symbols that seemed to writhe when he looked directly at them. "But it begins with the blood rite. You need to understand what you are before you can understand what you might give up." "The blood rite?" "A ritual that will confirm and amplify your goblin heritage. It's intense. Griphook's hand hesitated on the door handle. Director Ragnarok is waiting inside. He'll explain. Harry took a breath. Open it. The chamber beyond the door was small, circular, and dominated by a stone basin filled with liquid that glowed faintly silver. Ragnarok stood beside it, along with two other goblins Harry didn't recognize, one ancient, bent nearly double with age, the other young and sharp-featured, wearing robes covered in mathematical notations. The blood rite, Ragnarok said without preamble. It's not required for the trials, but it will help you understand what you're dealing with. Harry approached the basin cautiously. The liquid inside wasn't water, it was too thick, too luminous, and it seemed to move with purpose rather than simply responding to air currents. What does it do? Your goblin heritage is diluted, several generations removed from the original union. The magic is there, but it's dormant, barely accessible. Ragnarok gestured at the basin. This will awaken it. Amplify it. Make you more than you currently are. Will it make me different? Physically? Perhaps slightly. Your senses will sharpen. Your understanding of value and worth will deepen. Your connection to goblin-forged artifacts will strengthen. Ragnarok paused. But the change is mostly internal. The stone has already begun the process, the blood rite will complete it. Harry thought about his reflection in the desk lamp that morning. How different he'd already looked. What's the risk? The ancient goblin spoke for the first time, her voice like rustling paper. The blood rite kills approximately 1 in 20 who attempt it. Your heritage is thin, your body is wizard-formed, and the magic will have to work harder to find purchase. The odds are less favorable. How much less? 1 in 8. Perhaps 1 in 10, with the stone's protection. The old goblin's eyes glittered. But if you survive, you will be more than you were. More than wizard, more than goblin. Something new. Harry looked at Ragnarok. You want me to do this? I want you to choose to do this. Ragnarok's voice was carefully neutral. The trials can be completed without the blood rite, others have done so. But they were purebloods with full access to their heritage. You would be fighting with one hand tied behind your back. And if I take the risk and survive? Then you become a true hybrid. The first in living memory. A bridge between our peoples, if you choose to use it that way. Ragnarok stepped closer to the basin. This is not like the trials, Harry. I cannot advise you. This must be your choice, freely made, with full understanding of the consequences. Harry looked at the basin. At the silver liquid that seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat. At the 3 goblins watching him with expressions that ranged from curiosity to hope to clinical detachment. He thought about the Dursleys. About Dumbledore. About a lifetime of being shaped by others' decisions, others' plans, others' expectations. He thought about what it would mean to choose his own transformation. To become something new, something different, something that was entirely his own creation. I'll do it, he said. The ancient goblin nodded, as if she'd expected nothing else. Remove your jacket and shirt. The ritual requires skin contact with the liquid. You will submerge completely and remain under until the transformation is complete or, until it becomes clear that it will not be. Harry stripped off his jacket, carefully transferring the stones to his trouser pocket. His shirt followed. The chamber's air was cool against his skin, raising goosebumps along his arms. The stones, the young goblin said, speaking for the first time, his voice precise and clinical. They should be in direct contact with your skin during the ritual. Their resonance will anchor you. Harry retrieved the stones and held them in his left hand. Their warmth spread through his palm, up his arm, into his chest. He stepped up to the basin's edge. The silver liquid was at chest height, and up close he could see patterns moving within it, spirals and geometric shapes that hurt to look at directly. When you're ready, Ragnarok said. There's no taking this back once it begins. Harry thought about fear. About the cupboard under the stairs, and the bars on his window, and the 100 small cruelties of a childhood spent unwanted. He'd survived all of that without magic, without help, without hope. This was just one more thing to survive. He stepped into the basin. The liquid was cold. Not cold like water, cold like void, like absence, like the space between stars. It wrapped around Harry's legs and rose up his body as he waded deeper, and every inch of skin it touched went numb, then burning, then something else entirely. Harry took a breath and submerged. The world disappeared. There was no basin, no chamber, no goblins watching. There was only silver light and cold fire and a voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Who are you?" Harry tried to answer, but he had no mouth, no voice. He existed as pure consciousness, floating in an endless void. "Who are you?" The question tore through him like lightning. He felt himself fragmenting, splitting into pieces, the boy who lived, the Dursley's unwanted burden, Dumbledore's chess piece, the frightened child, the determined survivor. "You are all of these," the voice said. "And none of them. You are potential unformed. Purpose unbound." Images flooded his mind. A woman with red hair, screaming as green light filled a nursery. A man with glasses just like his, standing defiant before a dark figure. A flash of killing curse, a mother's sacrifice, a scar that would never fade. This is what made you. Pain and love and death. More images. A cupboard door slamming shut. Dudley's fists. Petunia's sneers. Vernon's belt. This is what shaped you. Cruelty and survival and silence. A letter in emerald ink. A giant with a pink umbrella. A castle that felt like the home he'd never had. This is what changed you. Magic and hope and belonging. And then, newer images. The stone pulsing in his palm. Ragnarok's ancient eyes. The Heartstone's golden veins. The throne wrapped in chains. This is what calls you. Power and purpose and transformation. The voice grew louder, more insistent. "What do you want?" Harry gathered the fragments of himself, pulled them together through sheer will. He formed a mouth, shaped words from thought. "I want to choose," he said. "I want to build something that's mine. I want to matter, not because of prophecy or fame or someone else's plans, but because I made myself matter." The silver void pulsed. "And what will you pay for this choice?" Harry thought about the question. Really thought, in a way he never had before. What was the price of freedom? Of agency? Of becoming something new? "Everything," he said. "If I have to. But I'd rather build than destroy. I'd rather give than take. I'd rather become something good than something powerful." Silence. Endless, echoing silence. Then the voice laughed, not cruelly, but with something that sounded like joy. "Finally," it said. "Finally, one who understands." Fire exploded through Harry's veins. Not metaphorical fire, actual fire, burning through his blood, rewriting his cells, transforming him from the inside out. He screamed without lungs, thrashed without limbs, existed as pure agony for what felt like hours. The goblin blood in his heritage awoke. Dormant for generations, suppressed by wizard magic, it surged forward now and met the flames. Old instincts surfaced, an understanding of metal and stone, of value and worth, of the deep places where treasure slept. His senses sharpened until he could feel the weight of gold through solid rock, taste the age of silver in the air, hear the singing of forged steel from miles away. The stone and the Heartstone blazed against his palm, amplifying the transformation, anchoring his identity even as everything else changed. He held on to them like lifelines, letting their familiar warmth guide him through the chaos. And then, suddenly, shockingly, it was over. Harry opened his eyes. He was standing in the basin, silver liquid dripping from his skin, the three goblins staring at him with expressions ranging from shock to awe. The liquid around him had turned from silver to gold, steaming gently where it touched his skin. Impossible, the ancient goblin breathed. The liquid only changes for true royalty. For those with direct lineage to Ragnarok himself. Harry looked down at his hands. They were the same shape, the same size, but the skin seemed different. Denser, somehow. More real. He could feel the metal in his belt clasps, could sense the gold threads woven through the tapestries on distant walls, could taste the iron in the blood of every goblin in the room. What happened? His voice was different too, deeper, with a resonance that hadn't been there before. The blood right doesn't just awaken heritage, Ragnarok said slowly. It reveals it. The depth of transformation depends on the strength of the bloodline. He gestured at the golden liquid surrounding Harry. Your heritage isn't thin. It's hidden. Suppressed, somehow. The blood right unlocked what was always there. That's not possible. The young goblin, the one with mathematical robes, had pulled out a crystal lens and was examining Harry through it. His genealogy was verified. For generations minimum from any goblin ancestor. Verified through wizard records, Ragnarok said grimly. Records that could have been falsified. Memories that could have been modified. Harry stepped out of the basin, liquid gold sliding off him like water. His clothes had been destroyed by the transformation, but one of the attendants hurried forward with a robe. You're saying someone hid my heritage on purpose? I'm saying the evidence suggests it. Ragnarok's eyes were dark with implications Harry didn't fully understand. The question is who, and why? Dumbledore. The name came out flat, certain. He knew. He must have. He's known everything about me since before I was born. Perhaps. Or perhaps whoever placed you with the Dursleys wanted to ensure no one discovered the truth. The Potter family has always been respected in the wizarding world, respectable enough that questions about heritage would be considered impolite. Ragnarok shook his head. We need more information. But later. Right now, you need to recover from the transformation and prepare for what comes next. Harry pulled the robe tight around himself, feeling the weight of the stones in his pocket. His mind was racing, connecting threads he hadn't seen before. His grandmother. The hidden heritage. The way the Potters were old blood, but no one talked about exactly how old. The fact that Harry's father had been particularly gifted with certain magics, transformation, metalwork, the creation of magical items. The map, Harry said suddenly. The Marauder's map. My father helped create it. That kind of enchantment work, it's closer to goblin crafting than normal wizard magic, isn't it? Ragnarok went very still. You know about the map. I've seen it. Used it. It shows every person in Hogwarts, tracks them in real time, reveals secret passages that even the castle's magic doesn't know about. Harry met Ragnarok's eyes. It's incredible work. The twins who gave it to me said it was made by students, but I never really believed that. Because it shouldn't be possible. Not for wizard students, no matter how talented. Ragnarok's voice was barely a whisper. Harry, if your father created something like that, if he had the ability to work metal and magic the way goblins do. Then my heritage isn't 4 generations removed, Harry finished. It's one. My father. Or maybe both my parents, if my mother. Lily Evans. The ancient goblin spoke the name like a revelation. Of course. An apparent muggle-born with extraordinary talent for enchantment work. No known magical heritage, supposedly, but what if? What if she was like me? Harry's mind was spinning. Hidden heritage, suppressed bloodline, placed with muggles to hide what she really was? The chamber was silent. The implications were enormous, not just for Harry, but for the entire understanding of wizard-goblin relations. This changes everything, Ragnarok said finally. If true, you aren't a distant descendant with thin blood. You're the child of two hidden heirs, each carrying suppressed goblin lineage. The blood rite didn't awaken dormant heritage, it restored what had been deliberately concealed. Harry touched the stones in his pocket. They pulsed warm and approving, as if confirming Ragnar's theory. Who would do that, he asked. Who could do that? Someone with power over bloodlines and memory. Someone with a vested interest in keeping the goblin bloodline hidden within wizard society. Ragnar's expression was grim. Someone who wanted to control any potential heirs without them knowing what they truly were. The answer was obvious. Had been obvious since Harry first set foot in Gringotts. Dumbledore, he said again. He did this. All of it. He made sure my parents didn't know what they were, made sure I didn't know, kept me ignorant and controllable. The anger was building now, hot and righteous and fueled by the new fire in his blood. He's been breeding weapons. Hiding goblin blood in wizard families, letting it accumulate, waiting for the right combination to appear. And when I was born, when I survived the killing curse, he put me with the Dursleys to keep me weak and dependent. We don't know that for certain, Ragnar cautioned. Not yet. But the possibility. I need proof. Harry's voice was hard. I need to know the truth, about my parents, about Dumbledore, about everything that's been hidden from me. Then you'll need access to records that Gringotts doesn't have. Wizard genealogies, ministry archives, possibly even private collections. Ragnar paused. And you'll need to be careful. If Dumbledore truly did orchestrate this, he'll be watching for signs that you've discovered his plan. He already knows I'm here. He already knows I've claimed the stone and passed the first trial. Harry smiled, and it wasn't a pleasant expression. Let him watch. Let him wonder what I'm learning, what I'm becoming. By the time he realizes how much danger he's in, it'll be too late. Ragnar studied Harry for a long moment. The young wizard's face had changed subtly during the transformation, sharper features, more pronounced cheekbones, eyes that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. He looked less like a human child and more like something ancient and powerful wearing human form. The trial of sacrifice, Ragnar said finally. You said you would give everything, if you had to. Do you still mean that? Yes. Then consider this, the trial asks you to give up something that costs you personally. Something that changes who you are. Ragnar's eyes glittered. Perhaps the sacrifice isn't about losing something precious. Perhaps it's about giving up something that's been holding you back. Harry frowned. Like what? Like anonymity. Like the ability to walk away. Like the chance to ever be just Harry again. Ragnar moved toward the door. The blood rite changed your body. The trial of sacrifice will change your soul. Make sure you're ready for both. He left. The ancient goblin and the young mathematician followed, leaving Harry alone in the chamber. Harry looked down at his hands again. They seemed to shimmer slightly, as if gold dust had been embedded beneath his skin. When he clenched his fists, he felt strength he hadn't possessed before, not just physical strength, but something deeper. A certainty that hadn't existed when he woke up this morning. He was changing. Becoming something new, something powerful, something that frightened him and exhilarated him in equal measure. And somewhere out there, Dumbledore was watching. Grimjaw was planning. The entire magical world was about to discover that the boy who lived had become something far more dangerous than anyone had imagined. Harry smiled. Let them come. 3 hours later, clean and dressed in fresh goblin-made clothes, Harry sat in Ragnar's office reviewing documents that should have been impossible to obtain. These are the Potter family records, Ragnar explained, spreading yellowed parchment across his desk. The complete genealogy, going back 15 generations. Notice anything interesting? Harry scanned the documents. Names and dates and marriages, stretching back centuries. Normal enough at first glance, old wizarding family, respectable lineage, nothing remarkable. Then he saw it. There are gaps, he said. Every 3 or 4 generations, the mother's heritage is listed as unknown or Muggle-born. But that's not possible. Pureblood families wouldn't marry Muggleborns without documentation. Exactly. And look at the timing. Ragnarok pointed to several entries. Each gap occurs roughly a century apart. And each time, the Potter heir develops unusual talents, skill with metals, ability to create lasting enchantments, affinity for underground spaces. The heritage isn't hidden. It's being refreshed. Harry's mind raced. Someone keeps introducing goblin blood into the Potter line, then hiding it, letting it blend in until the next refresh. A breeding program that spans centuries. Ragnarok's voice was grim. But who could maintain such a project? Who lives long enough, has enough power, enough resources? Flamel. The name clicked into place. Nicholas Flamel has lived for over 600 years, thanks to the stone. He had access to both wizard and goblin society. And he knew my parents. Dumbledore mentioned they were friends. The stone that you now possess. The stone that Flamel claimed to have created, but which was actually forged by Ragnarok himself. Ragnarok nodded slowly. It fits. Flamel uses the stone to extend his life, uses his connections to manipulate bloodlines, works with Dumbledore to identify and control any heirs that emerge. But why? What's the endgame? That, I cannot answer. Ragnarok gathered the documents. But consider, the prophecy speaks of a king of 2 bloods who will unite the goblin nation. If Flamel has been manipulating bloodlines to produce such an heir, he must want that unification to happen, but under his control. Control through Dumbledore. Through keeping the heir ignorant and dependent. Harry felt sick. My whole life has been a setup. Even my parents' deaths were perhaps not as random as they appeared. Ragnarok's voice was gentle now. I'm sorry, Harry. This is not what anyone should discover about their family. Harry stood and walked to the window, looking out at the underground city. His city, potentially. His people. His birthright. It doesn't matter, he said quietly. None of it matters, the manipulation, the lies, the centuries of scheming. Do you know why? Tell me. Harry turned to face Ragnarok. Because they made a mistake. Flamel and Dumbledore, they created me to be their puppet. But they forgot one thing. What's that? Puppets don't have free will. Harry's eyes blazed with golden light. I do. And I choose to break every string they've attached to me, tear down every plan they've built, and become something they never imagined. Ragnarok smiled, a rare, genuine expression that transformed his ancient face. The blood right didn't just awaken your heritage, Harry Potter. It awakened your destiny. Then let's get started. Harry moved back to the desk. The trial of sacrifice. What do I need to do? The trial chamber was different from the first. Where the trial of worth had featured darkness and treasure and cunning navigation, the trial of sacrifice was stark and bare. A single room, perfectly circular, with walls of smooth black stone. In the center stood a mirror, not the mirror of Erist, but something older, its frame carved from bone and its surface rippling like disturbed water. Harry stood before it, alone. Ragnarok had explained that no witnesses were permitted for this trial. What happened here was between the candidate and the magic. The trial will show you possible futures, Ragnarok had said. Lives you could live, paths you could take. You must choose to give up one of those futures forever, not because it's worthless, but because you value something else more. Harry stared at his reflection. It looked back at him with eyes that seemed to know more than he did. Show me, he said. The mirror rippled. He was 17, standing on the Hogwarts lawn on a summer evening. Friends surrounded him, Ron and Hermione, Neville and Luna, Dean and Seamus. They were laughing about something, celebrating the end of exams, planning a trip together. He was normal. Just Harry, the wizard who defeated Voldemort through luck and friendship and Dumbledore's guidance. No crown, no throne, no transformation. The cupboard under the stairs was a distant memory, and the future stretched ahead bright and ordinary. Marriage to Ginny Weasley. Children with her hair and his eyes. A ministry job, comfortable and respectable. Sunday dinners at the Burrow. Growing old surrounded by family. A good life. A happy life. A life without power or destiny or the weight of a kingdom on his shoulders. Harry gasped as the vision faded. It had felt so real, the warmth of friendship, the security of belonging, the simple joy of being unremarkable. But even as he ached for that future, he knew he couldn't have it. That Harry, the one who grew up loved and supported, who had Dumbledore's guidance and Hogwarts protection, that Harry had never existed. The moment Harry claimed the stone and stepped through Gringotts' doors, he'd killed that possibility. The mirror rippled again. He was 25, standing in a palace that blended goblin and wizard architecture. Servants moved through the halls, both goblin and human, and the crest on every banner showed a crown crossed with a wand. Emperor. That was his title now. Emperor of a unified magical nation that spanned continents. He had conquered the wizarding ministries, brought the goblins to dominance, reshaped the magical world according to his vision. But the throne room was empty of friends. Advisors surrounded him, yes, and soldiers guarded every door. But there was no one who looked at him with love. No one who remembered the boy he'd been before power consumed him. His hands were stained with blood, metaphorically, but the stain felt real. He had killed to build this empire. Killed enemies, killed rivals, killed friends who questioned his choices. He was powerful beyond measure and utterly alone. Harry pulled back from that vision with revulsion. That future was possible too, he could feel the truth of it. The power in his blood, properly wielded, could conquer everything. But what would be left of him at the end? The mirror rippled a third time. He was 13, standing in a small house in a village he didn't recognize. No crown, no power, no destiny. The blood rite had never happened, he'd refused it, fled Gringotts, disappeared into the Muggle world. He lived under a false name, worked ordinary jobs, pretended the magical world didn't exist. The stone sat in a locked box under his bed, unused and slowly forgetting why it had chosen him. He was safe. Anonymous. Forgotten by both the wizards who'd manipulated him and the goblins who'd wanted him to rule. No one hunted him, no one needed him, no one expected anything from him. But late at night, he dreamed of crowns and forges, of golden liquid and ancient thrones. He woke with tears on his face and an ache in his chest that never faded. He had escaped his destiny, but his destiny hadn't escaped him. It haunted him like a ghost, whispering of what he could have been. 3 futures. 3 paths. 3 versions of himself, each with costs and benefits, each representing something he could have. The mirror's surface went still, showing only his reflection again. Harry understood now what the trial required. He had to choose which future to sacrifice. To give it up not because it was worthless, but because he valued something else more. The sacrifice had to be real, had to cost him something true, or the magic wouldn't accept it. The ordinary life was already gone. He'd killed that possibility himself when he claimed the stone. But did he still want it? Was there a part of him that mourned the death of that simple, happy Harry? Yes. There was. And that was why it could be his sacrifice. The life of conquest was terrifying but seductive. He could feel the pull of it, the certainty that he could win, that he could reshape the world, that power was there for the taking. Did he want that future? Would giving it up truly cost him something? Yes. The hunger was there, fed by the fire in his blood and the weight of the stones in his pocket. He wanted to conquer. And that was why he had to give it up. The life of escape was the most painful to contemplate. Anonymity. Safety. Freedom from expectation. Hadn't that been what he'd wanted all along? Hadn't he come to Gringotts seeking escape from manipulation? Yes. But escape wasn't the same as freedom. Running from destiny was still letting destiny control you. True freedom meant choosing your path, not fleeing from all paths. Harry stepped closer to the mirror. His reflection watched him with knowing eyes. "I sacrifice the future of empire," he said. "The path of conquest and domination. I give it up freely, understanding that I'm surrendering power that could be mine." The mirror pulsed. The vision of Emperor Harry flickered and faded, dissolving into golden mist that was absorbed into the mirror's surface. It wasn't enough. Harry could feel the trial waiting, demanding more. "I sacrificed the future of anonymity," he continued. "The chance to disappear, to be forgotten, to escape. I give it up freely, accepting that my name and nature will be known to all." Another pulse. Another dissolution. The vision of hidden Harry vanished, and with it went something in Harry's chest, a weight he hadn't known he was carrying. Still not enough. The trial wanted something deeper. Harry closed his eyes and reached for the last sacrifice. The hardest one. "I sacrificed the ordinary life," he whispered. "The friends and family and simple happiness that could have been mine if I'd never learned the truth. I give it up freely, knowing that I'm choosing a harder path because I believe it leads somewhere better." The mirror blazed with light. Harry felt something tear loose from his soul, not painfully, but irrevocably. A door closing forever. A possibility dying. When he opened his eyes, the mirror showed him something new. He was standing in a great hall filled with goblins and wizards together. Not as conqueror, not as fugitive, but as something else. A bridge. A unifier. Someone who had chosen the hard path not for power but for purpose. The crown on his head was simple, dark metal worked with gold, nothing ostentatious. The throne he sat upon was shared with another figure, a goblin whose face was scarred but whose eyes held respect rather than hatred. He was not emperor. He was king, and more importantly, he was good. Good at his job, good to his people, good in the ways that mattered. Not perfect, never that, but striving always to be better. And beside his throne stood people who loved him. Not servants or subjects, but friends and family who had chosen to walk this path with him. A fierce goblin woman with silver in her hair. A human wizard who had once been his enemy. A council of advisors who challenged him and supported him in equal measure. The future wasn't easy. But it was his. Chosen freely, built deliberately, earned through sacrifice and determination. The vision faded, but its warmth remained. Harry understood now what the trial had truly tested. Not his willingness to give things up, but his ability to choose. The sacrifice wasn't about loss, it was about commitment. By giving up the futures of conquest and escape and ordinary happiness, he had committed irrevocably to the path of unity and purpose. He had become someone who could no longer turn back. The mirror's surface cleared, revealing simple glass that reflected only Harry's face. The trial was complete. Harry reached out and touched the mirror's frame. It crumbled to dust, leaving behind a single object that fell into his palm, a ring of dark metal, sized perfectly for his finger, warm with ancient magic. The ring of sacrifice. He remembered seeing it in a gallery, one of Ragnar's minor artifacts, given to those who completed the second trial. It was nothing compared to the stone or the crown, but it marked him as someone who had paid the price of kingship. Harry slipped it onto his left hand. It fit like it had been made for him. Which, he supposed, it had been. The chamber door opened to reveal Griphook waiting outside, his expression carefully neutral but his eyes betraying excitement. "You succeeded," he said. "It wasn't a question. I survived." Harry stepped past him into the corridor. "There's a difference. In my experience, not much of one." Griphook fell into step beside him. "The clan representatives are waiting. Word of your second trial has spread, they want to see the ring for themselves." Harry held up his left hand. The ring of sacrifice caught the corridor's dim light and seemed to glow faintly from within. They'll see it. But first, I need to speak with Ragnarok. There are things I've learned, about my heritage, about Dumbledore, about what's really been happening, that change everything. Griphook's eyes narrowed. What kind of things? The kind that could start a war. Or prevent one. Harry met Griphook's gaze. I know what you are, Griphook. I know you've been reporting on me to someone, probably multiple someones. I know you're playing every side because that's how you survive. Griphook went very still. I never claimed otherwise. No, you didn't. That's why I'm telling you this instead of having you arrested. Harry stopped walking and turned to face the goblin fully. I'm going to need allies. Real allies, not just supporters who'll abandon me when things get difficult. The trials are testing whether I'm worthy of the throne, but they're not testing whether I can actually rule. And you think I could be such an ally? I think you're smart enough to see which way the wind is blowing. The old order, Dumbledore, Flammel, the wizarding establishment, they're losing control. Something new is coming, whether they want it or not. Harry held out his hand. You can keep playing all sides until someone eventually catches you. Or you can pick a side now, while it still means something. Griphook stared at Harry's offered hand for a long moment. Behind his careful mask, calculations were clearly running, risks and benefits, probabilities and outcomes. What would you require of me? He asked finally. Loyalty. Real loyalty, not the conditional kind you've been offering. In exchange, I'll give you power, real power, the ability to shape the future of the Goblin Nation, not just profit from it. And if the old order wins? If Dumbledore or Grimjaw manages to stop you? Then we both lose. But at least we'll have tried to build something worth having. Harry kept his hand extended. What do you say, Griphook? Ready to stop surviving and start living? Another long pause. Then, slowly, Griphook reached out and clasped Harry's hand. I say you're either the wisest candidate I've ever seen or the most foolish. Griphook's grip was firm. Either way, it should be interesting to watch. That's all I ask. Harry released his hand. Now take me to Ragnarok. We have a conspiracy to unravel and a war to prevent. They walked together through the corridors of Gringotts, past goblins who bowed or nodded or simply stared. The ring of sacrifice gleamed on Harry's hand. The stones pulsed warm against his chest. And somewhere in the depths of his transformed soul, something new was taking shape. Not the conqueror he could have been. Not the fugitive he might have become. Something better. Something harder. Something that scared him and thrilled him in equal measure. Something like a king. Ragnarok's office was crowded when they arrived. The director sat behind his desk as usual, but flanking him were two goblins Harry didn't recognize, one massive and scarred, the other thin and elderly, both watching Harry with expressions of intense scrutiny. War Council, Griphook murmured. The scarred one is Gut Ripper, commander of the Gringotts Guard. The elder is Whisper Stone, head of intelligence. They're not supposed to meet with candidates before the final trial. Then why are they here? Because everything changed when you completed the trial of sacrifice. Ragnarok's voice cut across the room. The ring marks you as committed, Harry. Committed to the path of kingship in a way that cannot be undone. The council felt it necessary to accelerate certain discussions. Harry approached the desk, aware of Gut Ripper and Whisper Stone tracking his every movement. What kind of discussions? The kind involving armies. Gut Ripper's voice was deep and harsh, like stone grinding against stone. Grimjaw has moved. His forces left the Deep Delves last night. They're heading for the surface. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. He's coming here. Not directly. He's smart enough to know a direct assault on Gringotts would fail. Whisperstone's voice was soft, almost gentle, but there was steel beneath it. Instead, he's positioning himself to intercept you. The final trial requires you to reach the Forge of Kings, which lies in neutral territory between Gringotts and the Deep Delves. Grimjaw intends to catch you in the open. Then I won't go through open territory. There must be other routes. There are. But they all have drawbacks. Ragnarok spread a map across his desk, a three-dimensional representation of the underground world that Harry had never imagined existed. Tunnels and caverns and cities spread across it, some glowing with activity, others dark and forbidding. The fastest route takes you through Grimjaw's claimed territories. The safest route adds weeks to your journey and requires passing through areas controlled by neutral clans who may or may not be friendly. What about wizard transportation? Apparition, port keys. Blocked. The Forge of Kings is protected by ancient magic that prevents any form of magical transport within 100 miles. You must approach on foot or not at all. Ragnarok's expression was grim. Grimjaw knows this. He's been preparing for this moment for centuries. Harry studied the map, letting his enhanced senses absorb its details. The new awareness granted by the blood rite was still strange. He could feel the weight of metal in the tunnels, the age of stone in the caverns, the flow of underground rivers carving through rock. These neutral clans, he said, pointing to a cluster of settlements along the safer route. What do they want? Stability, mostly. They've survived by staying out of the conflict between Gringotts and the Deep Delvers. Whisperstone adjusted his spectacles. Some of them remember the old prophecy. Some of them have even hoped for a king of two bloods, though they've never said so publicly. Then maybe I can convince them to help. Or at least to let me pass without interference. That would require diplomatic missions, negotiations, concessions. Guttripper's tone suggested he considered diplomacy a waste of time. We don't have weeks to spend on politics. Every day you delay, Grimjaw grows stronger and more prepared. Then we don't spend weeks. We spend days, whatever it takes to secure passage. Harry looked at each of them in turn. Grimjaw's entire strategy depends on me acting like a typical claimant, rushing toward the trial, trusting in strength alone. If I take my time, build alliances, show the neutral clans that I'm not like the kings who came before. Then you change the game. Ragnarok nodded slowly. It's risky. Grimjaw won't sit idle while you gather support. He may attack the neutral clans directly, forcing them to choose sides. Which is exactly what I'm counting on. Harry smiled, and it wasn't entirely pleasant. The neutral clans are neutral because they don't trust either side. But if Grimjaw attacks them, if he proves that neutrality won't protect them, they'll have to choose. And between a warmonger who destroys anyone in his path and a candidate who tried to negotiate in good faith, they'll choose you. Whisperstone's eyes glittered with something like respect. It's a gambler's strategy. If it works, you arrive at the forge with an army at your back. If it fails, you're caught between hostile forces with nowhere to run. Then I'd better make sure it works. Harry straightened. I'll need envoys, goblins who can speak on my behalf while I travel. I'll need information about each neutral clan, their leaders, their grievances, their hopes. And I'll need protection on the road, but not too much. I can't look like I'm afraid of Grimjaw. You should be afraid of Grimjaw, Guttripper said bluntly. He's killed more beings than you've met in your life. He's fought in wars that shaped the underground world. He's been preparing for this confrontation since before your grandparents were born. I know. Harry met Guttripper's eyes. And that's exactly why I'm going to beat him. Because he's been preparing for a traditional enemy, a goblin claimant who thinks like a goblin, fights like a goblin, values what goblins value. He doesn't know how to fight someone like me. And what are you, exactly? Harry thought about the question. About the blood rite and the trials and the transformations that were still reshaping him from the inside out. Something new, he said finally. Something that's never existed before. And by the time Grimjaw figures out how to fight me, it'll be too late. Gutripper stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, a smile spread across his scarred face. "I think I'm going to enjoy watching you work, young king." He turned to Ragnarok. "I'll assign Silverthorn to his personal guard. She's the best warrior we have who isn't already committed to other duties." "Silverthorn?" Harry asked. "A warrior of the Silverstone clan. Young for her rank, but exceptionally skilled. She'll keep you alive on the road, assuming you don't do anything too stupid." "She sounds perfect." Harry turned back to the map. "Now, let's talk about these neutral clans. Starting with the closest one to our path." The planning session lasted for hours. By the time it ended, Harry had a rough outline of a strategy: travel the safer route, but move faster than expected. Send envoys ahead to the neutral clans. Make contact with their leaders. Offer terms, respect, recognition, alliance, that Grimjaw would never offer. And if Grimjaw attacked the neutral clans in response, well, then Harry would be there to defend them. It was a dangerous plan. A desperate plan. The kind of plan that could get everyone killed if a single element went wrong. It was also the only plan that had any chance of working. Harry left Ragnarok's office as the underground city's artificial lights began to dim, simulating nightfall. Griphook walked beside him, already composing mental lists of tasks to accomplish. "You'll need to rest before the journey," Griphook said. "The blood rite is still settling in your system, and the trial of sacrifice took more out of you than you realize." "I know." Harry could feel the exhaustion now, pressing against his consciousness like a weight. "But tomorrow, we move. Whatever happens next, I'm done waiting for destiny to come to me. Destiny has a way of arriving whether you're ready or not. Then I'd better get ready fast." Harry paused at the door to his chambers. "Griphook. Thank you. For choosing a side. Thank me if we survive." But there was something in Griphook's voice that hadn't been there before, something that sounded almost like hope. "Sleep well, Harry Potter. Tomorrow, we change the world." Harry entered his chambers and closed the door behind him. The room was dark, lit only by the phosphorescent crystals embedded in the walls, and silent except for the distant sound of forges that never stopped working. He sat on the edge of his bed and looked at the ring of sacrifice on his left hand. It glowed faintly in the darkness, a reminder of what he'd given up and what he'd committed to. No more ordinary life. No more escape. No more conquest without conscience. Just the hard path. The right path. The path that might destroy him or might save everyone. Harry lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. Tomorrow, the real work would begin. But tonight, just for a few hours, he would rest. Far from Gringotts, in the deep places where the dark was absolute and the stone pressed close, Grimjaw Ironheart received word of the day's events. His scout, a young goblin with excellent hearing and no fear of the surface, reported everything. The blood rites transformation, more dramatic than anyone expected. The trial of sacrifice, completed in record time. The War Council's meeting, and the strategy that had emerged from it. Grimjaw listened in silence. When the scout finished, he dismissed her with a wave and sat alone in his throne of skulls. The pretender was smarter than expected. More capable. More willing to break from tradition and try new approaches. The alliance strategy was clever, Grimjaw had to admit that. If it worked, the whole underground would turn against the Deep Delvers. But Grimjaw had not survived 3 centuries by being easily outmaneuvered. He rose from his throne and walked to the war chamber, where his generals waited. They were the best warriors the Deep Delvers had, veterans of conflicts that had shaped the underground world, commanders who had never known defeat. "The pretender moves tomorrow," Grimjaw announced. "He takes the safe route, hoping to build alliances with the neutral clans. He thinks he can turn our strength against us. Then we crush him on the road," one general suggested. "Our forces are already in position, no." Grimjaw held up a hand. We don't attack him. We attack the neutral clans. Directly, openly, without pretense or negotiation. Silence. The generals exchanged glances. That would unite them against us, another general said carefully. Drive them into the pretender's arms. That's exactly what he expects. Grimjaw smiled, and it was the smile of a predator who had spotted weakness. He's counting on us to be predictable. To react with violence and prove his point about our unworthiness. Then what? We don't attack. We recruit. Grimjaw began to pace. The neutral clans are neutral because they fear both sides equally. They think they can survive by staying out of the conflict. But what if we offered them something better than survival? Such as power. Real power, not the scraps that Gringotts allows them. A place in the new order will build after the pretender is defeated. Grimjaw stopped pacing and faced his generals. The boy is offering respect and recognition. We offer strength. The clans are practical, they'll choose the side most likely to win. And if they don't? Then we crush them. Grimjaw's eyes glittered. But we give them the choice first. We prove that we're not just warmongers, we're builders of empires. And when the pretender arrives, offering his hand of friendship, he'll find that we've already been there. That the clans have already chosen. The generals began to murmur approval. It was a good strategy, subtle, for Deep Delver standards. It used the pretender's own tactics against him. There's more, Grimjaw continued. The pretender has power, the stone, the heartstone, the transformation from the blood right. I underestimated him. I won't make that mistake again. He walked to a cabinet at the back of the room and opened it, revealing the blade of Ragnarok in its silk wrappings. This sword killed the last true king, Grimjaw said. It was forged to be the perfect weapon against Goblin royalty, specifically against anyone who carries Ragnarok's blood. He drew the blade, and its edge sang in the air. The pretender thinks his heritage makes him strong. It makes him vulnerable. You'll fight him yourself. When the time is right. Not before. Grimjaw sheathed the blade. The boy is quick and clever, but he's still a child. Still learning what he's capable of. Every day that passes, he grows stronger, but so do my preparations. By the time we meet, I'll have armies at my back and a weapon that can kill him with a single stroke. And if he reaches the forge before you can stop him? If he completes the final trial? Grimjaw laughed. The Forge of Kings lies in the heart of my territory. He cannot reach it without passing through lands I control. And even if he somehow succeeds, even if he forges his crown and claims the throne, he still has to face me. He held up the blade, letting it catch the light of distant forges. The prophecy says a king of two bloods will unite the nation. It doesn't say he'll survive the unification. Grimjaw's smile was terrible. Let the boy play at kingship. Let him build his alliances and complete his trials. In the end, it won't matter. Why not? Because I'm not trying to stop him from becoming king. Grimjaw sheathed the blade and turned to face his generals. I'm waiting for him to become king so I can kill him and take everything he's built. The throne, the alliances, the crown itself, all of it will fall to me. And then. He spread his arms, encompassing the war chamber, the deep delves, the entire underground world. Then we rise. And the surface world will learn to fear the Goblin nation once again. The generals roared their approval. Grimjaw basked in it for a moment, then dismissed them to their preparations. Alone in the war chamber, he drew the blade of Ragnarok one more time. It hummed in his grip, eager and hungry, sensing royal blood somewhere far above. Soon, Grimjaw whispered to it. Soon, you'll taste a king again. The blade sang in answer, and the darkness pressed close, waiting for the war to begin. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Price of Crowns. The morning came too quickly. Harry woke to Griphook's sharp knock on his chamber door, his body aching in ways that had nothing to do with physical exertion. The blood right was still settling into his bones, reshaping him in subtle ways he was only beginning to understand. His senses were sharper than yesterday. He could hear conversations 3 corridors away, taste the mineral composition of the water that ran through Gringotts pipes, feel the weight of gold in vaults far below. It was overwhelming. It was exhilarating. It was terrifying. "You look terrible," Griphook observed as Harry emerged from his chambers. The transformation takes time to stabilize. Most goblins who undergo the blood rite spend a week in recovery. "I don't have a week." Harry splashed water on his face from a basin near the door. "When do we leave?" 2 hours. "Your guard is assembling, the envoys have already departed for the nearest neutral clans, and," Griphook hesitated. "There's been a development. Good or bad?" "That depends on your perspective." Griphook handed Harry a scroll sealed with black wax. "Message from Grimjaw Ironheart. Delivered by diplomatic courier an hour ago." Harry broke the seal and read. "To the pretender who calls himself candidate, you have passed trials. You have transformed your blood. You have gathered advisors and planned campaigns. All of this means nothing. I offer you a choice. Meet me at the crossroads of Thrain, 3 days hence, and face me in single combat. If you win, I will withdraw my claim and serve you as war chief. If I win, you will surrender the stone and abandon your claim forever. Or refuse, and watch as I turn every clan you approach against you. I have waited 3 centuries for this moment. I will not be denied by a child playing at kingship. Grimjaw Ironheart, warlord of the Deep Delves." Harry read the message twice, then handed it back to Griphook. "He's scared." "Scared?" Griphook's eyebrows rose. "That's not the interpretation I would have. If he was confident, he'd wait. Let me come to him, fight me on his own territory, use every advantage he's built over centuries." Harry shook his head. "This challenge, meeting at a neutral location, single combat, winner takes all, it's a gamble. He's trying to end this quickly, before I can build too much support. Or he's confident that he can kill you easily and wants to prove it publicly. That too." Harry accepted the fresh clothes that a goblin attendant had brought, traveling gear, reinforced but flexible. "What do you think I should do?" Griphook was silent for a moment. "The practical answer is to refuse. You're not ready to face Grimjaw in direct combat. He has centuries of experience, weapons forged specifically to kill royal blood, and physical strength that far exceeds yours." "And the other answer?" "The other answer is that refusing will make you look weak. The neutral clans will wonder if you're afraid to face him. Grimjaw will use your refusal to claim that you're not worthy of the throne." Griphook's expression was troubled. "It's a trap either way. Accept and probably die. Refuse and lose the political advantage you're trying to build." Harry pulled on his boots, thinking. The leather was soft but sturdy, lined with thin metal plates that his enhanced senses could feel pressing against his feet. Goblin craftsmanship, designed for someone who might need to fight or flee at a moment's notice. "There's a third option," he said finally. "Accept the challenge, but change the terms. Grimjaw won't negotiate. He's made that clear. He won't negotiate with me." Harry smiled. "But what if someone else made a counteroffer? Someone he respects, or at least someone he can't dismiss as easily." Griphook's eyes narrowed. "Who did you have in mind?" "Ragnarok. The director of Gringotts, speaking officially. Not as my supporter, as a neutral party concerned about the stability of the Goblin nation." Harry stood and checked his reflection in a polished metal plate. He looked different again, harder, older, more like someone who belonged in these underground halls. "Grimjaw challenged me to single combat. What if Ragnarok suggested a different format? A duel of champions, maybe, or a competition that tests more than just fighting ability? Grimjaw would never agree to. Grimjaw would have to respond publicly. And whatever he says will reveal something about his intentions. Harry turned to face Griphook. If he accepts alternative terms, it shows he's willing to negotiate, which undermines his image as an unstoppable warlord. If he refuses, it shows he's only interested in my death, not in fair competition for the throne. Either way, the neutral clans see that I tried to find a reasonable solution while he insisted on blood. Griphook was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he began to smile. You're learning to think like a goblin. I'm learning to think like someone who wants to survive. Harry headed for the door. Let's go talk to Ragnarok. The director's response was not what Harry expected. No, Ragnarok said flatly. I will not intervene. Harry stood before the director's desk, Griphook hovering nervously behind him. The two members of the War Council, Gutripper and Whisper Stone, were also present, their expressions unreadable. I'm not asking you to support me publicly, Harry said. Just to make a diplomatic gesture. A suggestion that single combat might not be the best way to resolve. I understand what you're asking. The answer is still no. Ragnarok rose from his desk and moved to the window overlooking the underground city. You don't understand what Grimjaw represents, Harry. To many goblins, he's a hero, the warrior who refused to accept our subjugation, who kept the old ways alive, who promised that someday we would rise again. He's a warmonger who'll destroy everything you've built. Perhaps. But he's our warmonger. Goblin through and through, untainted by wizard blood or wizard thinking. Ragnarok turned to face Harry. If I intervene on your behalf, even indirectly, I confirm everything his supporters believe. That Gringotts has been corrupted. That the surface goblins have forgotten what they are. That you're a puppet of the establishment, protected by those who fear true goblin strength. So you'll let me die to protect your political position? I'll let you make your own choices and face your own consequences. Ragnarok's voice was not unkind. That's what kings do, Harry. They face challenges alone, without hiding behind institutions. If you can't handle Grimjaw's challenge on your own terms, you have no business sitting on a throne. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to point out the unfairness, the impossibility of what was being asked. But he looked at Ragnarok's face and saw something he hadn't noticed before, respect, yes, but also a test. Another trial, unofficial but no less important. Fine, Harry said. No help from Gringotts. What about personal advice? Not as director, just as someone who's survived goblin politics for 4 centuries. Ragnarok's expression softened slightly. That, I can offer. He returned to his desk and sat. Grimjaw has 2 weaknesses. The first is his certainty. He's never lost, never been seriously challenged, never had to adapt to circumstances he didn't anticipate. He expects you to fight like a goblin because that's all he knows. And the second? His cause. Ragnarok leaned back. Grimjaw believes he's fighting for the goblin nation. Everything he does, every war, every death, every cruelty, is justified in his mind because it serves a greater purpose. But that belief is also a chain. He can't do anything that would undermine his cause, can't accept any outcome that doesn't advance his vision of goblin supremacy. Harry considered this. So if I can force him into a situation where his only options are to compromise his principles or lose his advantage. Then you found a crack in his armor. Ragnarok nodded. But be careful. Grimjaw has been thinking about this moment for centuries. Whatever trap you try to set, he's probably anticipated it. Then I need to do something he hasn't anticipated. Harry turned to leave, then paused at the door. Director? Thank you. For telling me no. Ragnarok's eyebrows rose. Most candidates would be angry. Most candidates haven't spent their lives being told what to do by people who claim to know better. Harry smiled slightly. You're treating me like an adult. Like someone capable of making decisions and living with the consequences. That's worth more than any intervention. He left before Ragnar could respond. Griphook hurried to catch up with him in the corridor. That was unexpected, Griphook said. I thought you'd be furious. I am. A little. Harry kept walking, his mind racing. But Ragnar is right. If I can't handle this on my own, I don't deserve the throne. And if I can handle it, if I find a way to beat Grimjaw without help, then I'll have proven something important. To who? To everyone. Harry stopped at an intersection of corridors. Where's my guard? The warrior Gut Ripper mentioned, Silverthorn. Waiting in the departure hall. Along with the rest of your escort. Good. I need to talk to her. Harry started down the left corridor. If I'm going to face Grimjaw, I need to know exactly what I'm up against. The departure hall was a vast chamber near Gringotts' main entrance, designed for assembling large groups before they descended into the deeper tunnels. Harry found it filled with activity, goblins checking equipment, loading supplies onto sturdy pack animals, arguing in rapid-fire gobbledygook about routes and schedules. At the center of it all stood a goblin unlike any Harry had seen before. Silverthorn was tall for her people, nearly 5 feet, which put her at Harry's eye level, with silver-streaked hair pulled back in a warrior's knot. Her face was sharp-featured and stern, marked by a thin scar that ran from her left temple to her jaw. She wore armor of dark metal worked with geometric patterns, and the sword at her hip looked like it had seen regular use. She was also, Harry noticed, extraordinarily beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with human standards. There was a fierceness to her, a coiled intensity that made the air around her seem to crackle with potential energy. She looked up as Harry approached, and her eyes, dark gold, almost amber, assessed him with clinical precision. You're the pretender, she said. It wasn't a greeting. I'm Harry Potter. And I prefer, candidate. I prefer accurate terminology. Silverthorn turned back to checking her sword's edge. Gut Ripper says I'm to keep you alive. I said I'd try. No guarantees. Fair enough. Harry stopped a few feet from her, close enough to talk but far enough to show respect for her space. You fought Grimjaw's warriors before. Many times. Lost count of how many I've killed. She sheathed her sword with a smooth motion. They're good. Disciplined. They fight like they're already dead, no fear, no hesitation. Makes them dangerous. And Grimjaw himself? Silverthorn was quiet for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice was different, harder, touched with something that might have been grief. I've never faced him directly. But I've seen him fight. She met Harry's eyes. My brother challenged him 12 years ago. Thought he could make a name for himself, prove our clan's worth. Grimjaw killed him in 6 seconds. Didn't even look like he was trying. I'm sorry. Don't be. My brother was a fool who thought courage could replace skill. Silverthorn's expression didn't change, but something shifted in her eyes. You're going to accept his challenge, aren't you? Single combat at the crossroads? I'm considering it. Don't. The word was sharp, urgent. Whatever you're planning, whatever clever strategy you think you've devised, it won't work. Grimjaw has fought challengers for 3 centuries. He knows every trick, every gambit, every way a desperate candidate might try to even the odds. You'll walk into that fight thinking you have an advantage, and he'll kill you before you realize you were wrong. Harry studied her face. You sound like you actually care whether I survive. I care about my mission. Gut Ripper ordered me to protect you, and I don't fail missions. Silverthorn began walking toward the pack animals, clearly expecting Harry to follow. But beyond that, yes. You're different from the other candidates I've heard about. You actually seem to think. It would be a shame to watch that potential die in a pointless duel. Then help me make it not pointless. Harry fell into step beside her. Tell me everything you know about Grimjaw. His fighting style, his weaknesses, his psychology. If I'm going to face him, I need every advantage I can get. Silverthorn shot him a sidelong glance. You're serious. I'm always serious about survival. She stopped at a table covered in maps and documents, spreading one across its surface. Fine. But understand, nothing I tell you will be enough. Grimjaw has spent 3 centuries preparing for this. You've had 3 days. Then I'd better be a fast learner. Silverthorn almost smiled. Let's hope so. For both our sakes. She began to explain. 2 hours later, Harry's head was spinning with information. Grimjaw Ironheart was not simply a warrior, he was a living weapon, honed by 3 centuries of continuous conflict. He had mastered every goblin fighting style, invented several new ones, and could adapt his approach mid-battle to counter any technique. His strength was augmented by ancient rituals that pushed goblin physiology to its absolute limits. And his blade, the Blade of Ragnarok, which Harry hadn't known existed until now, was specifically designed to kill anyone with royal blood. The sword senses Ragnarok's lineage, Silverthorn explained. When it draws close to royal blood, it hungers. The wielder becomes faster, stronger, more precise. And the blade itself can cut through almost any defense. Almost. The crown of Ragnarok could block it. But the crown is lost. She shrugged. There are legends about other artifacts that might work, but nothing confirmed. Harry touched his chest, where the Philosopher's Stone and the Heartstone rested. What about these? Silverthorn frowned. The stones have power, but they're not weapons. They might protect you from magic, but Grimjaw won't rely on magic. He'll close the distance and cut you down before you can use any of the stone's abilities. What if I don't let him close the distance? Then he'll hunt you. Grimjaw is patient when he needs to be. He'll wear you down, wait for you to make a mistake, then strike. She shook her head. There's no strategy that defeats him in direct combat. Not for someone at your level. Harry leaned back, thinking. Everything Silverthorn said confirmed what he'd already suspected, facing Grimjaw directly was suicide. But refusing the challenge wasn't much better. He needed a third option, something that would satisfy the challenge without playing into Grimjaw's strengths. Tell me about the crossroads of Thrain, he said. The place Grimjaw chose for the duel. Ancient neutral ground. A chamber where 3 major tunnel systems converge. It's been used for diplomatic meetings, treaty signings, and formal challenges for over 1,000 years. Silverthorn pulled out another map. The space is roughly circular, about 100 meters across. Stone pillars mark the boundaries. There are viewing platforms above where witnesses can watch. What about the tunnels that lead into it? How many entrances? 7. 1 for each of the ancient clans, plus a neutral entrance that anyone can use. Silverthorn traced the routes on the map. Why? Harry studied the layout, letting his enhanced senses build a 3-dimensional model in his mind. 7 entrances. A large central chamber. Viewing platforms above. Stone pillars marking boundaries. Grimjaw chose this location, he said slowly. That means he's comfortable here. He knows the terrain, probably has the entrances watched, might even have warriors positioned nearby in case something goes wrong. Almost certainly. But the crossroads is neutral ground. That means there are rules about what can happen there, right? Traditions that even Grimjaw has to follow. Silverthorn's eyes narrowed. Yes. The ancient codes require that any challenge issued at the crossroads must follow specific protocols. Both parties must enter through designated entrances. No hidden weapons beyond what's declared. Witnesses must remain in the viewing platforms unless invited down. She paused. And the challenge can be modified by mutual agreement, as long as both parties consent. Modified how? The format can change. Single combat can become team combat, or a series of challenges instead of a single duel. The terms of victory can be adjusted. Silverthorn studied Harry's face. You're thinking of proposing alternative terms. Ragnarok said he wouldn't intervene publicly. But he didn't say anything about what I might propose once I get to the crossroads. Harry smiled. Grimjaw challenged me to single combat. But the traditions allow me to counter-propose different terms. If I do it at the crossroads itself, in front of witnesses, he'll have to respond publicly. He'll refuse any alternative that doesn't favor him. Maybe. But what if I propose something that sounds fair? Something that the witnesses, the neutral clans who'll be watching, would see as reasonable. If he refuses terms that look balanced, it reflects badly on him. If he accepts, I get a chance to compete on more even ground. Silverthorn was quiet for a long moment, her amber eyes thoughtful. What kind of alternative were you thinking? Harry told her. When he finished, she stared at him like he'd grown a second head. That's insane, she said. Probably. It might actually work. That's what I'm hoping. Silverthorn shook her head slowly. You're either the cleverest candidate I've ever seen or the most foolish. I honestly can't tell which. I've been getting that a lot lately. Harry stood and stretched, his transformed body settling into the motion with unfamiliar grace. How long to reach the crossroads? 2.5 days, taking the safe route. We could make it in less if we risk the faster passages. We take the safe route, but we move quickly. I want to arrive with enough time to prepare, but I don't want to seem hesitant. Harry headed for the departure hall's main exit. Gather the escort. We leave within the hour. Silverthorn nodded and began shouting orders to the assembled goblins. The chaos of preparation shifted into something more focused, more purposeful. Within minutes, the escort was assembled, 20 warriors, plus Harry, Silverthorn, and Griphook, who had insisted on coming despite having no combat skills whatsoever. Someone needs to record this for history, he'd said. Either your triumph or your spectacular failure. Harry couldn't argue with that logic. They descended into the deep tunnels, leaving the relative safety of Gringotts behind. The darkness pressed close, broken only by the bioluminescent lanterns carried by the lead warriors. Harry felt the weight of stone above him, the age of rock that had existed for millions of years before any living thing walked the earth. And somewhere ahead, in chambers lit by forge fire and hatred, Grimjaw Ironheart was preparing to kill him. Harry touched the stones in his pocket, feeling their warmth, their steady pulse. Not if I kill him first, he thought. Or better yet, not if I find a way that neither of us has to die. The journey to the crossroads had begun. The tunnels beneath Britain were not what Harry had expected. He'd imagined something like the passages under Hogwarts, cramped, damp, smelling of earth and age. The reality was far more impressive. The main thoroughfares of the Goblin Underground were vast corridors, carved with precision that would have shamed any human architect. The walls were covered in geometric patterns that served both aesthetic and practical purposes, guiding sound, directing air flow, providing subtle navigation cues for those who knew how to read them. Silverthorn explained as they walked, her voice pitched low to carry to Harry without echoing. The tunnel network took 3,000 years to complete, she said. Every generation added new passages, new chambers, new connections to surface locations. At its height, you could travel from Scotland to Cornwall without ever seeing daylight. What happened? The Goblin Wars. Wizard forces collapsed many of the major arteries, sealed entrances, flooded entire sections. What remains is maybe a third of the original network, still impressive, but nothing compared to what we had. Harry noticed the pain beneath her matter-of-fact tone. This was her people's heritage, destroyed by his ancestors. Another wound that hadn't healed. I'm sorry, he said. Don't be sorry. Be different. Silverthorn's eyes met his. That's all any of us want, proof that the future won't repeat the past. They walked in silence for a while after that. The escort moved efficiently around them, warriors checking cross-tunnels and maintaining a protective formation without being obvious about it. Harry found himself impressed by their coordination. Each goblin seemed to know exactly where to be, when to move, how to cover gaps without communication. "How long have they trained together?" he asked. "Most of them were born to the Gringotts Guard. They've been training since they could walk." Silverthorn allowed herself a small smile. "We take our duties seriously. I've noticed." The tunnel opened into a larger chamber, a way station, judging by the facilities carved into the walls. There were areas for rest, storage alcoves for supplies, and what looked like a small forge still warm from recent use. "We'll rest here for 4 hours," Silverthorn announced. "Eat, sleep if you can. The next stretch is more dangerous." The warriors dispersed, falling into efficient routines. Harry found a relatively quiet corner and sat with his back against the wall, trying to process everything he'd learned about Grimjaw and the challenges ahead. Griphook appeared beside him with a plate of food, some kind of meat, dried fruit, and dense bread that smelled of honey. "You should eat," Griphook said. "The transformation is still burning energy. Your body needs fuel." Harry accepted the plate and forced himself to take a few bites. The food was better than he expected. The meat was tender, the bread sweet, the fruit carrying flavors he couldn't identify. "Tell me something," Harry said between bites. "If you were Grimjaw, what would you do?" Griphook settled onto a stone beside him. "If I were Grimjaw, I'd be preparing for your counter-proposal, whatever it is. He knows you're clever, the trial of Worth proved that. He won't expect you to simply accept his terms. So he's anticipating that I'll try to change the rules." "Almost certainly. The question is whether he's anticipated the specific way you're planning to change them." Griphook's eyes glittered. "Your idea is unusual. It might work because it's so unexpected. Or it might fail because Grimjaw has seen everything in 3 centuries of challenges. There's always that possibility." Griphook's tone was light, but his expression was serious. "Harry, I need to tell you something. About Grimjaw. About why he's so certain he'll win." "I'm listening." Griphook glanced around, making sure no one was close enough to overhear. "The Blade of Ragnarok isn't just a weapon. It's a piece of the original king's soul, bound to metal at the moment of his death. When Grimjaw wields it against someone of royal blood, he's not just fighting with a sword, he's fighting with Ragnarok's own rage, his betrayal, his dying fury." Harry felt a chill despite the warmth of the way station. "You're saying the blade is sentient?" "Not exactly. It doesn't think. But it feels. And what it feels is hatred. Hatred for the wizards who betrayed Ragnarok, hatred for anyone who carries his blood without being him, hatred for a world that allowed his kingdom to fall." Griphook's voice dropped lower. "When you face Grimjaw, you won't just be fighting one warrior. You'll be fighting 1,000 years of grief and fury given form." Harry looked down at the stones in his pocket. The Philosopher's Stone and the Heartstone pulsed warm and steady, seemingly unconcerned by this revelation. "The stones were Ragnarok's too," he said slowly. "They're bound to his power, his legacy." "Yes. Then maybe they can counter the blade." "Not physically, you're right that I can't block a sword strike with a gem, but magically. Spiritually." Harry's mind raced. If the blade carries Ragnarok's rage, maybe the stones carry something else. His creativity. His hope. His vision for what the Goblin nation could become. "That's a theory." Griphook didn't sound convinced. "But theories don't stop sword blades." "No, they don't." Harry finished the last of his food and set the plate aside. "But they might stop me from having to face that blade at all. Your counter-proposal. If it works." Harry leaned back against the stone wall. "Wake me when it's time to move." He closed his eyes, trying to quiet his racing thoughts. Sleep wouldn't come easily, too much was happening, too many variables to consider, but he needed to at least try. The last thing he heard before exhaustion claimed him was Silverthorn's voice, giving quiet orders to the watch rotation. "Stay alert. We're being followed." Harry dreamed of blood. Not his own, ancient blood, goblin blood, spilled in quantities that defied imagination. He stood in a throne room filled with corpses, watching as a king in a crown of dark metal faced his betrayers. The wizards had come with promises of peace, with treaties and alliances, with smiles that hid the knives behind their backs. The king was Ragnarok. Harry knew this without being told, the same way he knew the taste of his own fear. Ragnarok stood tall despite his wounds, the stone blazing in his hand, the crown burning with power on his brow. "You cannot kill me," Ragnarok said, his voice resonating through the throne room. "I am bound to this land, this people, this destiny. Strike me down and I will return. My blood will rise again. My kingdom will be restored." The wizard who led the betrayers, a tall figure in robes of midnight blue, his face obscured by magic, laughed. "Your blood is diluted. Your kingdom is fallen. And your destiny." He raised a blade that sang with hunger. "Your destiny ends here." The blade struck. Ragnarok fell. And as he died, his power scattered, the crown torn away and hidden, the blade bound with his dying rage, the stone slipping through dimensions to emerge centuries later in other hands. But even as he died, Ragnarok smiled. "You have taken everything from me," he whispered. "But you have not taken what matters most. Hope. Purpose. The belief that tomorrow can be better than today." His eyes found Harry across the dream, across the centuries. "I see you, child of my blood. I see what you could become. Rise. Build. Remember." The vision shattered. Harry woke to Silverthorn's hand on his shoulder, her face tense in the dim light of the way station. "We need to move," she said. "Now." Harry was on his feet in an instant, the last traces of the dream still clinging to his mind. "What's wrong?" "Scouts found tracks in the upper passages. Someone's shadowing us, at least a dozen warriors, maybe more." Silverthorn was already checking her weapons, her movements quick and economical. "They're staying out of sight, but they're definitely following." "Grimjaw's forces?" "Unknown. Could be his, could be someone else entirely." She met Harry's eyes. "We have two options. Move faster and try to outpace them, or set an ambush and find out who they are." Harry thought quickly. "How far to the crossroads?" 18 hours if we push hard. "And if we set an ambush, how long would that take?" "An hour, maybe more. Depends on how patient they are." Griphook had appeared beside them, his face pale but determined. "There's a third option. The tunnels ahead branch into multiple paths. We could split our group, send a decoy one direction while you take a smaller escort the other way." "They'd figure out the deception eventually," Silverthorn said. "Eventually. But it might buy enough time to reach the crossroads with a significant lead." Harry considered. The dream was still fresh in his mind, Ragnarok's words, his sacrifice, his hope that tomorrow could be better. Running from a fight felt wrong. But running wasn't the same as retreating strategically. "We split," he decided. "Half our force goes loud, makes it obvious they're trying to throw off pursuit. I take the other half and move fast through the secondary passages. We rendezvous at the crossroads." Silverthorn nodded sharply. "I'll lead your group personally. Guttripper's second-in-command can handle the decoy force, he's experienced enough to keep them alive." "One change." Harry met her eyes. "You're too valuable to risk on the decoy mission." "Let it anyway. If Grimjaw's forces catch up to the decoy group, they need someone who can get them out alive." "And who protects you?" "Griphook and 5 warriors. Enough to move fast, not enough to attract attention." Harry smiled slightly. "You said yourself, Grimjaw expects me to fight like a goblin. He doesn't expect me to run like a mouse. Silverthorn looked like she wanted to argue. Instead, she just shook her head. You're either brilliant or suicidal. I'm starting to think there's not much difference. The group split with practiced efficiency. Silverthorn took 12 warriors and headed for the main passage, making enough noise to draw attention. Harry took Griphook and 5 guards into a narrow side tunnel that barely accommodated single-file movement. They moved fast through the darkness, guided by Harry's enhanced senses and the faint bioluminescence of the tunnel walls. The passage twisted and turned, sometimes rising, sometimes falling, passing through chambers that had clearly been in use for centuries. 2 hours into their flight, Griphook stumbled. Harry caught him before he could fall, steadying the goblin against the rough wall. I'm fine, Griphook gasped, but his face was gray with exhaustion. Just need a moment. We all need a moment. Harry looked at his small escort. The warriors were holding up better than Griphook, but none of them were fresh. 5 minutes. Catch your breath. They collapsed into a small chamber, more of a widening in the tunnel than a proper room, and Harry finally had a moment to think. The pursuers troubled him. If they were Grimjaw's forces, why hadn't they attacked already? They had superior numbers and knew the tunnels far better than Harry's escort. They could have overwhelmed his group at any point during the journey. Unless they weren't trying to stop him. They're hurting us, Harry said aloud. Griphook looked up from where he was checking his equipment. What? The pursuers. They're not trying to catch us, they're trying to guide us. Toward a specific location. That's paranoid. That's survival. Harry closed his eyes, letting his enhanced senses reach out into the surrounding stone. He could feel the tunnel system around them now, the branches and connections, the dead ends and open passages. And ahead, maybe 6 hours distant, a convergence of several major routes. The crossroads of Thrain. They're pushing us toward the challenge site, Harry said. Grimjaw wants me there. He wants the confrontation to happen on his terms, on his schedule. Then what do we do? If we keep moving forward, we're playing into his hands. If we go back, we run into our pursuers. Harry thought about the dream. About Ragnarok facing his betrayers, knowing he couldn't win, fighting anyway because that was what kings did. But Ragnarok had lost. And his loss had led to centuries of suffering for his people. Maybe the lesson wasn't about fighting. Maybe it was about what came after. We keep moving, Harry decided. We go to the crossroads, we face Grimjaw, we make our counterproposal. He stood and helped Griphook to his feet. But we do it my way, not his. You still haven't told me what your counterproposal actually is. I know. Harry smiled grimly. Because if even one person talks before we get there, the whole plan falls apart. Griphook stared at him. You don't trust us. I don't trust anyone. Not completely. Not with something this important. Harry started walking again. But I'm learning to trust myself. And that's enough. They pressed on through the darkness. 16 hours later, exhausted beyond anything Harry had ever experienced, they emerged into the crossroads of Thrain. The chamber was exactly as Silverthorn had described, a vast circular space, maybe 100 meters across, with stone pillars marking the boundaries and viewing platforms carved into the upper walls. 7 tunnel entrances opened at regular intervals around the perimeter, each one flanked by ancient carvings that depicted the clan histories. And in the center of the chamber, surrounded by 100 warriors, stood Grimjaw Ironheart. He was smaller than Harry had expected, barely 4 feet tall, compact and powerful, his body covered in scars that told stories of countless battles. His armor was black metal worked with red gold, and at his hip hung a sword that sang with barely contained hunger. The blade of Ragnarok. Harry could feel it from here, could feel the rage and grief bound into its metal. It wanted him dead. It wanted to finish what it had started 1,000 years ago. Grimjaw's eyes found Harry across the chamber, and he smiled. The pretender arrives. His voice carried easily through the space, amplified by the chamber's acoustics. I expected you sooner. Harry walked forward, acutely aware of how few guards he had, how tired they all were, how completely Grimjaw controlled this space. The Goblin warlord had positioned his forces perfectly, any attempt to flee would be cut off instantly. I'm here to answer your challenge, Harry said. His voice was steadier than he felt. But I have a counter-proposal. Of course you do. Grimjaw's smile widened. Speak, then. Let the witnesses hear what the pretender offers in place of honest combat. Harry looked up at the viewing platforms. They were filled with goblins from dozens of different clans, neutrals who had come to witness the challenge, drawn by word that something historic was about to happen. This was his audience. This was his chance. You challenged me to single combat, Harry said, pitching his voice to carry. A test of martial skill, nothing more. I say that's not enough. Murmurs from the platforms. Grimjaw's eyes narrowed. Go on. The throne of the Goblin Nation isn't just about who can swing a sword fastest. It's about leadership. Wisdom. Vision. The ability to make hard choices for the good of all. Harry spread his hands. I propose a different contest. 3 challenges, not 1. Combat, yes, but also strategy and sacrifice. Explain. Harry had rehearsed this in his mind 100 times during the long march through the tunnels. Now, standing before his enemy, he let the words flow. First challenge, combat. Not single combat, but team combat. Each of us chooses 5 champions. The teams fight until one side surrenders or is unable to continue. He paused. This tests our ability to lead, to inspire, to choose worthy allies. Grimjaw's expression was unreadable. Continue. Second challenge, strategy. A war game, using tokens on a board that represents the major underground territories. Each of us commands equal forces. The one who captures the most objectives in a set time wins. Harry smiled slightly. This tests our minds, not just our bodies. And the third challenge? Sacrifice. Harry's voice dropped, but it still carried to every listener. Each of us must give up something of genuine value, not gold or possessions, but something that costs us personally. The witnesses decide whose sacrifice is greater. Silence fell over the crossroads. Grimjaw studied Harry with eyes that had seen 3 centuries of conflict and calculation. You propose to turn honest combat into a circus, he said finally. Games and performances instead of blood and steel. I propose to test who would actually be a better king. Harry didn't flinch from Grimjaw's gaze. You've killed a lot of enemies, Grimjaw. But killing isn't ruling. When the fighting stops, what comes next? Can you build as well as you destroy? Can you inspire loyalty instead of just fear? More murmurs from the platforms. Harry could feel the tide shifting, curiosity replacing expectation. I should refuse, Grimjaw said. I should cut you down where you stand and let your blood answer these questions. You could. But then everyone watching would know you were afraid. Harry gestured at the viewing platforms. Afraid that you might lose. Afraid that a half-blood child might prove himself better in ways that matter. Grimjaw's hand moved to his sword. For a terrible moment, Harry was certain the warlord was going to attack anyway, witnesses be damned. Then Grimjaw laughed. It was a harsh sound, like grinding rocks, but there was genuine amusement in it. You have courage, pretender. Foolish courage, but courage nonetheless. He released his sword hilt. Very well. I accept your counter-proposal. 3 challenges, combat, strategy, sacrifice. The witnesses will judge the final result. Relief flooded through Harry, though he kept it from his face. When do we begin? Now. Grimjaw's smile turned predatory. Choose your 5 champions. The combat challenge begins within the hour. Harry looked at his exhausted escort, Griphook and 5 warriors who could barely stand. He had perhaps a dozen fighters total if you counted Silverthorn's group, assuming they'd survived. Grimjaw had 100. I need time to gather my champions, Harry said. Some of them haven't arrived yet. Not my problem. Grimjaw's eyes glittered. You proposed this contest. Live with its terms. Harry forced himself to think past the exhaustion, past the fear. He had 5 warriors with him. He needed 5 champions. But the rules hadn't specified that the champions had to be fresh. Fine, Harry said. My champions are the 5 warriors who accompanied me through the tunnels. They're tired, they're outnumbered, and they've been running for 16 hours. He raised his voice so everyone could hear. If they win, it won't be because they were fresh or favored. It will be because they're better. More murmurs. Grimjaw's expression flickered, surprise, quickly suppressed. You stake exhausted fighters against my chosen elite. I stake warriors who chose to follow me through darkness and danger, against warriors who were ordered to be here. Harry met Grimjaw's eyes. Leadership isn't about having the most resources. It's about inspiring people to give more than they thought they had. Pretty words. True words. Harry turned to his 5 warriors. You don't have to do this. I won't command you to fight when you're this tired. The lead warrior, a scarred female with silver in her hair, stepped forward. We swore to protect you, candidate. But more than that, she looked at Grimjaw with undisguised contempt. This warlord has hunted our people for centuries. It would be my honor to teach him that Gringotts defenders are not so easily defeated. One by one, the other 4 warriors stepped up beside her. Tired, battered, facing impossible odds. And somehow, impossibly, smiling. Harry felt something shift in his chest. This was why he was doing this. Not for power, not for revenge, not even for justice. For this, the chance to stand with people who believed in something, who fought for each other, who refused to surrender even when surrender was the sensible choice. Very well, Grimjaw said. His voice carried an edge now, uncertainty, maybe, or grudging respect. The combat challenge begins. My champions against yours. Fight until one side yields. He gestured, and 5 warriors emerged from his ranks. They were massive by Goblin standards, each one obviously enhanced by the same rituals that had made Grimjaw a legend. They carried weapons that glowed with enchantment, wore armor that seemed to drink the light. Harry's 5 champions looked like peasants facing knights. One more thing, Harry said as the teams took their positions. If my side wins, I want immediate safe passage to the Forge of Kings. No interference, no pursuit. And if my side wins? Then I'll face you in single combat anyway. Your original challenge, your original terms. Grimjaw considered. Agreed. If my champions defeat yours, we fight. Just the 2 of us. Harry nodded. It was the best he could do. The combat began. The first few seconds were chaos. Grimjaw's champions moved with terrifying coordination, spreading out to encircle Harry's tired warriors. They were faster, stronger, better equipped, everything physical favored them. But Harry's champions had something else. They had fought together for years. They knew each other's movements, each other's thoughts, each other's moments of weakness and strength. Where Grimjaw's elite were individual warriors forced into a team, Harry's guards were a unit. The scarred female, her name was Iron Pick, Harry learned later, didn't try to match strength against strength. Instead, she feinted left, drew her opponent into an overextension, and opened a gap that her nearest ally exploited instantly. The battle became a dance of positioning and opportunism. Harry's champions couldn't win by force, so they won by efficiency, never wasting energy, always attacking where the enemy was weakest, trading small wounds for crippling strikes. 3 minutes in, one of Grimjaw's champions fell with a hamstrung leg. 5 minutes in, another was disarmed and pinned. By the 10-minute mark, despite suffering injuries of their own, Harry's exhausted warriors had 2 of Grimjaw's elite down and were pressing the remaining 3 hard. The viewing platforms had gone silent. Even Grimjaw watched with something like shock. "Yield," Ironpick said, her sword at the throat of Grimjaw's largest champion. "Yield or die." The champion looked to Grimjaw, seeking permission or instruction. Grimjaw's face was stone. "Yield," he said finally. The word sounded like it cost him something. The combat challenge ended. Harry's champions stood victorious, bloodied, barely upright, but victorious. The viewing platforms erupted in noise. Harry couldn't tell if it was approval or outrage, but he didn't care. His people had won. Against impossible odds, they had won. "The combat challenge goes to the pretender," one of the neutral observers announced, her voice carrying over the crowd. 1 challenge complete, 2 remaining. Grimjaw's expression had gone cold and flat. Whatever he'd expected from this confrontation, this wasn't it. "Strategy next," he said. 1 hour to prepare. Harry nodded. He had an hour to learn a war game he'd never played, against an opponent with 3 centuries of experience. It wasn't going to be enough. But then again, nothing ever was. The war game was laid out on a massive stone table in an alcove off the main chamber. The board depicted the underground territories in intricate detail: tunnel networks, settlements, resource deposits, strategic choke points. Tokens representing military forces were arranged at starting positions, equal numbers on each side. Griphook had managed to explain the basic rules during the preparation hour: capture objectives by moving tokens into their spaces, defend your own objectives while attacking the enemies, and don't lose your command token or the game was over instantly. "It's essentially chess," Griphook said, "but with more variables and hidden information. You can't see all of the enemy's moves until they're made. And Grimjaw's been playing this for 300 years. "Yes. Wonderful." The game began at Grimjaw's signal. He moved first, advancing tokens toward the central territories with aggressive confidence. Harry responded by pulling back slightly, trying to feel out his opponent's strategy. It quickly became clear that Harry couldn't match Grimjaw's tactical knowledge. Every move the warlord made was efficient, purposeful, part of a larger pattern Harry couldn't quite grasp. Within 10 moves, Harry was on the defensive. "Think," Harry told himself. "Don't play his game. Make him play yours." But what was his game? He'd won the combat challenge by trusting his people. He'd survived the journey by making unconventional choices. How did those lessons apply to a board game? The answer came slowly, rising from somewhere deep in Harry's transformed mind. Grimjaw was playing to capture objectives. That was the traditional path to victory. But the rules Griphook had explained mentioned another win condition: destroying the enemy's command token. It was a risky strategy. Your command token had to get close to the enemy to threaten theirs, which meant exposing your own vulnerability. Most players avoided it because the defense was usually stronger than the attack. But Grimjaw wasn't expecting an attack on his command token. He was playing a patient, methodical game of objective capture. His command token was protected, yes, but not heavily, because who would be foolish enough to try a decapitation strike in a strategy game? Harry began moving his tokens. Not toward the objectives, but in a seemingly random pattern that left parts of the board undefended. Grimjaw noticed immediately. "A curious strategy, pretender. Are you conceding? Just playing to my strengths." Grimjaw snorted and continued his objective capture. He was winning by traditional metrics: his forces controlled more territory, held more resources, threatened more of Harry's positions. But Harry wasn't paying attention to territory anymore. He was watching Grimjaw's command token, tracking its movement, calculating distances. 20 moves in, he saw his opening. Grimjaw had shifted his command token to support an assault on a major objective. It was a sensible move. The token's presence boosted the effectiveness of nearby units. But it also put the token closer to Harry's remaining forces than it had been at any point in the game. Harry struck. 3 of his tokens, the last significant force he had, moved in a coordinated assault that ignored every valuable objective on the board. They cut through Grimjaw's scattered defenses, sacrificed themselves against superior numbers, and drove straight for the command token. "What are you?" Grimjaw started. 2 of Harry's tokens fell. The 3rd reached the command token and engaged. The rules were clear: if a token engaged the enemy command token in direct combat, and the command token failed its defense roll, the game was over instantly. The neutral observer monitoring the game rolled the dice. Harry's token won. Grimjaw's command token fell. Silence, again. The kind of silence that seemed to echo. "The strategy challenge goes to the pretender," the observer announced, her voice betraying shock. 2 challenges complete, 1 remaining. Grimjaw stood motionless, staring at the board. His hands were clenched into fists. "You sacrificed everything," he said slowly. "Your entire position. Your chance at traditional victory. Just for 1 strike at my command." "I knew I couldn't beat you at your own game," Harry said. "So I changed the game." "You're insane." "I'm desperate." "There's a difference." Harry stepped back from the table. 1 challenge left, Grimjaw. Sacrifice. "You want to withdraw your acceptance?" For a long moment, Grimjaw didn't respond. Then, slowly, his fists unclenched. "No," he said. "We finish this." The sacrifice challenge had no formal structure, only tradition. Each claimant would stand before the witnesses and offer something of genuine value. The witnesses would judge whose sacrifice was greater, and that claimant would win the challenge. 2 challenges to 1. If Harry won this, he won the contest. If Grimjaw won, they were tied, and Harry wasn't sure what happened then. The rules hadn't covered that possibility. Grimjaw went first. He stood in the center of the crossroads, surrounded by witnesses from every major clan. His warriors formed a ring around him, their faces proud and expectant. "I have fought for the Goblin nation for 300 years, Grimjaw began. "I have killed enemies beyond counting. I have preserved the old ways when others would have forgotten them. Everything I am, everything I have, is dedicated to our people's glory." He reached down and drew the blade of Ragnarok. It sang in the air, hungry and waiting. This blade is the most powerful weapon ever forged by goblin hands. It has killed kings and destroyed armies. It is bound to my soul, my strength, my purpose. Grimjaw held the blade before him. "I sacrifice it. Here, now, before all witnesses. I will shatter it beyond repair, destroying its power forever, so that no one, not even me, can use it against our people again." Gasps from the watching goblins. The blade of Ragnarok was legendary, its destruction would be a loss beyond measure. But it would also prove Grimjaw's commitment. Prove that he valued the nation above his own power. Grimjaw raised the blade above his head, preparing to bring it down against the stone floor. Harry spoke. "Wait." Grimjaw paused, the blade still raised. "You wish to concede?" "I wish to propose an alternative." Harry stepped forward. "The blade isn't just a weapon. It's a piece of Ragnarok himself, his rage, his grief, his dying curse. Destroying it wouldn't just eliminate a threat. It would erase part of our history. Part of who we are. That's the point of sacrifice. Giving up something that matters. True sacrifice isn't about destruction." Harry's voice carried to every listener. "It's about transformation. About taking something that serves one purpose and dedicating it to something greater." He reached into his pocket and withdrew the Philosopher's Stone and the Heartstone. Their combined light filled the chamber with warm golden radiance. These are the treasures of Ragnar's legacy. The stone that creates. The heartstone that preserves. And the blade that destroys. Harry looked at Grimjaw. 3 artifacts, separated for 1,000 years. What if we brought them together? You're speaking madness. I'm speaking possibility. Harry walked toward Grimjaw, ignoring the warriors who tensed at his approach. The prophecy says a king of 2 bloods will unite the nation. But maybe that's not about one person ruling everyone. Maybe it's about bringing together what was separated. Healing what was broken. He stopped a few feet from Grimjaw, the stones in his outstretched hand. I sacrifice my claim to sole rulership. Here, now, before all witnesses. If you'll sacrifice your certainty that you must rule alone. Harry's eyes met Grimjaw's. Let's unite the artifacts. Let's see what they become. And let's share whatever power they grant. The silence was absolute. Grimjaw's face worked through emotions Harry couldn't identify, fury, confusion, something that might have been hope. You're asking me to trust you, Grimjaw said finally. To give up everything I've worked for, on the chance that your mad plan might work. I'm asking you to imagine a future where we don't have to keep fighting. Where the Goblin nation is united not by conquest, but by choice. Harry didn't waver. 300 years of war, Grimjaw. What has it gotten you? More enemies. More death. The same subjugation you were trying to end. And your way would be different. My way would be new. Harry stepped closer. You said I was playing games earlier. That I was turning honest combat into performances. But you know what games teach us? That there's always more than one way to win. That the rules can change. That even enemies can become allies if they find something more important than their conflict. Grimjaw looked at the blade in his hand, then at the stones in Harry's. If this fails, he said quietly, we both die. The artifact's power, released without proper containment. I know. You'd risk your life on this chance. I'd risk everything. Harry smiled slightly. That's what sacrifice means, isn't it? Another long moment. The witnesses watched, barely breathing. Then Grimjaw lowered the blade. I must be as mad as you are, he said. Let's see what happens when we stop fighting and start building. He extended the blade toward Harry. Harry brought the stones forward to meet it. When the 3 artifacts touched, the world turned to light. Harry couldn't describe what happened next. Not then, not later, not even in the quiet moments when he tried to make sense of it. The light was everywhere, in him, around him, through him. He felt the stones dissolving, the blade melting, 3 sources of power flowing together into something new. He felt Ragnar's presence, ancient and waiting, and heard a voice that was almost familiar. You understood, the voice said. Finally, someone understood. Understood what? That I never wanted a king. I wanted a bridge. Someone who could bring together what others had torn apart. The voice was fading now, moving toward something that felt like rest. You are the king of 2 bloods. But more importantly, you are the beginning of something new. Build well, young one. Build what I could only dream. The light faded. Harry found himself on his knees in the center of the crossroads, gasping for breath. Beside him, Grimjaw was in a similar state. Between them, floating in the air, was a crown. It was dark metal worked with gold, similar to the replica Harry had seen in the gallery of forgings. But this one was alive, pulsing with power, shifting slightly as if breathing. And instead of jewels, it was set with a single stone that seemed to contain both crimson and gold, both fire and creation. The crown of Ragnar. Whole again. Transformed. Harry reached for it at the same moment Grimjaw did. The crown rose higher, out of reach of both of them. Then it split. 2 crowns, identical, descended, one to Harry's hand, one to Grimjaw's. They were smaller than the original, less ostentatious, but they thrummed with the same power. 2 crowns, Harry breathed. 2 kings. The prophecy, Grimjaw said, his voice rough with wonder. King of 2 bloods. It was never about heritage. It was about unity. 2 bloods working together. Wizard and goblin. Surface and deep. They looked at each other, enemies for all of a day, bound by something neither had expected, and Harry saw the moment when Grimjaw made his choice. The warlord placed his crown on his head. Harry did the same. The crossroads erupted in sound, cheering, shouting, crying. 300 years of conflict, resolved in a moment of unexpected alliance. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't complete. There would be challenges ahead, factions who rejected this outcome, old wounds that hadn't healed. But it was a beginning. Harry stood beside Grimjaw, 2 kings wearing matched crowns, and looked out at the goblin nation. Now what? Grimjaw asked, his voice carrying only to Harry's ears. Now we build, Harry said. Together. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Kingdoms in the Dark. The crowning changed everything and nothing. Harry stood in the makeshift war council chamber that had been hastily assembled in one of the crossroads' larger alcoves, surrounded by goblins who had been trying to kill him 12 hours ago. The twin crowns had bound him and Grimjaw together in ways that neither fully understood. When one moved, the other felt a ghost of the motion. When one was in danger, the other's instinct screamed warning. It was profoundly disorienting. And they had no time to adjust. The syndicate moved faster than we expected, Whisperstone reported. His ancient voice carried the weight of intelligence networks spanning centuries. They've convinced the International Confederation of Wizards to declare our alliance an act of war against wizarding sovereignty. On what grounds? Harry asked. On the grounds that you, Harry Potter, are a minor under wizarding law, and your abduction by goblin forces constitutes an international incident. Whisperstone's lip curled. They're also claiming that the Philosopher's Stone was stolen property, and that our possession of it violates 17 different treaties. Flammel's property, Grimjaw growled. The warlord stood across the table from Harry, his scarred face lit by the phosphorescent crystals embedded in the chamber walls. Stolen from us in the first place. The wizard's audacity knows no bounds. Audacity or not, they're mobilizing. Whisperstone spread a map across the table, Surface Britain, marked with moving dots that represented wizard military positions. 3 Auror battalions are gathering at the ministry. 2 more are being recalled from international postings. And these, he pointed to a cluster of dots near the Scottish border. These are hit wizards from private security firms. Syndicate money, almost certainly. Harry studied the map, his enhanced senses drinking in details that would have been invisible to him a week ago. The wizard forces weren't positioned for a direct assault on Gringotts, that would be suicide, and everyone knew it. Instead, they were establishing a perimeter, cutting off surface access, preparing for a siege. They want to starve us out, he said. Block our access to the surface, disrupt our commerce, wait until we're desperate enough to negotiate from weakness. A sound strategy, Grimjaw admitted grudgingly. Gringotts depends on wizard gold flowing through its vaults. Without surface trade, the economy collapses within months. So we don't let them establish the perimeter. Harry looked up from the map. We break through before they're ready. Show them that we're not trapped down here, we're choosing to stay. Break through with what? Our combined forces number perhaps 2,000 warriors. The wizards have 10 times that, plus magic that can level mountains. Grimjaw shook his head. I've spent 3 centuries preparing for this war, Potter. I know the mathematics. We cannot win a direct confrontation. Then we don't fight directly. Harry's mind was racing, connections forming that he couldn't quite articulate. The syndicate is driving this. The old families who profit from keeping goblins subjugated. If we can expose them, show the wizarding public what's really happening. The wizarding public doesn't care about goblins, Silverthorn cut in. She'd arrived at the crossroads an hour after the crowning, her decoy mission successful, and had immediately attached herself to Harry's side. They've been taught to see us as servants at best, threats at worst. A few exposés won't change centuries of conditioning. Then we don't appeal to their conscience. We appeal to their self-interest. Harry leaned over the map, tracing the trade routes that connected Gringotts to the broader magical economy. Who holds the wealth? Who controls the loans, the investments, the currency? We do, Griphook said slowly. The banker had been quiet throughout the meeting, watching the dynamics between the former enemies with fascination. Gringotts manages approximately 70% of all wizarding wealth in Britain. Another 20% internationally. And if that wealth suddenly became inaccessible? Silence fell over the chamber. Grimjaw's eyes widened as he grasped what Harry was suggesting. You want to freeze their accounts, the warlord said. Hold their gold hostage until they back down. Not hostage. Just, secured. For their own protection, during a time of instability. Harry smiled, and it wasn't a pleasant expression. The syndicate families are rich, but they're not the only rich families. There are plenty of wizards who depend on Gringotts access who have nothing to do with this conflict. When their accounts become unavailable, when their businesses can't operate, when their children can't access their trust funds, they'll pressure the ministry to resolve this quickly, Griphook finished. Economic warfare. It's elegant. And it might actually work. It will also make enemies of every wizard in Britain, Silverthorn pointed out. Even the ones who don't support the syndicate. Better enemies who want their money back than enemies who want us dead. Harry straightened. We need to move fast. Griphook, can you implement selective account freezes? Target the syndicate families first, then expand to anyone actively supporting the military mobilization. It will take time to identify all the connections, you have 6 hours. After that, I want every Canute locked down tighter than a dragon's vault. Harry turned to Grimjaw. We need a show of force. Something that demonstrates we're not afraid, that we can strike anywhere we choose. Your warriors are better suited for that than mine. Grimjaw studied Harry for a long moment. The bond between them hummed with assessment, the warlord testing this strange new ally, looking for weakness or deception. He found neither. I have a cell in London, Grimjaw said finally. Warriors who've been embedded in the surface world for decades, waiting for the signal to act. I can have them strike at syndicate properties within hours. Not kill. Demonstrate. Harry held up a hand. We're not terrorists. We're not proving that goblins are dangerous. We're proving that we could be, if we wanted to be, and we're choosing restraint. Restraint. Grimjaw tasted the word like something unfamiliar. You want me to send my best warriors to demonstrate? I want you to send them to be seen. To let the syndicate know that their homes, their businesses, their families are within our reach, and that we're choosing not to harm them. Harry met Grimjaw's eyes. Fear is a weapon. But controlled fear, precise fear, is a better one. Another long pause. Then Grimjaw nodded slowly. You think like a goblin, Potter. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or a concern. Probably both. Harry turned back to the map. What else do we need to address? The neutral clans, Whisperstone said. Many of them are still uncertain about the alliance. They followed you to the crossroads out of curiosity, but curiosity doesn't translate into loyalty. If the wizard assault begins before they've committed, then they might sit it out. Or worse, side with whoever seems most likely to win. Harry nodded. I need to speak with their leaders. Personally. Show them that this alliance is real, that Grimjaw and I are truly working together. A diplomatic tour. While armies mobilize above us. Silverthorn's tone was skeptical. Is that wise? Probably not. But it's necessary. Harry looked around the chamber at the faces watching him, some supportive, some doubtful, some openly hostile. We have 2 crowns now. 2 kings. But that means nothing if we can't convince our own people that we're worth following. Then we go together, Grimjaw said. You and I, show them the alliance in person. Harry felt the bond between them pulse with something like agreement. Whatever magic had created the twin crowns, it seemed to approve of cooperation. Together, Harry agreed. We leave within the hour. The diplomatic tour was a blur of caverns and councils, handshakes and heated arguments. Harry had expected the neutral clans to be simple, either for the alliance or against it. The reality was far more complex. Each clan had its own history, its own grievances, its own vision of what the Goblin nation should become. Some wanted revenge against wizards. Some wanted isolation. Some wanted integration. And some just wanted to be left alone. The Silverstone clan, Silverthorn's people, was the first stop. Their holdings were modest by Goblin standards, a network of mines and workshops in the mountains north of Gringotts, but their warriors were renowned throughout the underground. Clan Elder Silverforge received them in a hall of polished metal, his ancient eyes moving between Harry and Grimjaw with undisguised suspicion. 2 kings, he said, his voice like grinding gears. In 3,000 years of history, we've never had 2 kings. Why should we believe this isn't just another trick? Because we're here together, Harry said. Not sending envoys or demands. Coming ourselves, asking for your support rather than demanding it. Words. Easy to speak, easier to break. Then watch our actions. Harry gestured at Grimjaw. The warlord who spent centuries preparing to conquer the surface world, standing beside a half-blood he could have killed 100 times. That's not words, that's reality. Silverforge's gaze shifted to Grimjaw. And you, Ironheart? You accept this boy as your equal. I accept him as my partner. Grimjaw's voice was even, almost diplomatic, a tone Harry hadn't known the warlord possessed. I've spent 300 years preparing for a war that would have destroyed us. Potter showed me another path. I'm not certain it's the right one, but I'm certain the old one was wrong. The Deep Delvers were always the greatest threat to peace, Silverforge said. Your acceptance of this alliance removes that threat. But it also removes our guarantee of survival. Harry frowned. What do you mean? The neutral clans survived by being too small to matter. The Deep Delvers threatened conquest, but they were predictable, stay out of their way, don't provoke them, and they'd leave us alone. Gringotts promised protection, but protection meant dependence. We carved out a space between 2 giants who were too busy watching each other to notice us. Silverforge's eyes glittered. Now the giants are allied. Where does that leave the small clans? Part of something bigger, Harry said. Not subjects, partners. The alliance isn't about 2 factions absorbing everyone else. It's about all of us working together. Pretty words. Back them up, then. Silverthorn stepped forward, addressing her clan elder for the first time. I've traveled with Potter. Fought beside his warriors. Watched him navigate challenges that should have killed him. He means what he says, elder. And Grimjaw, she turned to the warlord. Grimjaw respects strength. He wouldn't ally with weakness. You vouch for them, Silverthorn. With my life and honor. The chamber went quiet. Harry could feel the weight of the moment, a daughter of the clan staking her reputation on outsiders. Silverforge studied his granddaughter for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. The Silverstone clan will join the alliance. On a trial basis. He held up a hand before anyone could respond. 1 year. We'll fight beside you, trade with you, support your efforts against the wizards. If, after 1 year, we judge the alliance to be genuine, we'll commit fully. If not, you withdraw with no consequences, Harry finished. Fair terms. Thank you, Elder. Don't thank me yet, young king. You've barely begun, and the road ahead is long. They left the Silverstone holdings with one clan secured and a dozen more to visit. The pattern repeated across the underground world. Some clans joined immediately, swept up in the excitement of the alliance and the promise of change. Others required negotiation, concessions, specific guarantees about their interests and autonomy. A few refused outright, preferring to wait and see how events unfolded before committing. By the third day, Harry had met more goblin leaders than he could easily remember, heard more grievances than he could possibly address, and made more promises than he was entirely comfortable keeping. But the alliance was growing. Slowly, cautiously, the goblin nation was beginning to unite. 12 clans committed, Griphook reported as they traveled between meetings. Another 8 in negotiation. Only 3 outright refusals, and those are the isolationists who would reject any alliance on principle. What about Gringotts? How's the economic campaign progressing? The account freezes are implemented. The syndicate families screamed bloody murder, as expected, but the real impact will come over the next few days as businesses start failing. Griphook's expression was satisfied. I've also begun reaching out to non-syndicate wealthy families. Offering them special consideration, their accounts unfrozen in exchange for public statements against the military mobilization. How many have accepted? 7 so far. Including the Greengrasses, which is significant, they're an old family with considerable influence. Harry paused. The Greengrasses? My grandmother's family? Distant cousins, I believe. The current Lord Greengrass expressed particular interest in meeting with you. Griphook's eyes gleamed. Apparently, there are family secrets he's willing to share. Harry filed that away for later. Family secrets could wait, the immediate crisis couldn't. What's the wizard response to our demonstrations? Confusion, mostly. They expected us to either capitulate or attack. We're doing neither. Griphook consulted his notes. Grimjaw's cells have made 23 appearances in the past 2 days. Syndicate properties, ministry holdings, even Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts. No violence, just presence. Goblins appearing where they shouldn't be, demonstrating capability, then vanishing. And the military mobilization? Stalling. The syndicate wants immediate action, but the ministry is hesitant. Minister Fudge is apparently terrified of starting a war he's not certain he can win. Good. Fear keeps people cautious. Harry looked ahead to their next destination, a major clan holding called the Deep Forge, which had remained neutral despite Grimjaw's centuries of pressure. What can you tell me about Clan Deep Forge? Ancient. Wealthy. Conservative. They're master smiths. The finest weapons and armor in the underground come from their forges. Griphook's expression became more guarded. They're also the clan most likely to reject the alliance. Their current elder, Hammerstrike, was Grimjaw's rival for decades. The only reason they didn't go to war was because neither could afford the losses. Great. We're walking into a snake pit. More or less. The Deep Forge holdings were impressive even by Goblin standards. The central chamber was a vast cavern filled with active forges, rivers of molten metal flowing through carved channels, heat so intense that even Harry's enhanced body felt uncomfortable. Goblins worked everywhere, hammering, shaping, creating weapons and armor and artifacts that thrummed with contained power. Clan Elder Hammerstrike waited for them on a platform overlooking the forges. He was old, ancient, even by Goblin standards, but his eyes were sharp and his grip, when he clasped Harry's hand, was like iron. The King of Two Bloods, Hammerstrike said, examining Harry with clinical interest. You're younger than I expected. I'm older than I look. You'd have to be. Hammerstrike's gaze shifted to Grimjaw, and something cold entered his expression. Ironheart. Finally crawled out of your caves. I go where I'm needed, Hammerstrike. The Alliance needs your support. The Alliance. Hammerstrike snorted. You expect me to believe that you've given up 3 centuries of ambition because a child asked nicely? I expect you to see the evidence. Grimjaw touched his crown. The artifacts merged. The prophecy fulfilled. Something new is beginning, and you can either be part of it or be left behind. Something new. You mean something that threatens my clan's independence? Hammerstrike turned back to Harry. You should understand, young king, that the Deep Forge has survived for 3,000 years by trusting no one. Not Gringotts, not the Deep Delvers, not any alliance or federation. We forge our own path. And where has that path led you? Harry asked. 3,000 years of survival, yes, but survival isn't the same as thriving. When was the last time the Deep Forge created something truly new? When was the last time your smiths pushed their art forward instead of just repeating what their ancestors made? Hammerstrike's eyes narrowed. Careful, boy. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm trying to understand. Harry gestured at the forges below. You have incredible capability here. The finest smiths in the underground, working with techniques that wizards can't match. But what are they creating? Weapons for wars that never happen. Armor for battles that are never fought. All this potential, locked away underground because you're too afraid of what might happen if you reached out. We're not afraid. Then prove it. Harry met Hammerstrike's gaze. Join the alliance. Bring your skills to the table. Help us create something new, not just weapons of war, but tools of peace. Show the world what goblin smiths can really do. Hammerstrike stared at him for a long moment. Harry could feel the elder's assessment, the weighing of risks and rewards that had kept the Deep Forge independent for millennia. You're asking me to gamble everything, Hammerstrike said finally. 3,000 years of careful neutrality, abandoned on the word of a child and a warlord. I'm asking you to imagine a future worth building. Harry stepped closer. The wizarding world is mobilizing against us. The Syndicate wants us destroyed. We're at war whether we like it or not, and in a war, there's no such thing as neutrality. You can fight beside us, or you can wait until they come for you next. They wouldn't dare attack the Deep Forge. They wouldn't dare attack anyone, until they did. The Goblin Wars started with similar assumptions. Harry's voice was quiet but intense. The choice isn't between safety and risk, Elder. It's between which risks you're willing to take. Hammerstrike was silent for so long that Harry began to wonder if he'd pushed too hard. Then the Elder turned and shouted something in rapid gobbledygook to the workers below. Activity in the forges paused. Goblins looked up, surprised by the interruption. The Deep Forge will join the alliance, Hammerstrike announced. His voice echoed through the vast chamber. Not because I believe in prophecies or promises, but because I'm tired of waiting. Tired of hiding. Tired of surviving instead of living. He turned back to Harry. Don't make me regret this, young king. I'll try not to. Trying isn't enough. Succeed. Hammerstrike's expression was grim. Now, let's talk about what kind of weapons we're going to make for this war of yours. They were 3 days into the diplomatic tour when the first attack came. Harry felt it through the crown, a sudden spike of alarm that wasn't his own. Grimjaw was on the other side of a neutral clan's meeting hall, negotiating access rights to critical tunnel networks, but through their bond, Harry knew instantly that something was wrong. Wizards, Grimjaw snarled, interrupting the negotiations. Surface strike. They've breached one of our tunnel entrances. Harry closed his eyes and reached through the bond, trying to understand what Grimjaw was sensing. The twin crowns connected them to the underground in ways they were still learning. They could feel disturbances in the tunnel networks, sense goblin warriors in distress, almost hear the clash of combat in distant chambers. The Silverstone entrance, Harry said. They're attacking Silverthorn's clan. The clan representatives erupted in shouting, fear mixing with outrage. Harry cut through the noise with a raised hand. How many wizards? Grimjaw's face was tight with concentration. Hard to tell through the bond. 100? Maybe more. Hit wizards, from the feel of their magic. Professional soldiers, not aurors. Syndicate private forces. Harry turned to the clan representatives. This is what I warned you about. They're not waiting for the military mobilization, they're using private forces to test our defenses. Then we defend, one of the younger goblins shouted. Send warriors to what? We're 2 days' travel from Silverstone. By the time reinforcements arrive, the battle will be over. Harry thought furiously. How many warriors does Silverstone have? Perhaps 200, Grimjaw said. Skilled, but not equipped for a siege. They're miners and craftsmen, not soldiers. And the attackers have surprise, superior magic, and nothing to lose. Harry felt sick. Silverthorn's clan, her family, under attack while they were too far away to help. Unless. The Forges, Harry said suddenly. Hammerstrike just committed to the alliance. The Deep Forge is the closest major holding to Silverstone. The Deep Forge smiths aren't warriors, Grimjaw objected. No, but they have something better. Harry turned to the Deep Forge representative who had accompanied them to this meeting. Your forge magic. The techniques for controlling fire and metal. Can they be weaponized? The representative, a middle-aged goblin named Colehand, looked startled. Weaponized? We've never tried. Try now. The tunnels between Deep Forge and Silverstone, there must be lava flows, magma channels, something that connects your forges to theirs. Understanding dawned in Colehand's eyes. The thermal vents. We use them for heating the forges, but they run throughout the region. If we could redirect the flows. Can you do it? Perhaps. It's never been attempted, but the principle is sound. Colehand's expression became determined. I'll need to contact the Forge Masters immediately. Do it. Harry turned to Grimjaw. Can your warriors guide them? Show them which tunnels to target. My cells know the region. They can coordinate. Grimjaw's expression was complicated, surprise, respect, and something that might have been admiration. You're not thinking like a wizard anymore, Potter. I'm thinking like someone who wants to win. Harry addressed the clan representatives. This is what the alliance means. We don't fight alone. When one clan is attacked, all clans respond, not just with warriors, but with everything we have. Our skills, our knowledge, our resources. And if the wizards respond in kind, one of the elders asked. If they bring their full force against us. Then we show them what the united goblin nation can do. Harry's voice carried the weight of both crowns. We've been divided for too long, hiding in our separate caves, hoping the wizards would leave us alone. That ends now. We rise together or we fall separately. Silence. Then, slowly, the clan representatives began to nod. Send word to your holdings, Harry ordered. Full mobilization. Any clan that can spare warriors sends them to defensive positions. Any clan that can provide supplies or sanctuary prepares to receive refugees. We're at war now, whether we wanted it or not. The chamber erupted into activity. Messengers rushed out through every exit. The neutral clan representatives, who had been cautiously distant until now, suddenly found themselves committed to a conflict that had seemed abstract hours ago. Harry turned to Grimjaw. Can we get to Silverstone in time? Not to fight. But maybe to help with the aftermath. Grimjaw's scarred face was grim. Potter, you should know, if this thermal vent plan works, it won't be a surgical strike. The wizards will die, yes, but so might some goblins. The collateral damage could be significant. I know. Harry felt the weight of command settling on his shoulders. But if we do nothing, Silverstone falls. And then the next clan, and the next, until they've picked us apart piece by piece. War, then. Real war. Real war. Harry met Grimjaw's eyes. Are you ready for that? I've been ready for 3 centuries. Grimjaw's smile was fierce. The question is whether you are. Harry thought about his parents. About the cupboard under the stairs. About every person who had ever tried to control him, use him, destroy him. Let's find out, he said. The Battle of Silverstone lasted 6 hours. Harry and Grimjaw didn't make it in time to see the fighting, but they arrived in time to see the results. The thermal vent plan had worked, better than anyone expected. The Deep Forge smiths, guided by Grimjaw's warriors, had redirected magma flows into the tunnel network where the wizards were advancing. The heat alone had killed or incapacitated most of the attackers. The few who survived had fled back to the surface, their private military adventure transformed into a nightmare. But Colehand had been right about collateral damage. Harry walked through the aftermath, stepping over bodies that had been goblin and wizard alike. The thermal vents had been imprecise, some had erupted in residential areas, catching civilians in the destruction. Goblin families who had nothing to do with the fighting, killed by their own clan's desperation. Silverthorn found him standing over the body of a goblin child, her face streaked with tears and ash. 17 dead, she reported, her voice flat with exhaustion. 40 wounded. The wizard casualties were higher, 63 confirmed, another 20 missing and presumed dead. And your family? My parents survived. My sister. Silverthorn's voice cracked. My sister was in the 3rd residence hall. The one where the vent erupted. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Be angry. Silverthorn wiped her face with a dirty hand. The wizards did this. The syndicate. They attacked our homes, forced us to defend ourselves, made us choose between dying slowly or fighting back with everything we had. Her eyes met Harry's. You warned us this was coming. You told the clan elders that war was inevitable. I didn't believe you. I didn't want to be right. Being right doesn't matter anymore. Only winning. Silverthorn took a deep breath. What happens next? Harry looked around the devastated chamber. Goblins were working to clear debris, tend to wounded, honor their dead. They moved with grim efficiency, but he could see the shock beneath their composure. This wasn't the distant violence of historical wars, this was real, immediate, personal. And it was just the beginning. We respond, Harry said. Not with heat-of-the-moment retaliation, but with calculated escalation. The syndicate thinks they can wage a shadow war, private forces, deniable operations, gradual pressure. We show them that approach won't work. How? By making the war undeniable. Harry's voice hardened. I want every goblin in Britain to know what happened here. Every wizard too. The syndicate attacked civilians, families, children, and they did it with forces that can be traced directly back to their sponsors. We make that public. We force the ministry to acknowledge what happened. They'll deny everything. Let them try. Griphook has been documenting the syndicate's financial connections for days. By now, he should have enough evidence to prove exactly who funded this attack. Harry started walking toward the exit. We're done hiding. Done reacting. It's time to go on the offensive. Silverthorn fell into step beside him. What kind of offensive? The kind they're not expecting. Harry touched his crown, feeling Grimjaw's presence through the bond. The warlord was elsewhere in the complex, organizing defenses, but his agreement pulsed clear and strong. The syndicate's greatest weakness is their secrecy. They've operated in the shadows for generations, pulling strings while maintaining respectable public faces. We're going to drag them into the light. And when they're exposed, then the wizarding public will have to choose sides. And I'm betting most of them would rather not die for rich families' profits. They emerged from the damaged residential area into a larger chamber where refugees from the attack were gathering. Goblins of all ages, many wounded, all frightened. They looked up as Harry passed, and he saw something in their eyes that he hadn't expected. Hope. Despite everything, the deaths, the destruction, the uncertain future, they still hoped. They believed that the Alliance could protect them, that the two kings could lead them to something better. Harry couldn't afford to let them down. The counteroffensive began 3 days later. While Grimjaw coordinated military preparations, Harry launched an information war. Documents detailing syndicate funding of private military operations found their way to every major wizarding newspaper. Testimony from captured attackers was recorded and distributed through channels that couldn't be blocked. Images of the Silverstone attack, bodies of Goblin civilians, destroyed homes, traumatized survivors, spread through the magical world. The Ministry tried to suppress the information. They failed. Within a week, the political landscape had shifted. The syndicate families found themselves under public scrutiny for the first time in generations. Questions were being asked, in the Wisengamot, in the press, in private conversations across magical Britain, about why wealthy families were funding attacks on Goblin civilians. Minister Fudge, desperate to distance himself from the scandal, announced a thorough investigation into the allegations. It was meaningless political theater, but it forced the military mobilization to pause. No one wanted to be associated with the syndicate while investigations were pending. "We've bought time," Griphook reported during a strategy session. "The active military threat is diminished for now. But the syndicate won't stay dormant forever. They're already working to discredit our evidence, paint us as the aggressors, shift the narrative. Let them try." Harry studied the map spread across the table. "What's our position?" "Strong, considering where we started. The Alliance now includes 37 clans, representing roughly 60% of the underground population. Our economic campaign has caused significant disruption in wizarding commerce, several major businesses have failed, and pressure on the Ministry to resolve the situation is growing." "And Dumbledore?" "Quiet. Unusually quiet." Griphook's expression was troubled. "He hasn't made any public statements since this began. No intervention, no negotiation attempts, nothing. That worried Harry more than open opposition would have. Dumbledore's silence suggested he was planning something that required patience and timing. "What about Voldemort?" Harry asked. The question had been nagging at him since the beginning. "Any sign of movement from his forces?" "The Wraith remains hidden. Our intelligence suggests it's found a new host, but we haven't been able to identify who." Griphook hesitated. "There have been rumors. Whispers in dark places. Some believe the Wraith is waiting to see how this conflict resolves before making its own move. Opportunism. Voldemort was always pragmatic when it suited him." Griphook set down his notes. "Speaking of pragmatism, you have a visitor. Someone who claims to have information about your family history." Harry looked up sharply. "The Greengrass connection?" "Lord Cyrus Greengrass. He arrived at Gringotts an hour ago, requesting a meeting. He seems motivated." "Motivated by what?" "That's what you'll need to find out." Lord Greengrass was a surprise. Harry had expected a typical pure-blood aristocrat, arrogant, entitled, dismissive of anyone beneath his station. What he found was a tired man in expensive robes, with worried eyes and a desperate determination that he couldn't quite hide. "Your Majesty," Greengrass said, inclining his head. The title felt strange. Harry was still getting used to being a king. "Thank you for receiving me, Lord Greengrass." Harry gestured to a chair across from his desk. They were meeting in a private chamber near the main Gringotts offices, surrounded by guards who remained just visible enough to discourage any foolish moves. "I'm told you have information about my family." "I have more than information. I have answers." Greengrass settled into the chair, his hands clasped tightly in his lap. "Answers that have been kept secret for generations. Answers that, frankly, I should have shared years ago." Then why didn't you? Fear. Cowardice. The same reasons most people keep silent. Greengrass met Harry's eyes. You should understand, Your Majesty, that what I'm about to tell you will change everything you believe about your heritage. And it will put both our families in danger. I'm already in danger. What do you have? Greengrass took a deep breath. Your grandmother, Euphemia Potter, she wasn't just a greengrass by birth. She was the result of a deliberate breeding program that has been operating for over 5 centuries. A program designed to produce an heir capable of uniting wizards and goblins. Harry felt cold despite the warmth of the chamber. Flamel's program. You know about that? We suspected. But we didn't have proof. I have proof. Greengrass reached into his robes and produced a thick envelope. Documents, genealogies, correspondence between Flamel and various heads of the Greengrass family going back generations. It's all here, the arranged marriages, the magical interventions to ensure compatibility, the careful tracking of bloodlines. Harry took the envelope but didn't open it. Why are you giving this to me? Because I'm tired of being a pawn. Greengrass's voice cracked. My whole life, I've followed the rules. Kept the secrets. Done what was expected. And what has it gotten me? A family in danger, a fortune that depends on Gringotts' goodwill, and the growing certainty that I've been on the wrong side of history. You want to defect. I want to survive. And more than that, I want my children to survive. Greengrass leaned forward. The syndicate is using my family's resources for their war. They've implied that if I don't cooperate, my daughters will suffer. I've been trying to find a way out, and then you appeared, the result of everything my ancestors worked for, standing against everything the syndicate represents. So this is self-interest. Mostly. But not entirely. Greengrass's expression became complicated. I've watched you these past weeks, Your Majesty. Watched how you've handled the alliance, the attacks, the pressure. You're not what I expected. You're not the weapon Flamel wanted, you're something different. Something that might actually make things better. Harry studied the man for a long moment. The political calculations were obvious. Greengrass was jumping ship from a sinking enterprise, trying to secure favorable treatment for himself and his family. But beneath the calculation, Harry sensed something genuine. Exhaustion. Fear. The desperate hope of someone who had spent too long serving masters he couldn't respect. What do you want in exchange for this information? Protection for my family. My daughters specifically, Daphne and Astoria. They're at Hogwarts, which means they're under Dumbledore's control. If the syndicate decides I've betrayed them, my daughters will be the first targets. You want me to extract them from Hogwarts. I want you to ensure their safety. However that needs to happen. Harry thought about it. Extracting students from Hogwarts would be complicated, the castle's wards were formidable, and Dumbledore would certainly notice. But it would also send a message. Show that the Alliance could protect its friends even in the heart of wizarding territory. I'll need to consult with my advisors, Harry said. But if your information checks out, if it proves what you're claiming, then I'll do what I can for your daughters. That's all I ask. Greengrass stood. There's one more thing you should know. Something that isn't in those documents. What? Flamel isn't just an observer in this conflict. He's been active, more active than anyone suspects. He has agents everywhere, including within the syndicate. He's been manipulating both sides, trying to ensure that whatever outcome emerges, it serves his purposes. What purposes? I don't know exactly. But I believe he wants you to succeed, to unite the goblins under your rule. He just wants to make sure that when you do, you're still controllable. Greengrass moved toward the door. Be careful, Your Majesty. Your greatest enemy isn't the Syndicate or the Ministry or even Voldemort. It's the man who created you. He left. Harry sat alone in the chamber, the envelope heavy in his hands, thinking about enemies and allies and the complicated web of manipulation that seemed to surround his entire existence. Flamel wanted him to succeed. That should have been reassuring. Instead, it felt like another trap. That night, Harry dreamed of the forge. It was different from his previous visions, more immediate, more personal. He stood in a vast chamber of fire and metal, watching a goblin king work at an anvil that seemed to contain a star. Ragnarok the First, younger than Harry had seen him before, his face illuminated by the light of creation. "You're getting close," Ragnarok said without looking up. His hammer rose and fell in steady rhythm. "The final trial awaits. But you're not ready. I've united most of the clans. Survived the wizarding attack. Built something that might actually last. You've built a foundation. The house isn't finished." Ragnarok set down his hammer and turned to face Harry. "The Forge of Kings isn't just a physical location. It's a test of creation. Can you make something new, something that represents your vision for the future? The alliance is politics. The forge demands art. I don't know what to create." "Then you're not ready." Ragnarok smiled, and there was warmth in it despite his stern words. "But you're closer than anyone has been in 1,000 years. Keep going, young king. The answer will come when you need it." "And Flamel? Greengrass says he created me, that everything I am is the result of his manipulation. Does it matter?" Ragnarok's eyes glittered. "You're not what he intended. You never were. Every creator learns eventually that their creations have minds of their own." He picked up his hammer again. Flamel wanted a weapon. He got a king. That's his problem, not yours. Harry woke with the words echoing in his mind. Flamel wanted a weapon. He got a king. It wasn't much comfort. But it was something. The next 2 weeks were a blur of preparation. The Greengrass documents proved authentic. Griphook's team verified every detail, adding pieces to a puzzle that had been forming since Harry first set foot in Gringotts. Flamel's breeding program was real, spanning 5 centuries and dozens of families. The Potters, the Greengrasses, and several other bloodlines had been deliberately manipulated to produce an heir with Harry's specific combination of traits. He wasn't just trying to create a king of 2 bloods, Griphook reported. He was trying to create someone controllable. Every potential candidate who showed too much independence was removed from the breeding pool. Killed. Usually more subtle than that. Marriages prevented, bloodlines diverted, promising heirs quietly redirected away from matches that might produce uncontrollable results. Griphook's expression was troubled. Your parents' union wasn't supposed to happen. Flamel's records show multiple attempts to prevent their marriage, all of them failed. Because they were in love. Because they were stubborn. Like you. Griphook set down the documents. The question is what to do with this information. Make it public, and you undermine the legitimacy of your claim. You're not the prophesied king, you're a laboratory experiment. Keep it secret, and you're complicit in Flamel's manipulation. Neither option is acceptable. Harry thought about it. We use the information selectively. Share it with our allies, the clan leaders who need to understand what they're really supporting. But we frame it differently. How? Flamel tried to control destiny. He failed. I'm not the weapon he wanted, I'm something else. Something that can't be predicted or controlled. Harry smiled grimly. The clans need to know that I'm fighting against manipulation, not benefiting from it. That's a nuanced message. Can you trust the clan leaders to understand it? I have to. Harry stood and moved to the window overlooking the underground city. The final trial is coming. The Forge of Kings. I need to complete it before Flamel makes his move, whatever that move is. You still don't know what to create. No. But I'm starting to have ideas. Through the crown, Harry felt Grimjaw's presence. The warlord was somewhere in the deep delves, coordinating military preparations for whatever came next. Their bond had grown stronger over the past weeks, communication becoming almost effortless. "I need to travel," Harry sent. "The forge. It's time." "You're certain?" Grimjaw's response was immediate. "The wizards are still mobilized. Moving openly is risky. Staying still is riskier. Every day we wait, Flammel has more time to plan." A pause. "Then, I'll send an escort. My best warriors, ones I trust absolutely. Come yourself. Whatever I create at the forge, it should reflect both of us." Another pause, longer this time. Then agreement pulsed through the bond. 3 days. I'll meet you at the deep forge. From there, we travel together. Harry closed the connection and turned back to Griphook. Notify the Alliance. 3 days from now, we move on the Forge of Kings. Should I also arrange for the greengrass extraction? The timing might work in our favor. While attention is focused on your trial, we could slip operatives into Hogwarts. Do it. But Griphook, Harry met his eyes. Be careful. Dumbledore's been too quiet. He knows something's coming. Dumbledore isn't the only one who can plan ahead. Griphook's smile was sharp. I've been doing this for a long time, Your Majesty. Trust me. I do. The words surprised Harry with their sincerity. More than I expected to. Then we'll make sure that trust is deserved. 3 days later, Harry met Grimjaw at the Deep Forge. The warlord had changed since the crowning. The ruthless certainty that had defined him for centuries was still there, but it had been tempered by something else, a willingness to consider alternatives, to accept that his way wasn't the only way. You look tired, Grimjaw observed as they clasped hands. You look worried. I am worried. The Forge of Kings lies in territory I claimed as mine for 3 centuries, but I never actually controlled it. The old magic there is, unpredictable. Grimjaw released Harry's hand. Whatever you create, it will reflect your true intentions. Good or bad. Hidden or open. The Forge doesn't care what you want to show, it cares what you actually are. That's what I'm counting on. They set out with an escort of 50 warriors, 25 from Gringotts, 25 from the Deep Delves. Silverthorn led the Gringotts contingent, her face set with the grim determination that had become her default expression since her sister's death. Grimjaw's second-in-command, a scarred veteran named Bloodfang, led the Deep Delver forces. The journey took 2 days, through tunnels that grew progressively older and stranger. The geometric patterns on the walls became more complex, more alien. The air grew thick with power that made Harry's enhanced senses crackle with awareness. The old places, Grimjaw murmured as they traveled. Before Gringotts, before the surface treaties, this is where our people lived. Where we were strong. What happened to them? Time. War. Change. Grimjaw shrugged. Civilizations rise and fall. We're just the latest chapter in a very long story. The Forge of Kings was exactly what Harry had expected and nothing like it. The chamber was vast, larger than any space he'd seen underground, so large that the ceiling was lost in darkness. At its center stood an anvil of black metal, surrounded by rivers of molten gold that flowed in patterns too regular to be natural. The heat was intense but not unbearable, as if the forge itself was holding its power in reserve. And floating above the anvil, waiting, was a sphere of pure creation energy. The forge heart, Grimjaw said, his voice reverent. The power that Ragnarok used to create the original artifacts. It's been dormant for a millennium, waiting for a worthy successor. Harry approached the anvil slowly, feeling the forge heart's power washing over him. It was like standing in the presence of a god, vast, impersonal, terrifying in its potential. How does this work? He asked. You touched the forge heart. You let it see your intentions, your vision, your true self. And then. Grimjaw's expression was uncertain. Then it either accepts you or destroys you. The histories are not specific about the process. Comforting. You asked for honesty. Harry turned to face his escort. 50 warriors, watching with a mixture of hope and fear. Silverthorn's face was unreadable. Bloodfang looked like he was trying to decide if Harry was brave or suicidal. If I don't come back from this, Harry said, the alliance continues. Grimjaw leads, with the support of the clan council. We don't stop fighting because one king falls. You're not going to fall, Silverthorn said. Her voice was fierce. You've survived everything else. You'll survive this. Maybe. But just in case, thank you. All of you. For believing in something worth fighting for. He turned and walked toward the anvil. The forge heart was warm when Harry touched it. Not hot, despite the rivers of molten gold surrounding it. Warm, like a heartbeat, like life, like the feeling of finally coming home after a long journey. So, a voice said in his mind. You've arrived. It wasn't Ragnar's voice. It was older, deeper, something that had existed before goblins or wizards or any thinking being had walked the earth. Who are you? I am what remains when creators forget their creations. I am the spark that precedes the fire. I am the potential that exists before the choice is made. The warmth intensified. I am the forge. I need to create something, Harry thought. Something that represents my vision for the future. I know what you need. The question is whether you know what you want. Images flooded Harry's mind. The alliance he'd built. The enemies he'd faced. The people he'd lost and the people he'd saved. His parents' sacrifice. The cupboard under the stairs. The crown on his head. What do you want, Harry Potter? What would you create if you could create anything? Harry thought about it. Really thought, in a way he rarely allowed himself. He wanted peace. But not the peace of submission or the peace of the grave, the peace of understanding, of mutual respect, of beings who chose to work together rather than tear each other apart. He wanted justice. Not revenge, but accountability. A world where the powerful couldn't exploit the weak, where secrets couldn't be used as weapons, where everyone had a chance to be heard. He wanted family. Not the family he'd been denied, but the family he'd chosen. The goblins who'd accepted him, the allies who trusted him, the friends who'd risked everything beside him. And he wanted to build. To create something lasting, something that would outlive him, something that would make the world better for everyone who came after. Those are worthy goals, the Forge said. But goals are not creations. What form do you give to your vision? Harry thought about the artifacts he'd seen. The stone that created. The heartstone that preserved. The crown that ruled. The blade that destroyed. All of them were tools of power. Symbols of what one being could do to shape the world. But he didn't want to shape the world alone. He wanted to help others shape it with him. I want to create a bridge, Harry thought. Not a weapon or a tool or a symbol of authority. A bridge between worlds, wizard and goblin, surface and underground, past and future. Something that connects instead of divides. The Forge's warmth intensified. Interesting. But a bridge is a concept, not an object. What physical form would it take? Harry thought about his crown. 2 crowns, actually, his and Grimjaw's, created from the fusion of the original artifacts. They were symbols of unity, but they were also separate. 2 kings, 2 visions, working together but not truly merged. What if there was a 3rd crown? Harry thought. Not for a king, but for the nation itself. A crown that anyone could wear, that would connect them to everyone else who had worn it. A symbol of belonging that transcended individual leadership. You would share power, the Forge observed. Make it available to all, rather than concentrated in a few. Isn't that what leadership should be? Not commanding from above, but serving from within. The warmth became heat. The heat became light. Harry felt the Forge Heart's power flowing into him, through him, reshaping something fundamental in his connection to the universe. Then create, the Forge said. Show me what a king who doesn't want to be alone can build. Harry reached out with his will, with his hope, with everything he was and everything he wanted to become. And in the heart of the Forge of Kings, something new began to take shape. When Harry opened his eyes, the chamber was filled with light. The escort stood at the edges, their faces illuminated by the glow emanating from the anvil. Grimjaw was on his feet, his expression a mixture of awe and confusion. Silverthorn had her hand on her sword, ready to fight whatever emerged. But it wasn't a weapon that floated above the anvil now. It was a circlet. Simple, elegant, made of metal that seemed to shift between gold and silver and something else, a color that didn't have a name. It pulsed with gentle light, warm and welcoming, like an invitation rather than a command. What is it? Grimjaw asked, his voice hushed. The crown of connection. Harry reached out and took the circlet from the air. It felt light in his hands, almost weightless, but when he touched it, he felt something he hadn't expected. Other minds. Distant, faint, but present. Every goblin in the underground, every being who had ever hoped for something better, everyone who had ever believed in the possibility of unity. Anyone who wears this, Harry said slowly, becomes part of something larger. They can feel the others, the hopes, the fears, the struggles. Not controlling, not commanding. Just, connected. That's impossible, Bloodfang said. Magic doesn't work like that. Apparently it does now. Harry turned to face the escort. This isn't a weapon. It's not going to win the war or defeat our enemies. But it might help us remember why we're fighting in the first place. He held out the circlet to Grimjaw. Will you try it? The warlord hesitated. 3 centuries of isolation, of leading through strength and fear, of trusting no one but himself. Then he reached out and took the circlet. When he placed it on his head, his expression transformed. Wonder, shock, something that might have been joy if Grimjaw's face remembered how to show that emotion. I can feel them, he whispered. Everyone. The miners in Silverstone. The smiths in Deep Forge. The warriors waiting for orders. They're all. His voice cracked. They're all there. Not controlled. Not commanded. Just present. Harry took the circlet back as Grimjaw removed it. This is what I want for the Goblin nation. Not subjects obeying kings. Partners working together. The alliance would never be the same, Silverthorn said. Her voice was uncertain. Everyone knowing what everyone else is thinking, feeling. Not knowing. Sensing. The connection is subtle, it doesn't force anything, doesn't reveal secrets. It just reminds us that we're not alone. Harry looked at the circlet in his hands. Maybe that's what we've always needed. Not stronger leaders, but stronger connections. The chamber was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, Grimjaw began to laugh. It was not the harsh sound Harry had heard before. It was genuine, surprised, almost helpless, the laughter of someone who had just discovered that the world was different than they'd believed. You impossible boy, Grimjaw said. You came to the Forge of Kings, and instead of creating a weapon, you created empathy. Is that a problem? It's a revolution. Grimjaw wiped his eyes, were those tears? 300 years I spent preparing for war. Preparing for conquest. And you've just made both obsolete. War isn't obsolete. We still have enemies. We still need to fight. Yes, but not like before. Not each clan for itself, hoping the others will share the burden. Grimjaw looked at the circlet. With that, we can coordinate. Truly coordinate, not just through messengers and commands. We can feel each other's need, respond to each other's pain. We can be. He paused, searching for the word. A people. Not just a collection of clans. That's the idea. Harry tucked the circlet into a secure pocket. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We still have to get back to Gringotts, deal with the syndicate, handle Flammel, and figure out what Dumbledore's planning. Minor details. Hopefully. Harry started walking toward the chamber's exit. Come on. We have a nation to build. They emerged from the forged tunnels to find chaos. The escort's communication devices were screaming with urgent messages. Griphook's voice cut through the noise, tense and controlled despite the obvious crisis. Harry, you need to get to Gringotts immediately. Dumbledore's made his move. What move? He's called an emergency session of the Wizengamot. He's proposing a new treaty, full recognition of Goblin sovereignty in exchange for your surrender. My surrender? He's framing you as a danger to wizarding society. A weapon created by Flammel that needs to be contained for everyone's safety. The evidence he's presenting. Griphook's voice became grim. He has the Greengrass documents. All of them. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. That's impossible. Those were secured, someone leaked them. Someone with access. A pause. Harry, the Wizengamot is voting in 6 hours. If Dumbledore's treaty passes, the Ministry will have legal authority to demand your extradition. The Alliance will have to choose between protecting you and accepting peace. Harry looked at Grimjaw. The warlord's expression was calculating, already running scenarios. Can we make it to Gringotts in time? Harry asked. We can try. Then we run. Harry turned to the escort. Maximum speed. We stop for nothing. They ran. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, the crown divided. They ran through tunnels that blurred into sameness, Harry's enhanced body pushing beyond limits he hadn't known he possessed. The escort struggled to keep pace, even Grimjaw, with centuries of conditioning, was breathing hard as they sprinted through the underground arteries. 4 hours. They had 4 hours to reach Gringotts before Dumbledore's treaty came to a vote. The leak, Harry gasped between strides. Who had access to those documents? Limited circle, Griphook's voice crackled through the communication device. Myself, Whisper Stone, 3 archivists, a pause. Lord Greengrass. Greengrass betrayed us? Unknown. He's disappeared. His family estates are empty, his accounts frozen. Either he's fled, or someone made him disappear. Harry's mind raced even as his legs pumped. Greengrass had seemed genuine, desperate, yes, but genuinely seeking protection for his family. Either he was a better actor than Harry had credited, or someone had gotten to him. His daughters, Harry said. The ones at Hogwarts. Did we extract them? Another pause. The operation was scheduled for tomorrow. They're still at the school. Then Dumbledore has leverage. He's holding them as insurance. That's speculation, it's the only explanation that makes sense. Greengrass wouldn't betray us while his children were still vulnerable. Unless someone promised him they'd be safe. Harry felt the pieces clicking together. Dumbledore offered him protection. Probably convinced him that the Alliance was doomed anyway, that the only way to save his daughters was to cooperate. If that's true, we've lost a significant intelligence asset. If that's true, we've gained something more important. Harry pushed harder, ignoring the burning in his muscles. We know Dumbledore's strategy. He's not trying to destroy the Alliance by force, he's trying to make surrender look like the reasonable option. And the treaty accomplishes that how? Full recognition of Goblin sovereignty. That's been our stated goal from the beginning. If Dumbledore offers it freely, in exchange for just one person. Harry felt sick. Half the Alliance will wonder if it's worth continuing the fight. Grimjaw pulled alongside him, his scarred face grim. He's turning your strength into weakness. The more popular you become, the more valuable your sacrifice appears. Exactly. He's not trying to defeat us. He's trying to make us defeat ourselves. They ran in silence for a while, saving breath for speed. The tunnels grew more familiar as they approached Gringotts' controlled territory. The geometric patterns on the walls shifted to the bank's distinctive style, and Harry began recognizing specific landmarks. 2 hours left. Grip hook, Harry said, I need you to do something. Something that might seem counterintuitive. I'm listening. Call an emergency session of the clan council. Every leader who can reach Gringotts in the next 2 hours. Tell them I'm surrendering. Dead silence on the communication line. Even Grimjaw stumbled, catching himself against the tunnel wall. You're what? Griphook's voice was strangled. I'm surrendering. Or at least, I'm considering it. I want the council to debate the option openly, publicly, with full transparency about what Dumbledore is offering. That's insane. The moment you show weakness, I'm not showing weakness. I'm showing trust. Harry slowed slightly, letting Grimjaw catch up. The alliance isn't built on my personality cult. It's built on shared goals, mutual respect, genuine connection. If I try to make this decision alone, I'm no better than Dumbledore, manipulating people for their own good. And if they vote to surrender you, then at least it will be their choice. Not something forced on them by circumstances or manipulation. Harry took a deep breath. The crown of connection isn't just a symbol. It represents a different way of leading. It's time to put that into practice. Grimjaw was staring at him with an expression Harry couldn't read. You'd let them vote on your life? I'd let them vote on our future. My life is just part of that. You're either the bravest person I've ever met, Grimjaw said slowly, or the most foolish. Probably both. Harry started running again. Griphook, make the call. And Griphook? Make sure everyone knows about the crown. What it does. What it means. They should understand all the options before they choose. Understood. A pause. Harry. For what it's worth, I hope they choose to keep you. Me too. They reached Gringotts with 45 minutes to spare. The Great Hall had been transformed into a council chamber, tiered seating rising on all sides to accommodate representatives from every allied clan. The space was packed, goblins crowded into every available spot, their faces a mixture of fear, anger, and desperate hope. Harry walked into the center of the chamber, acutely aware of every eye following his movement. Grimjaw took his place on one of the 2 throne-like chairs at the head of the room. The other chair sat empty, waiting for Harry. He didn't sit. You all know why we're here, Harry said, his voice carrying to every corner of the vast space. Albus Dumbledore has offered a treaty. Full recognition of Goblin sovereignty, the goal we've been fighting for, in exchange for my surrender. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Harry waited for them to subside. I could refuse. I could tell you that surrendering me would be a betrayal of everything we've built. I could argue that Dumbledore's offer is a trick, that the wizards will never honor their promises, that we have to keep fighting no matter the cost. He paused. But that's not my decision to make. The murmurs grew louder. Harry held up his hand. For weeks, I've been asking you to trust me. To follow me into a war against enemies who outnumber us, outpower us, and have every structural advantage. You've done that. You've bled for this alliance. Some of you have lost family members. His eyes found Silverthorn in the crowd, she met his gaze without flinching. You've earned the right to decide what happens next. He reached into his pocket and withdrew the crown of connection. The circlet caught the light, shimmering with colors that seemed to shift depending on who was looking at it. The chamber fell silent. This is what I created at the Forge of Kings. Not a weapon. Not a tool of command. A symbol of what I believe leadership should be. Harry held the crown high. When you wear this, you feel everyone else who has worn it. Their hopes, their fears, their commitment to something larger than themselves. It doesn't control anyone. It just connects. He walked to the nearest goblin, an elderly clan elder from one of the smaller holdings, and offered the crown. "Will you try it?" The elder hesitated, looking around at his peers. Then, slowly, he reached out and placed the crown on his head. His expression transformed. Wonder, first, then something deeper, a sense of belonging that seemed to ease years of tension from his features. "I can feel them," he whispered. "Everyone who wants peace. Everyone who's afraid. Everyone who believes we can be better than we have been." Tears streamed down his weathered face. "I've waited my whole life to feel this." He removed the crown and passed it to the next goblin. And the next. And the next. As the crown moved through the chamber, Harry watched the alliance transform. Goblins who had been strangers discovered shared hopes. Rivals realized their conflicts were smaller than they'd believed. The suspicion that had always divided clan from clan began to dissolve, replaced by a growing sense of unity. It took nearly 30 minutes for the crown to circle the entire chamber. When it finally returned to Harry's hands, the atmosphere had fundamentally changed. "Now you understand," Harry said quietly. "What I'm offering isn't just military alliance or economic partnership. It's genuine connection. A nation that truly belongs to all of its people." He set the crown on the empty throne beside Grimjaw's. "The question is whether that vision is worth fighting for. Or whether Dumbledore's offer, sovereignty without me, is the better path." Harry spread his hands. "I won't influence the vote. I won't argue for my own survival. I'll accept whatever you decide." He walked to the edge of the chamber and sat on the lowest tier of seating, just another citizen waiting to learn his fate. The debate that followed was unlike anything the Goblin nation had seen in centuries. Clan Elder Silverforge spoke first, his voice carrying the weight of ancient authority. "The young king asks us to choose between him and peace. But that's a false choice." He pointed at the crown sitting on its throne. "What he created, what we just experienced, cannot be separated from who he is. Without Harry Potter, there is no crown of connection. Without the crown, we return to what we were, divided, suspicious, alone. The crown exists now," another elder countered. "It doesn't require Potter to function. We could keep the symbol while surrendering the man. And teach our children that we sacrifice those who serve us whenever it becomes convenient." Silverthorn stood, her voice sharp with barely contained fury. "My sister died defending this alliance. I will not dishonor her memory by voting to betray the king she believed in. This isn't about honor. It's about survival." The speaker was a clan leader from the far reaches of the underground, someone Harry had barely met. "Dumbledore offers us everything we've been fighting for. Recognition. Sovereignty. Peace. All it costs is one half-blood wizard who's been part of our nation for less than a month. One half-blood wizard who united us when we've been divided for a millennium. One wizard who faced Grimjaw and found a way to make peace instead of war. One wizard who went to the Forge of Kings and created something that could transform our entire society." Ragnarok's voice cut through the argument. Harry hadn't noticed the director entering the chamber. "I've watched many candidates over the centuries. None of them, not one, showed the wisdom, the courage or the creativity that Harry Potter has demonstrated." "You're biased," someone called out. "Gringotts has always favored integration with the wizarding world. I'm pragmatic. And pragmatism tells me that surrendering our greatest asset to an enemy who has manipulated us for centuries would be the height of foolishness." Ragnarok moved to the center of the chamber, his ancient eyes sweeping the crowd. "Dumbledore's offer is not generosity. It's strategy. He wants Potter because Potter is dangerous, not to us, but to the power structures Dumbledore has spent decades maintaining. Then let him have what's dangerous. We keep the peace. There is no peace with Dumbledore. There is only delayed conflict." Grimjaw stood from his throne, his presence immediately commanding attention. I know the wizard better than any of you. I've studied him for 3 centuries, watching him maneuver, manipulate, position himself as the great protector while quietly ensuring that no one ever gained enough power to challenge him. The warlord walked to the center of the chamber, standing beside Ragnarok. I spent 300 years preparing for war because I believed it was the only path to freedom. Potter showed me I was wrong, not about the goal, but about the method. And now Dumbledore offers us freedom without struggle, without sacrifice, without the hard work of building something new. Grimjaw's voice was contemptuous. It's a trap. The sovereignty he offers will come with conditions, restrictions, obligations that slowly strangle our independence. In 10 years, we'll be exactly where we were before, servants of wizard interests, allowed to exist only because we're useful. You can't know that. I can know Dumbledore. And I know that he never gives anything without expecting something in return. Grimjaw turned to face the empty throne where the crown of connection sat. Potter asked us to choose. I choose to keep fighting. Not for him, for us. For what we could become if we have the courage to build it ourselves. The debate continued for another hour. Arguments for and against surrender were raised, examined, and challenged. Harry sat in silence, watching his fate being decided by people he'd known for less than a month. It was terrifying. It was also, he realized, exactly right. If the Alliance couldn't survive a democratic vote on his value, then it wasn't strong enough to survive at all. Better to know that now than to discover it later, when the stakes were even higher. Finally, Ragnarok called for the vote. All in favor of accepting Dumbledore's treaty and surrendering Harry Potter. A scattering of hands rose. Harry counted quickly, maybe 15% of the chamber. All in favor of rejecting the treaty and continuing the alliance as it stands. The rest of the hands rose. Overwhelming majority. Harry let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. The vote is decisive, Ragnarok announced. The alliance continues. Harry Potter remains our king. Cheering erupted through the chamber. Goblins embraced each other, pounded the walls with fists and weapons, celebrated with the fierce joy of a people who had chosen their own destiny. Harry rose from his seat and walked back to the center of the chamber. The cheering died down as he raised his hand. "Thank you," he said simply. "Thank you for trusting me. Thank you for trusting yourselves. And thank you for showing Dumbledore that goblins cannot be bought." He took the crown of connection from the throne and placed it on his own head. The sensation was overwhelming. Hundreds of minds, hundreds of hopes, hundreds of individual decisions to keep fighting, all of them flowing through him, connecting him to something larger than himself. "Now," Harry said, and his voice carried the weight of the entire nation, "let's show the wizarding world what a united goblin nation can do." The response to their rejection was swift. Within hours of the vote, Ministry forces began active operations. Not a full military assault, Dumbledore was too smart for that, but a coordinated campaign of harassment and disruption. Goblin businesses in Diagon Alley were raided on spurious charges. Gringotts employees traveling to the surface were detained for questioning. Economic sanctions were imposed, cutting off trade routes that had operated for centuries. The Syndicate, emboldened by Dumbledore's public support, moved more aggressively. Their private forces attacked Goblin outposts along the tunnel network's edges, probing for weaknesses, testing defenses. Each attack was small enough to deny officially but large enough to cause damage. And Voldemort's wraith finally made its move. Harry felt it through the crown of connection, a sudden spike of terror from goblins in the eastern tunnels, followed by a presence that made his blood run cold. "He's possessed someone," Harry said, bursting into the War Council chamber where Grimjaw and the military commanders were coordinating defenses. "Voldemort. He's in the tunnels." "Where?" "Near the Iron Ridge holdings." Harry concentrated, trying to parse the fragmentary impressions flowing through the crown. "He's heading for something specific. Not attacking randomly. He has a destination." "The Forge of Kings," Grimjaw said grimly. It's the only thing in that direction worth targeting. Why would he want the forge? He's not trying to become king of the goblins. No, but he might want to destroy your crown's source. Or corrupt it. Grimjaw was already moving toward the door. If Voldemort reaches the forge, he could potentially reverse what you created, turn the crown of connection into a crown of control. Harry felt sick. The beautiful thing he'd built, twisted into a weapon of domination. I have to stop him. We have to stop him. This isn't a solo mission. Grimjaw grabbed his sword from its rack. How many warriors can we spare? Not many. The Ministry and Syndicate attacks are stretching our defenses thin. Silverthorn appeared in the doorway, already armed. But I'm coming. Whatever happens. Me too, Griphook said, emerging behind her. Someone needs to document this disaster. It's not going to be a disaster. Harry headed for the exit. We stop Voldemort, we neutralize whatever host he's using, and we secure the forge. Simple. Nothing is ever simple with you, Potter. But Grimjaw was smiling slightly as he followed. That's what makes it interesting. They traveled fast and light, Harry, Grimjaw, Silverthorn, and Griphook, plus a small escort of elite warriors. The tunnel network was quieter than it should have been. Goblins had retreated from the eastern passages as word of Voldemort's presence spread. Harry kept the Crown of Connection active, using its awareness to track the Wraith's progress. Voldemort was moving steadily toward the forge, but he wasn't hurrying. Whatever host he'd possessed was moving with deliberate purpose, almost ceremonially. He's not just going to the forge, Harry realized. He's preparing something. A ritual, maybe. Voldemort's specialty. Dark magic, soul manipulation, binding ceremonies. Grimjaw's voice was tense. If he reaches the forge before we do, whatever he creates there could be catastrophic. Then we need to go faster. They found shortcut passages that the main escort couldn't navigate, squeezing through gaps in the rock that barely accommodated goblin-sized bodies. Harry's human frame struggled with some of the tighter passages, but his transformed physiology was more flexible than it would have been a month ago. 2 hours of hard travel brought them to the outskirts of the forge chamber. And stopped them cold. The entrance was guarded. Not by goblin warriors or magical constructs, but by wizards. Ministry hit wizards, at least 24 of them, wearing the uniforms of the Auror Corps but carrying weapons that Harry recognized as Syndicate issue. Dumbledore's alliance with Voldemort? Silverthorn whispered. More likely the Syndicate's. They'd deal with anyone who promised to eliminate the goblin threat. Harry studied the guards' positions. We can't fight through that many. Then we find another way in. Grimjaw pointed to a narrow crack in the cavern wall. The forge has emergency exits, escape routes that Ragnarok built in case of siege. I know where some of them are. Lead the way. The emergency passage was barely more than a fissure in the rock, requiring them to move single file through absolute darkness. Harry felt the weight of stone pressing close on all sides, claustrophobia warring with determination. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, they emerged into a small antechamber overlooking the main forge. And saw Voldemort. The Wraith had possessed a young wizard, someone Harry didn't recognize, probably a Syndicate operative who'd volunteered for the honor of hosting the Dark Lord. The host's body moved with unnatural grace, flowing robes trailing behind as Voldemort approached the anvil where Harry had created the Crown of Connection. But he wasn't alone. Standing beside the anvil, looking distinctly uncomfortable, was Albus Dumbledore. This wasn't the agreement, Dumbledore was saying, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber's acoustics. You were supposed to destroy the crown, not create your own version. Agreements change, old man. Voldemort's voice echoed strangely, layered with the host's natural tones. You wanted the goblin threat neutralized. I'm simply choosing a more permanent method. Mind control of an entire species isn't neutralization. It's enslavement. It's efficiency. Voldemort reached toward the forge heart, which still floated above the anvil. The goblins have gold. Resources. Skills that wizards cannot replicate. Why destroy that when we can simply redirect it? This isn't what I agreed to support. Then leave. Voldemort's borrowed face twisted into something that might have been a smile. Or stay and watch. Your choice is irrelevant at this point. Harry felt Grimjaw tense beside him. Through their bond, the warlord's thoughts were clear: we attack now. Kill Voldemort's host, destroy whatever he's creating, deal with Dumbledore after. Wait, Harry sent back. Something's wrong here. He studied Dumbledore's posture, his expression, the way his hands kept twitching toward his wand. The headmaster wasn't just uncomfortable, he was horrified. Whatever plan he'd made with Voldemort, this wasn't part of it. Dumbledore, Harry called out, stepping from the antechamber onto a ledge overlooking the main floor. Is this really the alliance you wanted? Both figures spun to face him. Dumbledore's expression cycled through shock, then something that might have been relief. Voldemort's borrowed face contorted with fury. Potter. How predictable. The Dark Lord's hands began weaving patterns in the air. Come to defend your precious goblins. How touching. Come to stop you from corrupting something that doesn't belong to you. Harry walked along the ledge, putting distance between himself and his companions. Draw attention. By time. The Forge of Kings has requirements, Voldemort. It doesn't just accept anyone. I am Lord Voldemort. I have conquered death itself. I will not be denied by goblin magic. You've delayed death. There's a difference. Harry kept moving, circling toward a position that would give him access to the main floor. And the Forge doesn't care about power. It cares about intention. Creation versus destruction. Building versus breaking. Spare me your philosophy. Voldemort turned back to the forge heart, his hands reaching for its pulsing surface. The crown will be mine, and through it, every goblin mind in the underground. No, Dumbledore said. The word was quiet, but it carried. Voldemort paused, turning slowly to face the headmaster. Excuse me. I said no. Dumbledore's wand was in his hand now, pointed at Voldemort. I've made many mistakes, Tom. I've manipulated people I should have protected. I've pursued the greater good until I lost sight of basic decency. But this, he gestured at the forge, at Voldemort's reaching hands. This is too far. Even for me. You're betraying our alliance. I'm ending it. Dumbledore's voice was tired, old, carrying the weight of too many regrets. I thought I could use you. Control you. Direct your darkness toward my goals. I was a fool. You certainly were. Voldemort's hands completed their pattern, and dark energy began flowing from him toward the forge heart. But it's too late for second thoughts. No, it's not. Harry felt it before he saw it, a massive surge of magical power, blinding white, erupting from Dumbledore's wand. The headmaster was attacking Voldemort directly, pouring decades of accumulated skill and strength into a single devastating assault. Voldemort screamed. The host body convulsed, dark energy warring with light. The forge chamber filled with magical discharge that sent Harry stumbling back against the ledge wall. Now! Grimjaw shouted, and the goblin warriors poured from the antechamber, attacking the ministry guards who had heard the commotion and were rushing to investigate. Harry ran for the main floor, sliding down a rough stone slope, his mind racing. Dumbledore's attack had disrupted Voldemort's ritual, but the Dark Lord was still fighting, still channeling power toward the forge heart, the forge heart. Harry reached the anvil just as Voldemort's dark energy touched its surface. The result was catastrophic. Creation met corruption. Light met darkness. The forge heart exploded with force that threw Harry across the chamber, slamming him into a wall hard enough to crack stone. Through the crown of connection, he felt every goblin in the underground gasp. The forge, the source of their greatest power, the heart of their civilization, was dying. "No," Harry whispered. He pushed himself up, ignoring the pain in his ribs, the blood running from a cut on his forehead. "No, no, no." The forge heart was fracturing, pieces of pure creation energy breaking away and dissolving into nothing. Voldemort's corruption had introduced something incompatible with its nature, something that was destroying it from within. But maybe, Harry ran for the anvil. The heat was intense now, barely bearable even with his enhanced body. The forge heart hung above him, cracking apart, dying. He reached out with the crown of connection. Not to control. Not to command. To connect. Every goblin in the underground felt him reach. And through the crown, they reached back. Their hope. Their fear. Their determination. Their belief in something worth fighting for. All of it flowed through the crown, through Harry, into the dying forge heart. Creation versus destruction. Building versus breaking. The goblins chose to build. The forge heart stabilized. The cracks stopped spreading. The corruption couldn't win against the combined will of an entire nation pouring their belief into preservation. Voldemort screamed again, this time in genuine agony. The connection he tried to establish was reversed, creation energy flowing backward through his corruption, burning away the darkness he tried to introduce. His host body collapsed. The wraith emerged, formless and shrieking, and fled into the tunnel network. Dumbledore fell to his knees, exhausted beyond measure. And Harry stood at the anvil, hands raised toward the forge heart, channeling the hope of a nation into its preservation. "Hold," he whispered. "Please hold." It held. The aftermath was complicated. Dumbledore was taken into Goblin custody, not as a prisoner, exactly, but not free either. His betrayal of Voldemort had bought him consideration, but not forgiveness for everything that had come before. The Ministry's hit wizards surrendered once their leadership collapsed. Without syndicate direction, they had no desire to continue fighting. Many of them, Harry learned, had been coerced into service through blackmail or threats to their families. Voldemort's wraith escaped, but weakened. The backlash from the forge had stripped away much of the power he'd accumulated. He was still dangerous, but no longer the imminent threat he'd been. And the Forge of Kings survived. Harry sat on the steps leading up to the anvil, exhausted beyond anything he'd ever experienced. The crown of connection felt heavy on his head, the residual emotions of thousands of goblins still echoing through its link. Grimjaw sat beside him, equally drained. "We won," the warlord said. "It wasn't a question. We survived. That's not quite the same thing. Close enough for today." Grimjaw was quiet for a moment. "What you did, channeling the entire nation through the crown. That shouldn't have been possible. It shouldn't have been necessary." Harry looked at the forge heart, stable now but somehow smaller than before. "We almost lost everything. If Voldemort had succeeded. But he didn't. Because you found a way." Grimjaw's hand settled on Harry's shoulder. "That's what kings do, Potter. Find ways when there shouldn't be any. I couldn't have done it alone. The goblins, everyone who reached back when I reached out, they're the ones who saved the forge. And you're the one who gave them the chance." Grimjaw stood, stretching muscles that had been pushed past their limits. "The council will want to discuss next steps. The wizarding alliance with Voldemort, even though it failed, will have political consequences. The syndicate is exposed. The Ministry is in chaos. Tomorrow." Harry couldn't move yet. Couldn't think beyond the immediate moment. "Give me tonight." Grimjaw nodded and walked away, leaving Harry alone in the vast chamber. Silverthorn appeared a few minutes later, settling onto the step beside him without speaking. They sat in comfortable silence, the forge heart's glow casting soft shadows across the ancient stone. "My sister would have loved this," Silverthorn said finally. "Seeing the forge. Feeling the crown's connection. Being part of something this big. I'm sorry she couldn't be here. Me too. Silverthorn leaned against him slightly, the first physical affection she'd shown since her sister's death. But she believed in what we're building. That has to be enough. Is it? Enough? Ask me again when we've won. Silverthorn stood, offering her hand. Come on. You need food and rest. Tomorrow, we finish this. Harry took her hand and let her pull him up. Tomorrow. The final push. The end of the beginning. Whatever came next, they would face it together. The interrogation of Albus Dumbledore took place in a secure chamber deep beneath Gringotts. Harry sat across from the old wizard, separated by a table of dark metal. Grimjaw stood behind him. Ragnarok observed from the shadows. Dumbledore looked old. Not just aged, but diminished, as if the events at the forge had stripped away whatever vitality had kept him going for so long. Why? Harry asked. Why any of it? The manipulation, the breeding program, the alliance with Voldemort? The greater good. Dumbledore's voice was hollow. It's always been the greater good. A unified magical world, where wizards and goblins and all other beings could live in peace. I thought I could engineer it. Create the right conditions, the right leaders, the right balance of power. By controlling people. By deciding what they should want without asking them. I thought I knew better. I was wrong. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. You were supposed to be my masterpiece, Harry. The heir who would unite both worlds under my guidance. A weapon I could aim at problems I couldn't solve directly. I'm not a weapon. No. You're something I never anticipated. Something genuinely new. A ghost of a smile crossed Dumbledore's lined face. You found a better way. Not control, but connection. Not manipulation, but trust. Everything I failed to understand for over a century. Is that supposed to make up for what you did? The abuse I suffered at the Dursleys? The years of being lied to and manipulated? Nothing makes up for that. Nothing can. Dumbledore's head bowed. I can only tell you that I'm sorry. And that if I could go back, knowing what I know now, I would do everything differently. But you can't go back. No. None of us can. Dumbledore looked up again. What happens now? A trial? Execution? Neither. Harry stood. You're going to help us end this war. Everything you know about the Syndicate, about Flamel, about the power structures you spent decades building, you're going to share it. All of it. And in exchange? In exchange, you get to see whether your greater good can be achieved through methods you never tried. Honesty. Transparency. Genuine cooperation between species. Harry moved toward the door. You wanted to unite the magical world, Dumbledore. Let's see if you can do it without being in charge. He left the chamber. Behind him, he heard Ragnarok beginning the formal process of documenting everything Dumbledore knew. It would take days. Maybe weeks. But when it was finished, they would have everything they needed to dismantle the Syndicate's power structure permanently. And then, finally, they could build something better. The following week was a whirlwind of activity. With Dumbledore's information, the Alliance launched coordinated strikes against Syndicate holdings across Britain. Not military assaults, targeted operations designed to expose hidden assets, reveal secret connections, and bring decades of corruption into the light. The wizarding press, freed from Syndicate influence for the first time in generations, ran story after story about the old family's crimes. Public opinion shifted dramatically. The Ministry, desperate to distance itself from the scandal, began making genuine overtures toward peace. Flamel was nowhere to be found. His various hideouts were empty, his agents scattered. The ancient alchemist had seen which way the wind was blowing and fled before he could be held accountable for his centuries of manipulation. He'll be back, Griphook warned. Men like Flamel don't give up. They just wait for better opportunities. Then we'll be ready for him. Harry was reviewing the latest reports from clan leaders across the underground. The alliance was stronger than ever, unified by their shared experience at the forge. But for now, we focus on what's in front of us. The peace negotiations began 3 days later. The wizarding delegation was led by a reformed Wizengamot, with the worst syndicate sympathizers removed from power. They arrived at Gringotts prepared to negotiate seriously, not the sham treaty Dumbledore had proposed, but genuine recognition of Goblin sovereignty. Harry and Grimjaw received them together, seated side by side on the twin thrones of the Goblin Kings. The crown of connection rested on a pedestal between them, visible to all participants. "We're prepared to discuss terms," the lead negotiator began. "Full recognition of Goblin territorial rights. Trade agreements on equal footing. Withdrawal of ministry forces from all disputed areas." "That's a start," Harry said. "But we want more. More. Reparations for centuries of exploitation. Return of all stolen Goblin artifacts currently held in wizard collections." And, Harry paused, feeling the weight of what he was about to propose. "And joint governance of shared magical spaces. Diagon Alley, Hogwarts, the Ministry itself. Goblins represented at every level of wizarding society." The negotiator's face went pale. "You're asking us to share power. I'm asking you to build something together." Harry gestured at the crown of connection. "We've spent too long treating each other as threats to be managed. It's time to try something different. Integration on that scale would take decades. Maybe longer. Then we'd better start now." The negotiations continued for hours. Days. Eventually, weeks. There were setbacks, arguments, moments when it seemed like everything would fall apart. But slowly, painstakingly, a new framework began to emerge. Not perfect. Not everything Harry had hoped for. But a genuine beginning, a foundation on which something better could be built. The first anniversary of Harry's arrival at Gringotts was marked with a ceremony that brought together wizards and goblins in numbers never before seen. The venue was the Crossroads of Thrain, the same chamber where Harry and Grimjaw had first faced each other, where the twin crowns had been created, where the alliance had truly begun. Representatives from every goblin clan stood beside delegates from the wizarding world. The old hostilities weren't gone, you couldn't erase centuries of conflict in a single year, but they were fading. Replaced, slowly, by something that might eventually become trust. Harry stood at the center of the chamber, wearing the crown of connection, feeling the hopes and fears of everyone present. Grimjaw stood beside him, their bond as strong as ever. 1 year ago, Harry began, his voice carrying to every corner of the vast space, "I was an 11-year-old boy who had just learned that magic was real. I had no idea what I was getting into when I walked through Gringotts' doors. No idea what I would become." He looked around at the assembled faces, goblin and wizard, warrior and diplomat, old and young. "But I knew what I wanted. I wanted to belong somewhere. I wanted to build something that mattered. I wanted to stop being a pawn in someone else's game and start making my own choices." He touched the crown on his head. "This is what I created when I tried to express that desire. Not a weapon. Not a tool of control. A bridge. A way to connect people who had been divided for too long." He stepped forward, toward the mixed crowd. "We've accomplished a lot this year. Treaties signed. Conflicts ended. Old enemies becoming new allies. But we're just getting started. The work of building a truly unified magical world, a world where goblins and wizards can live as equals, that work will take generations." He stopped at the edge of the raised platform, looking out at the faces watching him. "I won't pretend to have all the answers. I'm still learning what it means to be a king, a leader, a bridge between worlds. But I know this, whatever challenges come next, we'll face them together. Not as separate peoples protecting our own interests, but as partners building something better than either of us could create alone. He raised his hand, and the crown of connection pulsed with warm light. That's my promise to you. Not peace through strength or control. Peace through connection. Understanding. Trust. He smiled, not the political smile he'd learned to deploy, but something genuine, something that came from the hope he could feel resonating through the crown. Let's build something worth having. The chamber erupted in cheering. Wizards and goblins alike raised their voices, celebrating not a victory but a beginning. Harry stepped back, feeling Grimjaw's hand on his shoulder, Silverthorn's presence at his side, Griphook's satisfied nod from across the room. It wasn't perfect. It would never be perfect. But it was a start. And sometimes, a start was all you needed. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The King of Two Bloods. The war came to Gringotts on a Tuesday morning. Harry felt it before the alarm sounded, a ripple of terror through the crown of connection, thousands of goblin minds suddenly confronting mortal danger. He was on his feet and moving before the first explosion shook the underground chambers. Report, he snapped into the communication crystal as he ran toward the command center. Griphook's voice came back strained. Surface breach. Multiple points. They're coming through the main entrance and at least 4 secondary access tunnels. Who? Everyone. A pause filled with distant sounds of combat. Ministry Aurors leading the assault, but there's Syndicate private forces mixed in. And Harry, there's something else. Something dark. The scouts who got close enough to see it didn't survive to describe it. Voldemort. It had to be. The Wraith had recovered faster than they'd anticipated, found a new host, and convinced the remaining Syndicate hardliners to make one final desperate push. Harry burst into the command center to find organized chaos. Grimjaw was already there, barking orders to subordinates, the tactical displays showing enemy positions spreading through the upper tunnels like infection. They've been planning this for months, Grimjaw said as Harry joined him at the central table. The assault is coordinated across multiple fronts, they knew exactly where our weak points were. Dumbledore's information. Someone leaked it. Or someone was a plant all along. Grimjaw's scarred face was grim. It doesn't matter now. What matters is that they're inside our perimeter and advancing fast. Harry studied the tactical display. The enemy forces were following a clear pattern, not trying to hold territory, just pushing deeper, faster, heading for a specific destination. They're coming here, he realized. The command center. They want to cut off the head. Standard decapitation strategy. Kill the leadership, and the resistance collapses. Grimjaw drew his sword. We should relocate to the secondary command post. No. Harry's mind was racing, connections forming. They're expecting us to retreat. To preserve ourselves at the cost of coordination. That's what traditional leaders would do. Then what do you suggest? Harry touched the crown of connection, feeling the fear and determination of every goblin fighting to defend their home. They were scattered, responding to local threats, unable to see the larger picture. But he could see it. And through the crown, he could share it. We don't retreat. We coordinate. Harry closed his eyes and reached through the crown. Every fighter in the network is about to see what I see. The enemy's positions, their strategy, their weaknesses. We turn their coordinated assault into a trap. You can do that. Share tactical information through the crown. I've never tried it at this scale. Harry opened his eyes. But if I can't, we lose anyway. Might as well try something impossible. He reached deeper into the crown's connection than he ever had before. The sensation was overwhelming. Thousands of minds, each one focused on immediate survival, each one fighting their own small piece of a massive battle. Harry felt their fear, their determination, their desperate hope that someone, somewhere, knew what was happening. I'm here, he sent. I can see everything. Let me show you. He pushed the tactical display outward, not the physical map, but the understanding of it. Enemy positions became knowledge that flowed through the crown, reaching every connected goblin simultaneously. Suddenly, isolated fighters could see how their skirmish fit into the larger battle. Squad leaders understood where reinforcements were needed. Defenders knew which tunnels were feints and which were genuine threats. The effect was immediate. Goblin forces that had been reacting blindly began moving with purpose. A squad that had been falling back realized they were the only thing preventing enemy forces from flanking a critical defensive position. They held. Warriors who had been rushing toward sounds of combat understood they were heading into an ambush. They diverted, hitting the ambushers from behind instead. The coordinated assault began to fragment. "It's working," Grimjaw breathed, watching the tactical display shift. "They're not expecting resistance this organized. It's not enough." Harry could feel the strain of maintaining the connection, the crown growing warm against his brow. "We've slowed them down, but they still have numbers and firepower. We need to break their leadership the same way they tried to break ours. Voldemort. If we can find him and neutralize whatever host he's using, the assault loses its driving force. The Ministry Aurors didn't sign up for a war of annihilation, they'll retreat if they think they're being led into disaster. And the Syndicate forces? They're mercenaries at heart. They'll cut their losses if the situation turns against them." Grimjaw nodded slowly. "So we find Voldemort and we end this. Simple. Except that he's probably hiding behind the main assault, protected by the best fighters they have." Harry studied the tactical display, looking for patterns in the enemy's movement. "He'll reveal himself eventually. He can't resist being there for the victory. Then we give him a victory to attend." Grimjaw's eyes gleamed with the calculation of a master tactician. "We let them reach the command center. And spring a trap of our own. You understand me perfectly." The next 2 hours were the longest of Harry's life. He maintained the crown connection throughout, feeding tactical information to defenders across the underground while slowly, deliberately, allowing the enemy assault to advance. It required exquisite control, retreating convincingly enough to draw the enemy forward, but not so fast that it looked like a rout. Goblins died. Harry felt each death through the crown, a flash of pain, then absence. Warriors who trusted him to know what he was doing, giving their lives to make the trap convincing. This is the cost, he thought. Leadership means sending people to die. Grimjaw noticed his distress. Focus on the living. Honor the dead later. How do you do it? How do you send people into battles you know they won't survive? You don't think about it. You can't. Grimjaw's voice was rough. You make the best decisions you can with the information you have, and you trust that the people following you understood what they were signing up for. That doesn't make it easier. It's not supposed to be easy. The day it becomes easy is the day you're no longer fit to lead. Harry forced himself to concentrate. The enemy forces were converging on the command center, their advance accelerating as resistance seemed to crumble. Through the crown, he could feel Voldemort now, a dark presence at the heart of the assault, radiating malevolent triumph. The Dark Lord thought he was winning. Positions? Harry asked. Set. Silverthorn's team is in the upper galleries. Bloodfang has the secondary tunnels. I'll take the main entrance with our best fighters. Grimjaw checked his sword one final time. What about you? I'll be here. In the center. Harry gestured at the command table. When Voldemort comes to claim his victory, I'll be waiting for him. You're using yourself as bait. I'm using myself as the focus point. He wants me dead more than anything else, he'll come for me personally, which means he'll leave whatever protection he's arranged behind. Harry touched the crown. And when he does, I won't be alone. Grimjaw stared at him for a long moment. Through their bond, Harry felt the warlord's assessment, respect, concern, and something that might have been pride. Try not to die, Grimjaw said finally. I've gotten used to having you around. Same to you. Grimjaw headed for his position. Harry stood alone in the command center, the tactical display casting shifting shadows across the walls, and waited. They came through the main doors in a wave of fire and force. Ministry Aurors first, their spells shattering defensive wards and blasting furniture aside. Behind them, Syndicate hit wizards moved with professional precision, securing corners and checking for traps. And at the center of the formation, surrounded by a personal guard of the most dangerous-looking wizards Harry had ever seen, Voldemort. The Dark Lord had found a new host since the Forge incident. This one was younger, stronger, a wizard who might once have been handsome before the possession warped his features into something inhuman. Red eyes glowed in a pale face, and the smile that stretched across borrowed lips was the smile of something that had forgotten how to be human. Harry Potter. Voldemort's voice echoed strangely, layered with harmonics that made Harry's skin crawl. The boy who lived, turned king of goblins. How far you've fallen. From your perspective, maybe. Harry stood his ground at the center of the command table. From mine, I've risen higher than you ever could. You've risen to a throne in a cave, surrounded by creatures that wizards use as servants. Voldemort spread his arms, encompassing the chamber. This is your kingdom. This is what you threw away your heritage for. My heritage was being your enemy. That hasn't changed. Voldemort laughed, a cold, cruel sound. Your heritage was being my vessel. Did Dumbledore never tell you? The night I killed your parents, I left a piece of myself inside you. A fragment of my soul, bound to yours. Every moment of your life, you've been carrying a piece of Lord Voldemort. Harry felt ice spread through his chest. You're lying. Am I? Touch your scar, boy. Feel the connection that has always been there, lurking beneath the surface. Voldemort stepped closer, his guards fanning out around the chamber. Why do you think the stone chose you? Why do you think the Forge accepted you? It wasn't your thin goblin blood or your petty aspirations. It was me, my power, leaking through into your pathetic soul. If that were true, you'd have controlled me years ago. I chose not to. I wanted to see what you'd become, what weapons you'd gather for me to claim. Voldemort's red eyes burned. And now you've done exactly that. The crown of connection, linked to every goblin in Britain. When I kill you and take that crown, I'll have an army of slaves at my command. You can't use the crown. It doesn't respond to corruption, we proved that at the Forge. The Forge's defenses are exhausted. Your desperate salvation trick burned through most of its power. And this time, Voldemort raised his wand, dark energy crackling along its length. This time, I'm not trying to create anything. I'm just taking what you've already built. Harry felt Voldemort's power reaching toward him, toward the crown on his head. It was like being wrapped in cold chains, darkness pressing against the edges of his consciousness. Through the crown, he felt every goblin in the underground gasp as the connection strained. You can't fight me, boy. You never could. Everything you've accomplished was borrowed power, my soul fragment amplifying your meager abilities, goblin magic compensating for your weakness. Voldemort's voice dripped with contempt. Surrender the crown. Perhaps I'll let you live long enough to watch me remake your precious nation in my image. Harry closed his eyes. Not alone, he reminded himself. Never alone. He reached through the crown, not for tactical information this time, but for something deeper. The connection that had saved the Forge. The unity that had been building for months. Every goblin who had chosen to believe in something better, every mind that had touched the crown and felt its promise of genuine connection. They were afraid. They were hurting. Many of them were dying right now, fighting to give Harry this moment. But they were also determined. Hopeful. United in ways that Voldemort, in all his power, had never understood. Help me, Harry sent through the crown. Not your strength, your belief. Believe with me that he can't win. Believe that connection is stronger than control. The response was overwhelming. Thousands of minds, reaching back. Not surrendering their will or their power, sharing it. Joining it with Harry's, with each other's, creating a network of hope that blazed through the crown like sunrise. Harry opened his eyes. "You don't understand anything," he said. "You never have." Light erupted from the crown of connection, not the warm gold of creation, but something brighter. Something that contained multitudes. The combined hope of an entire nation, channeled through a crown designed to bridge worlds. Voldemort's dark power shattered against it. The Dark Lord screamed, genuine pain this time, not theatrical fury. The light was burning through his corruption, severing his connection to his host, forcing the soul fragment out of its borrowed body. "This is impossible." Voldemort's voice was losing coherence, the wraith form becoming visible as it tore free from its host. "I am Lord Voldemort. I have conquered death itself." "You've delayed death," Harry said, advancing through the light. "You've hidden from it, twisted yourself to avoid it, sacrificed everything that made you human just to keep existing a little longer. But you never conquered anything." He reached out with the crown's power and caught the wraith before it could flee. "You want to know why the stone chose me? Why the forge accepted me? It wasn't your soul fragment, it was everything you lack. The ability to love. To trust. To build something that matters more than my own survival." The wraith writhed in his grip, screaming defiance. "You're nothing," Harry said. "You've always been nothing." And now, he reached into his pocket and withdrew the Philosopher's Stone, the original stone, which he'd kept separate from the crown's creation. It pulsed in his hand, resonating with the crown's light. "Now you're going to stay nothing." He pressed the stone against the wraith. Creation met corruption one final time. But this time, Harry wasn't trying to preserve anything. He was trying to unmake something that should never have existed. The stone's power flowed through the wraith, transmuting it, transforming the twisted soul into something pure, and in that purity, something that couldn't sustain itself. The fragments of Voldemort's existence dissolved into light, scattered across dimensions, rendered incapable of ever reuniting. The Dark Lord's final scream echoed through the chamber. Then silence. The aftermath was chaos, but the good kind. With Voldemort destroyed, the assault collapsed. Ministry Aurors threw down their wands and surrendered, horrified by what they'd been led into. Syndicate forces fled through whatever exits they could find, pursued by goblin warriors who had spent months preparing for exactly this opportunity. Harry stood in the center of the ruined command center, the crown still warm on his head, the stone cooling in his hand. Around him, his allies emerged from their hidden positions, Grimjaw bloodied but triumphant, Silverthorn supporting a wounded comrade, Griphook already dictating notes about the historical significance of what had just happened. "It's over," Silverthorn said, her voice wondering. "It's actually over." "The battle's over," Grimjaw corrected. "The war will take longer to wind down. There are still Syndicate holdouts, Ministry hardliners, various factions who won't accept this outcome easily. But Voldemort is gone. Truly gone, this time." Harry looked at the stone in his hand, then at the crown on his head. "Without him driving the opposition, without his soul fragment connecting me to his power." He paused, realizing something. The soul fragment. "It's gone too." Griphook looked up from his notes. "What do you mean?" "I've felt it my whole life, without knowing what it was. A dark edge to everything, a shadow at the corner of my mind." Harry touched his forehead, where the scar had always burned in Voldemort's presence. "It's not there anymore. When I destroyed the wraith, I destroyed the fragment too." "Is that bad?" Silverthorn asked carefully. "I don't know. Voldemort said the fragment was why the stone and the forge accepted me." Harry looked at the crown, trying to feel its connection. If that's true, but the crown responded as it always had. Warm, welcoming, filled with the presence of every goblin who had chosen to wear it. No change, no diminishment. It wasn't the fragment, Harry realized. It was never about his power bleeding into mine. It was about choice. Purpose. What I wanted to build versus what he wanted to destroy. The Forge cares about intention, Grimjaw quoted. We established that at the beginning. And my intention was always mine. Even carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul, even being manipulated by Dumbledore and Flamel, even being shaped by forces I didn't understand, Harry smiled, feeling lighter than he had in months. The choices were still mine. The connections I built were still real. Then nothing has changed. Everything has changed. But not because of the fragment. Harry looked around at his allies, his friends, his family, his people. We won. We actually won. And now we get to build what comes next. The surrender negotiations took place at the crossroads of Thrain, neutral ground with symbolic significance. The wizarding delegation was led by new faces, the old guard having been swept away by the scandal of their alliance with Voldemort. Harry sat across from them, flanked by Grimjaw and the clan council. The crown of connection rested on the table between them, a reminder of what they were really negotiating. Full recognition of Goblin sovereignty, the lead negotiator said. No restrictions, no conditions. The Goblin nation will be treated as an independent state within magical Britain. That's what you offered before the war, Grimjaw pointed out. Before you tried to destroy us. We're also offering reparations. Significant reparations, for the damage caused by the assault and for. The negotiator hesitated. For centuries of exploitation that led to this conflict. How significant? The number the negotiator named was astronomical. Large enough to rebuild everything they'd lost and fund development projects for decades. Furthermore, the negotiator continued, we're proposing joint governance structures. Goblin representatives in the Wizengamot. Wizard observers in your clan councils. Integrated law enforcement for shared spaces. Not the token representation that was offered before, genuine partnership. Harry exchanged glances with Grimjaw. Through their bond, he felt the warlord's assessment, they're serious. Scared, but serious. They should be scared. But fear isn't the same as respect. Harry leaned forward. The terms are acceptable as a starting point. But there's something else we need. Name it. Dumbledore. The negotiator blinked. The former headmaster is in your custody. We assumed, he stays in our custody. But we want him to work with your ministry as well. Sharing everything he knows about the syndicate's operations, Flamel's breeding program, all the hidden systems of control that have been running magical Britain for centuries. Harry's voice was firm. No secrets. No protected information. Everything comes out. That would expose powerful families. Destabilize institutions, good. They should be destabilized. The old order nearly destroyed both our peoples because a handful of wealthy wizards decided they knew best. Harry gestured at the crown. This is what we're building instead. A society based on connection rather than control. It only works if everyone can see how the old system failed. The negotiator was quiet for a long moment. Then, I'll need to consult with my superiors. Take your time. We're not going anywhere. Harry smiled slightly. Neither are you. The final treaty was signed 3 weeks later. The ceremony took place in the Great Hall of Gringotts, restored after the battle and now decorated with both goblin and wizard symbols. Representatives from every major faction were present, clan leaders and ministry officials, reformed Aurors and integrated security forces, observers from the international magical community. Harry signed first, using a quill made from a feather that had belonged to Fawkes, Dumbledore's contribution, symbolic of transformation and renewal. Grimjaw signed second, his seal pressed into blood-red wax. The Minister for Magic signed third. Then clan elders, Wizengamot members, representatives of the new joint governance structures. When it was done, Harry stood and addressed the assembled crowd. 18 months ago, I walked into Gringotts as a fugitive. An 11-year-old boy with a stolen stone in his pocket and no idea what I was getting into. He paused, looking around at faces that had become familiar, allies, friends, family. I didn't know I was part goblin. I didn't know about prophecies or breeding programs or ancient magics. I just knew that I wanted something different from what I'd been given. Something better. He touched the crown on his head. This is what we built together. Not a kingdom, not an empire, a connection. A way of seeing each other as we really are, instead of as threats or servants or enemies. He looked at Grimjaw, standing proud beside his own throne. At Silverthorn, her warriors bearing softened by something that might have been hope. At Griphook, already calculating how to document this moment for posterity. At Ragnarok, ancient and wise, nodding slowly as if seeing the fulfillment of long-held dreams. The work isn't finished. It may never be finished. Building something better is a process, not a destination. There will be setbacks. Conflicts. People who can't or won't accept what we're trying to create. He smiled. But for the first time in 1,000 years, we're trying. Goblins and wizards, together. Not because we've been forced to cooperate, but because we've chosen to. That's what the crown represents. That's what I want for all of us. He raised the Philosopher's Stone, the original artifact, source of everything that had happened. This started it all. A treasure created by a goblin king, stolen by wizards, passed through centuries until it chose someone who wanted to build rather than destroy. Harry looked at the stone thoughtfully. I've been wondering what to do with it. It's too powerful to keep safely, too important to destroy. He walked to the center of the hall, where a new structure had been erected, a pillar of black metal and gold, carved with symbols from both goblin and wizard traditions. So I'm placing it here. In the heart of our new alliance. Protected by both peoples, accessible to neither. A reminder of what happens when power is hoarded, and what's possible when it's shared. He set the stone into a specially prepared hollow at the pillar's top. Magic flared, sealing it in place, binding it to protections that would require both goblin and wizard cooperation to ever undo. The stone belongs to all of us now. And so does the future. The hall erupted in cheers. The celebration lasted for 3 days. Harry moved through it in a kind of daze, shaking hands and accepting congratulations and posing for paintings that would hang in halls across the magical world. He danced with Silverthorn at a feast held in the restored crossroads, her warrior's grace transformed into something unexpectedly elegant. You look tired, she said as they moved through the steps of a traditional goblin dance. I am tired. I've been tired since this all started. Harry smiled ruefully. But it's a good tired. The kind you feel after building something worthwhile. What happens now? For you, I mean. I'm not sure. The alliance doesn't need 2 kings once the crisis is past. Grimjaw and I will have to figure out how to share power without stepping on each other's toes. Harry considered. I might go back to Hogwarts. Finish my education. There's still a lot I don't know about magic. You'd be a student again? After being a king? I'd be both. That's the point, isn't it? Nobody's just one thing. Harry spun her through a turn, surprising them both with his improved coordination. What about you? I've been offered a position in the new integrated security force. Joint command with a wizard counterpart. Silverthorn's expression was complicated. It would mean working with people who were trying to kill us a month ago. Does that bother you? Yes. But. She was quiet for a moment. My sister died because we couldn't find a way to work together. She believed in what you were building, believed enough to give her life for it. I'm not going to let that belief go to waste. She would be proud of you. Maybe. I hope so. Silverthorn met his eyes. I'm proud of you, Harry. For what that's worth. It's worth a lot. They danced in comfortable silence for a while, the celebration swirling around them. When the music ended, they separated, but not far. Never far. Some connections, Harry was learning, didn't need crowns to maintain. A month after the treaty signing, Harry stood at the entrance to Hogwarts for the first time since his flight from the castle. The building looked the same, towers reaching toward the sky, windows glinting in the afternoon sun, the lake shimmering in the distance. But everything had changed. He had changed. Headmistress McGonagall met him at the gates. The former Transfiguration professor had been appointed to lead Hogwarts after Dumbledore's imprisonment, and she carried the authority of the position with her usual stern grace. "Mr. Potter." She didn't smile, but her eyes were warm. "Or should I say, Your Majesty? Harry is fine. I'm here as a student, not a diplomat." "Quite." McGonagall turned to walk with him toward the castle. "You should know that not everyone is pleased about your return. There are students and staff who lost family members in the conflict. Old prejudices don't disappear overnight." "I know. I'm not expecting a hero's welcome." "Good. Because you won't get one. What you will get," McGonagall paused, and for a moment, her stern exterior cracked. "What you will get is the opportunity to learn. To grow. To become something more than war and politics have made you. That's all I'm asking for." They entered the great hall together. Students were gathered for lunch, and the noise died to whispers as Harry walked down the center aisle. He felt eyes on him, curious, hostile, wondering, but he kept his head high. He wasn't hiding anymore. He wasn't pretending to be something he wasn't. He was Harry Potter, King of Goblins, survivor of wars and builder of alliances. And he was also a 12-year-old wizard with a lot to learn. Both things were true. Both things were important. He found a seat at the Gryffindor table, where a space had been cleared for him. A red-haired boy about his age slid over to make room. "I'm Ron," the boy said, his voice uncertain but friendly. "Ron Weasley. Is it true you killed you-know-who?" "It's true." "And you're really king of the goblins?" "I'm one of two kings." "It's complicated." "Wicked." Ron's face split into a grin. "My brothers told me stories, but I didn't believe half of them. They said you fought 100 wizards at once and, most of that's exaggerated." But Harry found himself smiling. "Some of it's true, though. I'll tell you about it sometime." "Yeah. Brilliant." Ron seemed to relax. "I thought you'd be, I don't know, scary. Or stuck up. But you seem normal." "I am normal. Mostly." Harry looked around the great hall, at the students who were still staring, at the teachers pretending not to watch, at the enchanted ceiling showing clear blue sky. "I'm also extremely weird in some very specific ways. But I'm working on that." A bushy-haired girl appeared at Ron's elbow, her expression intense with curiosity. "I'm Hermione Granger. Is it true that you created an entirely new type of magical artifact at the Forge of Kings? Because I've read everything I can find about goblin metalwork, and the theoretical implications are fascinating." "Hermione's really smart," Ron said helpfully. "And really annoying about it." "I am not annoying, I'm thorough," Harry laughed. Actually laughed, for the first time in what felt like ages. "I'll tell you everything," he promised. "All the details you want. But can I eat lunch first? It's been a really long year." Epilogue. 5 years later the graduation ceremony took place on the Hogwarts lawn, under a perfect summer sky. Harry stood with his classmates, students who had started as strangers and become friends, allies, family. Ron and Hermione flanked him, as they had for 5 years of classes and adventures and the ordinary chaos of magical education. The war was distant now, a chapter in history books rather than a living memory. The alliance between goblins and wizards had survived its growing pains, evolving into something stronger and more complex than anyone had anticipated. There were still conflicts, still tensions, still people who rejected integration and dreamed of old hierarchies. But the world was different. Better. And Harry had helped make it that way. Ready? Hermione asked, straightening his ceremonial robes. As I'll ever be. Harry glanced toward the audience, where goblin dignitaries sat beside wizard officials. Grimjaw was there, looking uncomfortable in formal clothes but fiercely proud. Silverthorn stood beside him in her security force uniform, her expression carefully neutral but her eyes warm when they met Harry's. And in the front row, wearing the crown of connection for the first time in public, sat the newest member of Hogwarts faculty. Griphook had accepted a position teaching magical economics and interspecies relations. He was, by all accounts, a terrible teacher, demanding, impatient, completely unwilling to tolerate student laziness. His classes were also the most popular electives in the school. Attention, please. McGonagall's voice carried across the lawn. We're here to celebrate the graduation of Hogwarts class of 1998. A class that has witnessed extraordinary changes in our world, and which contains some equally extraordinary individuals. Harry tuned out the standard speeches, lost in thought about everything that had led to this moment. The stone had been quiet for years now, sealed in its pillar at the heart of Gringotts. The Forge of Kings had recovered its power slowly, carefully, and was now used for ceremonial purposes rather than the creation of new artifacts. The crown of connection passed between wearers regularly, not just kings, but ordinary citizens who wanted to experience the unity it offered. The Goblin nation was thriving. The integration with Wizarding Society wasn't complete, but it was progressing. Harry had gradually stepped back from active rulership, letting Grimjaw handle most of the day-to-day governance while he focused on his education and the long-term vision of what they were building. He was still king. He would always be king. But he was also just Harry, a wizard who loved magic, who had friends and problems and ordinary concerns. Both things were true. Both things were important. Harry Potter, McGonagall called, and he realized it was time for individual recognition. He walked to the podium, hearing polite applause from some sections of the audience and enthusiastic cheering from others. For outstanding achievement in defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, and magical theory. For service to the school and the wider magical community. For demonstrating that courage comes in many forms, and that the best leadership often means knowing when to step back. McGonagall handed him his diploma. Congratulations, Mr. Potter. Thank you, Professor. He started to walk back to his seat, but McGonagall caught his arm. Harry. Her voice was soft enough that only he could hear. Your parents would be very proud. He didn't trust his voice to respond. He just nodded and returned to his friends. Later, after the ceremony, Harry stood on the shore of the Black Lake, watching the sun set over the castle. Silverthorn found him there, as she often did when he needed quiet. Big day, she said, settling beside him. End of a chapter. Harry skipped a stone across the water. I don't know what comes next. Nobody ever does. That's what makes it interesting. They sat in comfortable silence for a while. The lake's surface glowed orange and gold as the sun sank lower. I've been thinking, Silverthorn said eventually. About that offer you made. Years ago, before everything got so complicated. Which offer? The one where you asked what I wanted. Not as a warrior or a clan member or a soldier. Just, what I wanted. Harry turned to look at her. In the fading light, her features were softer, the warrior's hardness giving way to something more vulnerable. I never answered you, she continued. I wasn't ready. Too much anger, too much grief. But I've been thinking about it lately. And I think. She took a breath. I think what I want is this. Right here. Sitting beside you, watching the sunset, not having to fight or plan or strategize. Peace, Harry said. More than peace. Connection. She met his eyes. You built a crown that helps people feel less alone. But you can't wear it all the time. And I thought maybe maybe you'd like someone to help with that. The not being alone part. Harry reached out and took her hand. I'd like that, he said. Very much. The sun sank below the horizon, and the first stars appeared in the darkening sky. Somewhere in the castle, students were celebrating. In Gringotts, goblins were going about their lives. In the wider world, old prejudices were slowly dying and new possibilities were being born. Harry sat with Silverthorn on the shore of the Black Lake and felt, for the first time in his life, completely at peace. Later that night, after making their way back to the castle, Harry and Silverthorn encountered a small goblin child wandering the grounds. The child was young, barely more than an infant, by goblin standards, and had gotten separated from her family during the graduation festivities. She looked up at Harry with wide, golden eyes. "Are you the king?" she asked. Harry knelt down to her level. "I'm one of them. My name's Harry." "I know. You're in all the history books." The child frowned. "You don't look very scary." "I'm not very scary. That's sort of the point. My grandfather says you changed everything. He says before you came, goblins and wizards couldn't even talk to each other without fighting. Your grandfather isn't wrong. But I didn't do it alone. A lot of people worked very hard to build what we have now." The child considered this. "What's it feel like? Being king?" Harry thought about the question. About the weight of the crown, the responsibility, the fear and hope and determination that had driven him from the moment he first touched the Philosopher's Stone. "It feels like being responsible for a lot of people," he said finally. "Like their happiness and safety depend on the choices you make. It's heavy, sometimes. But it's also..." He searched for the right words. "It's also the best thing that ever happened to me. Because I'm not alone anymore. None of us are." The child nodded seriously, as if this was exactly the answer she'd expected. "My name's Goldvein," she said. "I'm going to be on the Goblin Council someday. My mother says so." "I believe her." Harry smiled. "And when you're on the council, I hope you'll remember something." "What?" "That the most important thing isn't being powerful or being in charge. The most important thing is caring about the people you serve. If you remember that, you'll be a great leader." Goldvein considered this. "You're not scary at all," she decided. "You're just, nice." "Thank you. That's the nicest thing anyone said to me all day." Silverthorn had located the child's parents, who rushed over with apologies and gratitude. Harry waved off their thanks, watching as the little family headed back toward the celebration. "Nice," Silverthorn said, her tone teasing. "Is that the royal reputation you were going for?" "It's better than scary." Harry took her hand again. "Come on. We have a future to build." They walked back toward the castle together, the stars wheeling overhead, the sounds of celebration echoing across the grounds. And in his pocket, carefully wrapped in silk, the Heartstone, which he'd kept as a memento of everything that had happened, pulsed warm and steady. A reminder of what was possible. A promise of what was yet to come.